Cloud and Stinger have got a match ahead of them that will really solidify their kind of legacy in this TI. We'll see if they can take on their opponents as they get ready to sit down. Their opponents, of course, are Evil Geniuses. Representing North America, RTZ, Arbed, Nightfall, Crit and Fly as an organization. An amazing group stage performance. You know, certainly I think, you know, wherever you go in the world, they are sometimes just these crowd favorites, and a lot of it is due to RTZ, but, you know, Crit really stepping up, and there we go. Okay. We've seen what's happened here, but that's and now I don't get to interrupt you, Sheep. Sorry. You know, this TI has been quick. It's not only quick for us, you know, production. It's quick for the games. Many 2-0s. But this match coming up, you know, hopefully not a 2-0. I want 3 games. But what do you think, Sheep?
I mean, I love watching Beast Coast play. I think they're one of the most fun teams. So if this goes to 3 games, I'm absolutely stoked for that. They're just so kind of freestyle in how they play. A lot of these other teams can look a little bit more meticulous. I think Liquid kind of strike as a team. Like K1 thinks that too. Oh yeah, this team plays by the books. But Beast Coast, they're crazy. Schofield will just be like on the other side of the map to his team, trying to play some deep ward down and feeding. And that's just like a common thing, and it works for the team.
Yeah, if Liquid, if they're in the class, if they're the nerds, like Beast Coast, they're the rebels. They're sitting at the back, you know, they're just having fun and they're doing their own thing, which doesn't necessarily have to be bad
Felix! They pick the low percent win heroes to beat Hikori to get here against EG with the last pick Batrider. T, what have you got for us?
No, I mean, it's also the fact that they currently have the second biggest hero pool at this TI. They've got 53 unique heroes. You compare that to EG. EG's all the way down in 13th with only 41 unique heroes. Of course, you know, get into lower bracket, that versatility might either be
is this?
your Victor or the Bane that kind of holds you back because you're getting a bit too creative. But I think it's always.
Why am I getting Amazon commercials underneath the stream?
If they feel a hero, like I remember speaking to Chris like at previous majors, like, yeah, I wanted to play Venom mid. We just play, you know, so it's just very cool seeing these like just wholesome moments of if they believe in each other, they're just going to pick it and see what happens. And Arteezy is squeaky clean ball. Oh, very cool.
He's done it, the madman.
Arteezy's actually ball.
About 2 hours, 3 hours. He's actually got it or not,
we'll see. And then talking about the offlaners,
the ball strap.
You know, you kind of. I would say, you know, we talked a little bit earlier, you inform me about stuff, I bring it up, but about the offlaners, Nightfall, you know, going up against
Goldstrand, baby!
What's that matchup like between these 2 teams? Because I think that's one to keep an eye on.
I think they are both insanely talented. Whisper constantly topping the charts of MMR, like he's just by and far like the best player on Beast Coast team. And Nightfall has come into EG and really kind of taken up this mantle, this play style that we've seen in the offlane, where he's more of a carry. And I think EG in the past struggled really hard to work with that play style. It felt like they were kind of having this power struggle between
Cristiano fucking Ronaldo has been put out of the team from Manchester United.
That's the problem. There's something about EG always picking up these Eastern European offlaners and putting them carries and putting them into that offlane position. Nightfall, last TI, what was he? 5th, 6th with VP. This time around, he comes in with EG, probably looking towards making a little bit of a better run.
Yeah, no, certainly. EG certainly have it in them to go all the way, even if it is the lower bracket. What they've shown in the group stages was amazing, but match up to you know,
I think
head to
Eric
head
disliked him.
These teams
no.
have played before.
If you first of all, if you look at EG versus
loud.
South America, they've got a 65% win rate in the last 2 years against any SA team. Like EG's
he refused to sub in for Manchester United when they played against Tottenham, and they won 2-0, but Ronaldo refused to be subbed in that game. So he actually left the arena. So before the game was over, he already left.
I have a feeling that the general consensus is slightly towards EG.
Erik Ten Hag was not having any of that bullshit.
Like they're the lower bracket kings.
Well, we have to see what will happen is I do believe that the players are almost in a lobby, and there is Bulba, of course, the coach. How
Yeah, but
you know,
Felix,
Bulba's
even
been
if
with
you
a while. I mean, every time I used to
dislike
go to
the
TIs, if I saw
coach,
Arteezy, I saw Bulba.
doing
You know,
that
they're always
is,
together, but,
you
how
know,
was that kind of dynamic, move?
showing disregard to the
A
club.
bit of hate from the community towards their coach, right? Whenever they lose,
And there is no player in the
it's
world
so
that is
far
bigger
from
than
the truth
Manchester
as well,
United.
because he brings way too much to the team. The dynamic between the two of them, like, inseparable.
I mean, if anything, I actually want Bulba. I still need to send him an invoice because at the last major, he spilt food on my shoes at dinner, but I never washed them. So in case they win TI, I now have like a shoe stained by Bulba ready to put on eBay. So I'm really hoping that they can make a lower bracket run so I can convert that stained shoe into a profit.
Have you already put in a bid for Arteezy's hair?
It depends on the shoe sale. I need the income in to go income out, you know. So we'll
Stop
see.
talking about his receding hairline, so he's really going to need that.
I'm impressed. I'm gonna probably do it too one day.
Do you have any kind of just favorites?
Why is the fucking music on the stream so loud?
Teams are ready, so we are going to be going to the draft and then over to the commentators. Enjoy the match, everybody.
I say Real Madrid is bigger than Manchester. Yeah, but I said no player is bigger than Manchester United. I didn't say no club, because Barcelona, Real Madrid, Bayern Munich, also gigantic clubs.
Oh, let's go!
Yeah!
I
sorry,
was really
sorry,
hoping
my bad.
that OD Pixel and Fog were going to do the draft, actually. Because I know OD Pixel loves to do the draft. It's like, we have to put it in all his contracts.
You actually you just can't get enough of them. The amount of work we had to do to get him away from the draft
I know, but
actually was...
so if anyone's trying to hire,
yeah.
OD Pixel in the future, please. He loves the draft. But we're going to be doing it now. So, okay, the teams are ready. But what we can expect to see from the draft here? Like, what are you looking out for when these teams are matching
Girlfriend's
up?
coming today.
You get game one.
So I won't be
That's
working
up to
this
you, and
weekend.
maybe is that important for EG because they're on I believe, a 2-game lose streak. Don't want to say that too.
But
loud.
Eric rarely
They are.
played him in the
This
past. I
streak
think
is
that's what
maybe
makes
good for
Ronaldo
them
dislike
because
him.
they're
Yeah,
a
but
team
it could,
that
I
really likes to stick to
honestly,
their colours,
Ronaldo
the
probably
playstyle
thinks
that
he's
they
a
have,
fucking
the
god,
draft that
which,
they have.
you know, he's close to.
Infamous 5-game Storm Spirit Singapore Major. Anyone recalls, like, SF has
But
been
Erik ten Hag
kind
does
of a
not
similar
like a
story
diva.
for them over here,
He
but
didn't
they've
at
already
Ajax and he
lost
doesn't
it.
at
They,
Manchester
their
United.
perfect score with the SF has already been broken, so maybe they'll venture out into the wild a little bit.
So you think the couple of losses are good because they should change a little bit?
I believe they are a little bit.
It doesn't work like that, guys.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
It doesn't work like that.
Well, I'm just like, what?
Okay, you've got Bulba, you've got the draft, like... the
He's
thing-
gonna stick to the same thing.
Yeah, no, because like the reason why they do it is because they believe in it, right? And like with the Storm Spirit days, it was good. There were just other factors why it was sometimes losing out. And I feel like it might be the scenario again where it's like Shadow Fiend is good.
They're gonna lose again.
Yeah. Okay. But anyways, they're gonna probably give it a go.
No, I agree. I actually completely agree. You don't just give up on a strategy because you lost with it a couple times. There's so much in play. They've had time to look at the replays and see what went wrong. And obviously, as the tournament goes on, people do sort of figure out these heroes. That's why you see the snipers and the drows and other sort of long-range heroes that have.
Yeah,
come out to
Mbappe
fight
is
with
another
Mbappe,
one
right?
where he
People are
thinks he's
figuring
bigger than the
these heroes
club.
out. And you have to adapt with that. So I'm not saying you drop
And
it
he's
completely,
also
but you do
big,
need
but
to
he's
sort of
not
adapt
bigger
to it and
than
move on
Paris
and get other
Saint-Germain.
things. I think another hero that will be big is Brood. We haven't seen her in a while. She gets banned a lot.
So, do you guys think that all the teams have adjusted to the SF already? So, if they do choose to pick it, do you have to adjust the bans perhaps? Like something like a Sven needs to get out?
I think just the way that Thunder Awaken played against it, like Thunder Awaken, they're the only team at this TI to not even play Shadow Fiend once. But they go against a Shadow Fiend and they demolish it 2 years. It's the best replay now where it's like best SF team versus the best team who hasn't even played it but can just demolish it. If you look at how they play, the pace, the speed, the fact that they're fighting top, TPing bot, they're not giving any room to farm this 20-minute BKB, forcing multiple engagements. So Shadow Fiend's like, guys, I want to be over here, but I'm not there. That type of play style, that's what EG needs to adapt to be able to fight into.
So
They
one
prefer
of the
that to also
finalists
copy
for
the
TI
format, right? Like in the last series, they
is
played
gonna
against the
be
SF and,
either
some success.
Tundra,
TA ganked that SS so much.
Aster,
I really
Thunder
love the movement
Awaken,
of, like, you bring a
or
support
Secret.
mid to either
That's
refill
one
the
of the
hole or contest
finalists
rune,
already.
And then you shove out the wave, and then you smoke
That's
to the
kinda
top lane
nuts.
where the SF is and get that kill. Because the move is so fast, and the wave is pushing into your mid, it's hard to know, like, what are they doing? Oh, are they going to
Is
the
this
camp?
Secrets
But you
here?
don't have the vision on them to know. So that's why that kind of fast move with the support is so effective, and I really love that against SF.
Well, we'll see, hopefully, when the first bans and picks
Maybe
come
it's
out. But
Thunder
for
Awakens
EG
here.
to really play their best, who is, like, kind of on fire? Because I always see when they're like dominating crit just being the most annoying position for.
It's the beautiful harmony between crit and Abed. I think when Abed has a good game, be it like on his members, his pucks, these kind of playmaking heroes. At minute
Who's
10,
better,
he's behind
Thunder
tier
Awaken
1
versus
Taz in the
Beast
jungle,
Ghost?
tier 2s,
Thunder
like, just
Awaken.
doing so much stuff that it allows for double
Is
carry
better.
Side lanes of
During
RTZ,
the year, they pretty
Nightfall
much
to be able to
beat
get
like the way you
items.
said
Beast Ghost
carry
every
in
single time.
Air quotation.
Yeah, I wish I was on camera to be fair, but alas, you know, you enjoyed it. And then
Because you don't necessarily need a playmaker in every single game, right? And
Yep.
if you have these two kind of greedier cores on the side lanes, your
Yep.
mid lane definitely needs a lot of help early on because he will be the one, he will be the driving force in that mid game.
Okay, and then on Beast Coast as well, when they're running on all cylinders sheet, who's really kicking off for their team? Who's the playmaker?
Sorry for Beast Coast, did you say?
Beast Coast,
Yeah, I mean, Whisper, I'll just say his name 100 million times. This guy is way
go
too
on, you can
talented.
start now.
Okay, baby.
Beast
Whisper,
Coast is
let's
the one
go.
that said
know.
for
There you go.
So
Arteezy, yeah.
Whisper this guy, honestly.
You just said something other than whisper. I'm a seasoned professional at saying things over and over again.
Yeah, that was insanity.
But as you were saying,
No, I think that he's really strong, and what he gives as well is he lets K1 play his comfort heroes. When we saw PL, we'd think, oh, it's not so good of a PL game, but because Whisper is dominating his lane, it gives that space to him to get the net worth needed to reach his hero's timings, because a hero like PL can be run over. We have seen that in other games. 'Cause
Oh.
Hector
Jesus,
is
my-
gonna pick
my-
whatever he wants.
my
He's gonna
cough
pick it. He's
got
Sten
worse.
Carry, Wraith can carry. He feels something and he goes for it. The way he describes his play is like it's like a ranked game, and you just go on instinct. You just start going go, kill this shit, and then you run at them, and that's like what his comms are like in game.
No, you'd be surprised at how many players still play like that, just by instinct.
Vapor
Even
rub,
even
maybe
in the
that
drafts,
helps.
like when they give input, it's like, yeah, I feel that this hero is good and I feel that it isn't. It's not necessarily that strict, like, okay, he's bad because
Actually,
of
I
this,
got
this, and
Vapor
this.
Rub
It's
on
more like
a
a feeling kind of a thing that you
on
get
a
after
stick.
playing
So-
100,000 games.
It's almost like a wise man once said, the beauty about Dota is anything can work.
Exactly.
No tell, there you go. You are a wise man. That's definitely not verbatim. Okay, so yeah, looks like we're actually getting some bans in, so they are going to be on the way for game one. So I will let you guys focus on the heroes and what potentially could happen and listen very intently.
I mean, ban-wise right now, Thunder Awaken probably going to look to the
Thunder Awaken,
Brood
that's my favorite team.
Sorry, Beast Coast.
I'm not Brood, right?
Oh my gosh, my teeth. Yeah, Beast Coast. Sorry, I was looking at stats of Thunder Awaken, but yeah, Beast Coast, because the Broodmother and the Primal Beast are the main prominent bans against Evil Geniuses. So most likely, oh, okay, giving it through.
Switching it up a little bit.
Which is fair. I guess the reason there is EG is second pick, so potentially wanting to second pick a Broodmother is like a strategic opening where Beast Coast, okay, if you do that, we still have pick 8, the final pick of the first phase, to respond to it. It's not as disastrous as EG being first pick and getting to close out the first phase of a Broodmother.
And is this Slash, is this Silencer now being banned out by EG? Because these are the ones I see being banned out against Beast Coast most of the time.
There's a lot of heroes. The ones you mentioned, I'm always scared of Marcy.
Marcy as well, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what they want to give away. They have to obviously think if you are letting something like a Brood through, you need heroes that deal with it. The old counters don't feel like they're as effective anymore because Brood's kit has changed so drastically over the patches with all these different reworks.
Oh, damn.
Okay.
That must be so because Beast Coast have the last pick of the phase. I think they are thinking that EG want to take Broodmother and they want to get rid of
Don't
the
care
any
who
counter that
wins,
they feel
I
is
just
the
want
most
my
problematic that
prediction
could
to be
picked.
correct, so you
And,
care who
Hector
wins.
has been playing Nagasar in this tournament, so it is definitely out there as a threat.
Yeah, 100%. And EG, when they have picked the Brood before, their bans instantly after have been the Naga, Tide, and Ember. So of the three, they've picked the most prominent one. So EG really kind of warning Beast Coast, we're probably going to go Brood.
Yeah, and this Crystal Maiden pick, I think, is really good as an opener because we've seen Crystal Maiden and Jakiro primarily as the pos 5s that help to deal with the Broodmother on the lane. Because one of the reasons the Broodmother is so strong right now is because of the heal that she gets from Insatiable Hunger. She is able to trade in the lane and then use the heal afterwards to get back up to full health, as well as take trades with it, secure last hits, and all of this relies on her being able to hit. So if you have supports in the lane with spells like Crystal
Oof,
Nova
Brood
and
Mama.
Breath that reduce attack speed, then that is really good against Brood lane.
And are there any like carries that can match up against the Brood Mother right now? Usually you'd want to have, like back in the day, it was the trolls, right? It was anything that makes her miss, anything that.
Have they already fixed the sound in? Hey, Jabs is practicing. Chrysalis is playing games as well.
Much the, I'd say it's the offlane department. You can go for like these axes.
Brood first pick, yeah, that's what they love to do on EG because
you can eventually put in there. Like Brood Mother's like a two-pronged assault where
fucking
you wanna have
Nightfall
really
plays a
strong
lot of
lane
it.
against her, that you can kill her before she hits 6 and gets the spiderlings, and then you want to transition that hero out of the lane, and then you want to put a new hero in there that has the levels from elsewhere that can then
defend the tower.
Exactly, defend the tower and the spiderlings. And the cool thing as well with the Brood Hoodwink, for example, is once Brood inevitably wins the lane, having your position 4 that can also just be super active on the map. So previous combos for crit have been a Shadow Shaman. Now he goes for a Hoodwink. These heroes, if they play within territory that's easily controlled by a Brood, they get to play such a free game because they get to run between the bot lane to the mid and bot and just kill anything under the protection
Also,
of the Brood.
there's an additional thing that you get from Hoodwink, because you don't actually have to play on the
And
Brood
pick Storm
side,
twice
like
the next
as a
2
Hoodwink,
games.
You can play on your own, you can defend the tower forever. Meanwhile, Brood is assaulting your side, while a single Hoodwink is defending the tier 1 on top.
Well, Storm
I really love
actually
her.
has like an
This tournament
80%
as
win
well,
rate this
because
TI.
She is so versatile in what she can do. I've seen Broods that haven't even taken the tower yet, using their webs to connect to mid and play around there. So if the supports are playing around mid, it's easy for Brood to connect too. I think the most important thing for Beast Coast right now is to make sure they win this lane against her and kind of shut her down. So Brood, one of the reasons that everyone is picking her right now is because you are able to get a really early Wraith Pact and play around damage
Hey,
reduction. And then
Rooney.
you can buy this pipe
You
afterwards,
ready
which
to fuck up
nullifies
your
most
entire
damage from the enemy,
work
and you
day
get this
again?
Wraith Pact timing around
Whoop, whoop.
13 to 14 minutes, and it's really hard to deal with. And another thing to look at is in the group stage of TI, if Brood got her Wraith Pact pre-16 minutes, the score of her win to loss was 12-1. If she got it after 16 minutes, it suddenly became much more even, around 7-9. So making sure Brood doesn't get this early Wraith Pact timing is huge, insane.
It's very telling, because if the Brood does get that level 6 fast enough, she's usually rolling over the lane and you cannot stop her that easily, right? Which is why you get that Raid Pact a little bit earlier. Also, it reminds
Yes,
me
let's
of
fuck
Enigma,
up
the
this
way you
Friday.
play Enigma,
Woo, woo.
But you don't have to rely on that black hole. You aren't just the Raid Pact and the Eidolon.
How are the
I'm just trying to get
the
a
prices
team's
for
dominance on Brood.
electricity
That's like
and
saying it's
fuel
like,
and
oh,
shit
I
in
don't
your
like a
country,
tinker game,
Rooney?
so-
Considering you're so close
The
to,
way
you
the hero
know,
has evolved over the years
the
is
East.
really interesting to me, because she used to just be, I'm going to dominate the lane and buy carry items.
because over here the
And
prices have
she
like
sort of
tripled.
Reminds me a little bit
Or-
of Nature's Prophet of
or
like Arlington Major.
power
back,
and
everyone was
gas.
Picking him because he was so versatile. He could push, he could connect to fights, he could carry and scale. And Brood is sort of similar to that. Late game, you can go for more carry items.
They're
or
high
you
as
can go
fuck
more
compared
utility
with
this
the
hack.
actual salaries.
Something that I've noticed from this
Yeah.
tonight, from how the game's evolved, is breaking smokes. Seems
That's
to
a
be,
fat rip.
that's why we saw a lot of nicks.
Shitty office
Brood still
Wi-Fi.
has a
Dark,
little
still
bit
you
of
at
that
work?
in her, right? Like as a hero, or not so much, would you say? I'm okay being wrong, sheep. You can tell me I'm out of it.
You're right, and like I wouldn't say wrong. It's like she uses her spiders as the main primary source of vision because they changed the way the control group works. So now you can send out spiders everywhere across the map. So it's more about knowing where people are or where people aren't. So you know if there's smoke.
Yeah, exactly.
It's always giving vision, and
I love being wrong and right.
They're beautiful games no matter what.
at the same time, like, she brings even more than just the smokes because of the way the Shard and Axe have been reworked.
Oh, the Ags as well.
So with that Axe,
Crystal Maiden also has a really high win rate, if I'm not
capture
mistaken,
with
at
zero,
TI.
so it's not only about breaking smoke, you can set up traps. It's basically a
Yes,
more
it's
annoying
like
tech
almost
easily
€2
to
per
and to-
liter,
and to give
and
reference, the Ags, it's
we're
this,
earning
like,
somewhere
invisible
from
snare
500
that you
to
place
800
inside your
euros
web, so
per
you don't
month
see
on
it,
average.
And then you walk into it,
Oh,
and
that's a
suddenly you
fat
just get
rip.
rooted, and then other people get rooted, and then you can just spam so many. And if you get into an aggressive
We
position,
make about
and you're putting them on the high
gas
ground,
over
you're
here
mentioning smokes,
is
even if
the
you do
same
get a successful
price
smoke
as
out
over
of the
there,
map, you
but
then
our
walk
salaries
into
are
a
about
high
3
ground
times
area
as
where you're
high as
instantly
yours.
rooted, and then it tells EG, guys, they're
But then
there.
again,
And
everything
it's so
else is
much
probably
aggressive
also 3
vision
times as
from
high.
indirect spells, basically.
And
Like
it's not
renting a
like it's
place,
team,
you
being a
won't be
coach
able
for
to rent a
teams,
house for under
What
800.
position would you rather be in here? Would you rather be? You feel like EG of kind of leading the way on the draft, or
You
Beast
think
Coast
I'm
have
some
got plenty of
prince who
I
lays
think
around
right
all
now,
day?
EG is
Yes.
just making a statement
Yes,
with
I
the
do.
draft because they are picking heroes that are forcing Beast Coast to react. So when you're entering a lower bracket game, not having full control of the heroes that you want to pick always can be a bit more annoying. And in this situation here as well, it's like EG picks up the Sven, so now you can't give K1 his Sven against the Broodmother, who could be an aggressive laner with CM. You just take it away. He's goes, okay, now we're going to think of another hero to pick. So yeah, EG just being really forward-thinking with this draft. So I think I'll probably leave
Exactly
EG
my
right now.
point. All the
Meanwhile,
prices for
Beast
everything
Coast
is almost
top.
same as in the Western countries, while the
Wait,
salaries are
Look
shit.
at this guy.
Yeah.
When I made
Yeah.
everyone just hit on me.
That
You know,
is,
one of the class when he does it. Ugh.
The delivery, the smooth.
Do you guys know you're not a Europe? Are you a European
Alright,
Union
so-
country? No, you're not, right?
He's got more. He's got more.
It's
Talk to me,
versatile.
lizard.
It's versatile for
I
me,
actually-
but
no, probably
most
not.
likely it will be the support here, right? Or maybe it can even be played on mid because they have done that in
Mid?
the past.
The Snapfire is very
Ti-
versatile in
Tiny?
this region. It was more Thunder Awakened last.
Are they gonna go offlane like in last and then make this the god mode?
Offlane is usually like.
It's
where
probably a
safe, but
Fly 5
it
Sven,
strikes
right?
me more as a support here because you want to pair it with that Mars.
I think one of the
It's also
concerns around
expensive
Beast
as
Coast
fuck. You
is
can't
we've
find a
mentioned the
one-room
optimization of
apartment
Broodmother,
for
the
less
Great
than
Pack,
200
the Pipe.
euros and two-room
Most of
apartment
Beast
for
Coast's
less
early
than
game
300
damage is going to
euros.
be this magical damage. Sure, you have
Oh yeah,
Shadow
no.
and
For
Snapfire
apartments,
to instantly kill
you'd
through the hit
pay
count of
a
the Great Pack,
two
but if that interaction
room
doesn't
apartment,
happen,
I
if you
would
don't see
say
the
probably
come through,
500. It's actually
then
not
you
that
don't
much
kill the Great Pack because
difference
it's
with your
super hard for
country.
these melee heroes to get in. CM, you can't rely on her. And then the pipe. So I'm a bit worried Beast Coast, if they don't come out ahead in the
Ember?
lanes, they're just going to be on the back foot a little bit.
And everything that you were talking about stands as long as you can interrupt the long range damage that Mortimer's kisses bring, right? But now you
It's
get the
a
Ember
pretty
inside
scary
the
Ember
Ember, so you can
game,
deal with that
mainly
as well.
because you're up
Not
against
only
3
with,
tank heroes
Sapphire,
and
but
Crystal
also with
Maiden.
Crystal Maiden.
But they all
This is
have
what I
ways
love
of
about EG's
controlling an
draft, though,
Ember.
is
So I'm
how
not
they're
the biggest
covering
fan
their
of this
bases.
Ember
We
choice.
have
It's
the
not a
Great
free
Pack
Ember
and
game.
the pipe for damage reduction. Sven, his Warcry, it gives armor to the team.
Yep.
EG have ran this strat before. Fly plays it typically on the POS 5 Sven. And you build around this one core who becomes incredibly tanky and just kind of can't die. And that's what I like about this Brood and this Sven. What are you meant to draft towards in terms of damage?
I think, we've been praising EG and how they've set up this draft to be super aggressive. The flip side will be, if Beast Coast does survive through this very mid-game centric kind of annoying lineup, their heroes with BKBs, items, and just scaling in, they will always have the team fight. They will
But
always
you're
have the-
still
we
surviving,
can just hold
Rooney?
this position and fight you if they can get around this
You can
brutal attacks and
handle
stuff,
the
but
winter
it's
that
still
is
very much
coming?
leaning more towards EG of the team that should be able to set the pace of the game. Unless their lanes go disastrously, then sure, Beast Coast, they have a plethora of damage, but
Oh, I just want to say, actually, we talked about the snap flexing a bit. I'm just realizing it's Beast Coast, and I know that Schofield hates ranged fours. He has played the snap and he can play it, but he heavily prefers pos.
some Chris Luck
pos-
snap
pos.
or...
Well, I'm thinking it might be a mid Mars and an off lane Snapfire with the Tiny. That would make the most sense to me in terms of their players and how they play. It's
5 seconds.
It's what makes sense to me for Beast Coast.
Yeah, we are in
That
the
sounds way
EU,
more
not
fun for
part
sure.
of
Like, I'm checking here,
Schengen
they
yet,
have played it
because
already.
Netherlands
Yeah,
are
they played
opposing
offline snap,
this.
they played
They are
mid snap,
pussies
there's a
because
lot of flexibility
Rotterdam,
with the
Port
hero.
will get fucked,
They
because
need
Romania also has a
something that
port at the Black
provides
Sea.
more aggression.
I
because,
should
like,
be
if you
able
put
to
Mars
get through the
mid,
winter.
you're
Yeah,
gonna secure
okay,
his
that's
level,
good
so
to
you
hear.
mentioned how
And
the
also,
Broodmother
haha, get
needs to
fucked.
have
The
that
Netherlands is champ.
Wave clearing hero to go against her.
Are we
That's
really
gonna be the
opposing
Mars,
it?
and
I
if you
don't
put it
know.
in mid, it's easy to transition that Mars from the mid lane to bot. It's not as far as the off lane to safe lane. So I honestly like that adaptation.
The only problem that I would see with that is that you're kind of tying up your mid laner, the one that's supposed to do the most
Honestly,
mid game.
To one lane.
They
and
don't
up
say
to one
anything
lane.
about that sort of shit in the
defending against the
Netherlands.
Brood. For me, the best way to do it is some 4 or 5 that can just spam out the spiders. make it
Netherlands is
annoying
the
for
only
Brood,
remaining
but
country from
then
Schengen
again,
that's
the new
opposing.
Brood is kind of difficult to stop that way.
But yeah, you need to have all the
The final pick in the
countries
entire
agreeing,
draft,
otherwise it
because
won't
they're
go
gonna be
through.
entering this final
That's
phase.
actually kind of fucked
Kind of
up.
picking a little bit of blind here.
Yeah, there's still the troll available if they want to
Who
play
gives
the,
a fuck
the
if
lane
there's a
that way
port
against
in the
Brood.
Black Sea?
Hector does
What is
play
winter?
a lot of different heroes. Who else is still in? Do we have
Could you
like
not-
Faceless
Yeah,
Warrior?
you don't have
Is it
winter
like
over
a-
there.
Like a Pudge scenario.
Obviously, you
Yeah,
know
like
what
a roll with the
winter is.
Vanguard Rush.
Yeah, exactly. Just go for some Vanguard.
But
get
for
mad,
us,
you
winter
pump
is
yourself there, you're
freezing
aggressive in lane,
fucking
CM
cold.
Pudge, you have the root, you can then
I would
hope, so
assume
before
it go,
Spiders
yeah,
comes into play, there's some kill
in
potential
Rooney's
through.
country it always
I like
snows.
that a lot.
And
In
they
winter, I
don't
think.
necessarily have anything great against the Pudge at the moment. They would have to
I
also
remember
be
you
scary.
sending pictures of like massive amounts of snow.
I actually do like the Pudge idea quite a bit.
It's kind
So
of like
you
a hero
need
that
to
you can kinda
heat
dangle
up
in
the
middle of
home a
fight,
little
and all
bit
these,
more.
Like, spell casting heroes, they're not going to be too aggressive, and for EG as well.
He can also be way more active earlier on, and he can be an additional hero that can
Beast
park
goes
in
win
front
map
of the Brood
1.
Once that Vanguard is up.
It depends on the last 2 picks, to be
allow,
fair.
Like time for the rotations to come in as well. That's another thing. Is if you pick a weaker carry who dies so quickly to a Brood Mother when she hits 6 and that pressure.
Would you be worried for their burst amount of damage? Or is tiny Snapfire good enough?
Yeah, I think that's good enough. I think Beast Coast, they're playing a game where they want to try and be really aggressive in lane, and then sure they will fall victim
Trying to
not
always
being
have
able to
snow and
play as
negative
quickly as a
temperatures.
Brood
Yeah.
ever, but they'll eventually
You're
just
colder
get
than
really
my
nice
country, but then again, we have a sea
Well,
climate.
This is it, right? Like, as
Which is
Sheik
kind
mentioned,
of weird,
if he
but
wants to play that slot,
our
he's gonna
summers
be
are
able
about
to play the
30
slot.
to 35 in the plus, and our winters are about minus 10 at the worst. It used to be way worse
They
over
switched
here,
out
but
the whole kit on the hero.
last couple of years we
Item
barely had
radius,
snow.
That's been the flavor for at least a couple of months. Not gonna happen here, most likely.
Winter's a great Malaysia
mentioned
analyst.
how
Yep,
EG don't
and I
really
know
have
that
teams
he's gonna
that rely
be.
on kind of annoying
We had
heroes
him
to
for
just
South
win
America
these
last year
mid-game
with
engagements. Slark's the
DPC.
hero that if you survive that style of play, you can dominate.
Terra Blade.
I feel like TB was the answer almost no matter what.
They've done this so many times before. They've done the Brood, they've done the Terra
Our
Blade.
tour
Their play style
TB.
is get into the enemy side of the map. Terra Blade skips waves, Brood skips waves. You have no map to get out on. It's a classic thing EG's done a lot of times before. It's a good carry to carry matchup.
So who do you fancy just based off the draft? I guess the question is.
Beast Coast is so good at spellcasting, and their entire lineup is just spellcasting, running around team fighting. So I think it definitely plays to their strengths as a team. But this late game is a little dicey.
I'm worried there's not enough map for Beast Coast to play, where they rely.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried. I
I
actually like
Brood, they can really choke you out of the game.
EG's draft.
Shoving waves into you.
Yeah, I'm gonna go on a whim here and go with Beast Coast. I have some faith in the lower bracket SA Slark.
You don't believe in the boldness?
Well, there was one guy that won going bold yesterday as well. So
See?
are we overdoing it?
No, I'm just quite excited. I know we get to hear a little pre-game interview from Bulba in a moment, so I'm just waiting for that to come through. But
Well, it is mid tiny.
I'm gonna say EG takes down
I was like,
Beast Coast game 1,
now be able to hear
1.74 odds.
Yeah. Hi, Barber, enjoy your interview, but again, he's got the headset on, so
well,
we'll wait a minute.
when he's ready, I'll know, and then we'll send it over.
I cursed EG.
It's, yeah, definitely.
So
for a
let's
game
go
one, it really seems like EG.
Beast Coast.
You think controlled the draft. They're going in slightly more comfortable, but it's like, as you say, Hector
Do you guys?
just get to choose like, hey, I want Slark, and it's going to work.
Pretty much from the get-go, they're controlling the draft, but Beast Coast also are in their full comfort zone.
Okay.
They do struggle to take objectives a bit.
We'll see how comfortable EG are.
Player with the
because
highest
Slarks
net
has got
worth
an
by
interview
10
with
minutes.
Bulba.
I'ma say.
Very confident draft. First pick Broodmother, and then countered by Beast Coast by a lot of AoE. Do you
She
think
smiles.
that, you guys are
How
gonna
long
be
will the
okay?
game be?
Are you happy with the trap that you have spun?
Number of blink daggers
I mean,
purchased
hopefully we're
by
happy.
25 minutes.
I think we're happy. So yeah, we didn't expect them to give us Brood. So, but I think we haven't lost with the hero yet. So yeah, let's see
Two.
if they have their ideas good enough.
Team with the
All right,
first
fantastic,
barracks.
sir. Well, I think the crowd has a lot of confidence in you guys, so thank you very
EG.
much, and we wish you the best of luck there in game 1, and we will get right to that now with Owen and Fogged.
Okay, do you guys want to listen to OD or
Thank you
listen
very
to
much,
me?
Slacks. Yes, very much looking forward to this one. Evil Geniuses versus Beast Coast here in the lower bracket. We heard it there, Fogs. You know, Bob are very happy that they're able to get the Brood Mother and be able to build a draft around that. Would you also agree there's reason to be confident in getting that through in the way they've closed it up at 3G? Or do you feel the Beast Coast
Both.
will have the means to deal with the Spider?
Does look like they have a lot of answers because they've seen it so many times. We've seen them play it, I think, 5
Do you
times.
wanna,
They did drop one game, I believe, versus Liquid when they had the Brood, but they do have so
OD
many answers.
so
It
you
seems
can
like
chat
every
with
single one of
us.
their heroes
Then
is to respond to that, and
I
also to
will
respond versus the Wraith Pack
use
build that we've seen pretty much every game. They have the
broadcast it,
Snapfire.
no.
Of course, you have that little Shredder to kill it off, so it does look like they answered it pretty nicely, but let's see.
I also probably should unmute my Dota.
Play towards against Beast Coast.
Just doesn't seem like he's going to be able to get enough distractions on the game because he has this Brood, he has this Hoodwink, he has this Ember that's going to be causing problems across on the other side of the map. So maybe it feels like he can get all the space in the world as this Tower Blade to be able to get this scaling. But looking at the draft, of course, from Beast Coast, they have a lot of answers, of course, too, for TV. Mars has traditionally been seen as one of those heroes, even though it's gotten nerfed a lot of times, has done well versus TV, and they have a plethora of burst damage and nuke that we saw work pretty well versus these pretty squishy agi cores a lot of times.
To solve the echo
On the side of
issues.
Beast Coast, obviously, finishing
Oh.
with that Slark pick here for Hector.
I think the echo issues are still.
Again, anything here as on the side of East Coast, obviously finishing with that
Look how much information they're giving.
This is what you hear if you use their stream.
Again, anything here as both teams.
Look how much information they're giving. Just because.
See that.
This is what you hear in game.
K1. Don't want to stand around too much.
I don't think I've ever seen that happen, actually. At least not in a TI, where they get their mid ward just walked up and snatched because of that night vision.
Yeah. Well.
So, all right, that's going to be pretty cool to set up. And
they'll be happy with that one, Beast Coast.
And look at this approach. The start of the lane right away, they're going to actually put the pressure onto the TB. I think they look at this lane and they're like, this is a lane the TB can definitely get punished.
Yeah, this is a heavy kill lane for Beast Coast.
Behind him. All right, let's see how it plays out.
A Snapfire Mars is a fuckload of magic burst.
Let's see if it has any sort of implications on where they're able to set up this early vision, and indeed the lack of it that EG might have for these first few minutes around certain areas.
This is that melee versus melee matchup, so sometimes, you know, it can be like a range versus range where you want that high ground ward to be able to play with them, to pull creep aggro and stuff like that. So it's not the, I mean, of course it sucks to lose your ward, but could be worse if it was him like on a range or something like that in a disadvantageous matchup.
I hope that my shit gets delivered today
I mean,
to build the PC.
Which core's going to be happier at the beginning out of K1 and Nightfall down here?
It's pretty tough to bully out Brood nowadays. With the new way that the web works, you don't really get slow ever. You have so much health regen. When you get that second point in web,
played
even if you
80% of
drop
the games
low
already.
on HP, you're pretty
Really?
speedy.
That many?
And you'll be able to get that, of course,
I didn't
that
really
HP
watch
regen
much
that builds in.
EG.
So I don't think Nightfall should be too worried. He also has crit always behind him, so I would say if anyone has to worry, it's Stinger more than anything in this lane.
For sure, yeah, has to be careful how far he steps up, especially once the level 2s are there. Crit could look quick setup and have that damage.
Just a lot of harassment that comes out with the Blightstone and then the spam that's going to be coming out from the Silken Bola.
Sun is really good currently. Yeah, if he gets shard and he uses Warcry, he gives, how much was it?
Just like 1-2-1 or something
22
like that,
armor in total to allies around him. 22!
Of course, on this top lane then for Arteezy.
This is actually stupidly
Snap Mars duo that Beast Coast
much.
are putting against him. I mean, is he going to be fine up here, or is there potential for kills to be found by Beast Coast?
I mean, from what we've seen, these Svens are able to secure lanes pretty nicely, but looks like they might
Good setup here, they will indeed. First blood for Beast Coast. Nice little combo there. Of course, between these two heroes, Snap and Mars, they'll be able to pull off much more of that to come here in the laning stage.
And they can do that to Arteezy pretty much any time too, so he always has to be careful. It's a death that's kind of needed in a way. Like it's gonna happen there for the Sven, and it's better that he dies than the TB dies to this big burst damage that comes out from these two. But they're gonna keep going for that. They're gonna always go for these double nuke plays onto either TB or Sven if they're out of position.
TB should be easier to kill than the Sven though. Oh, he does have that Warcry now. And that is
but
physical.
He's farming very well, right? 13 and 3, even though he did lose his Sven.
Things slowed down so far.
None of the cores really. Mid lane also. See C-Smile versus Abed. Pretty much dead even. And bottom, Hector, a little bit behind, but it's a tough lane in a way versus these two.
I feel that sort of across the map, he's the one that's going to have a bit of a trickier time when it comes to getting up to the CS.
Honestly, it feels like both of the carries might start to be in some troublesome positions, right? Like Arteezy does feel like once these nukes start leveling up even more, will be problematic for him, but they do actually get a stacked pull-off. That's pretty rare. So they're going to lose a whole wave on Beast Coast.
Oh, there. Yeah, that's slightly unfortunate.
See what Gojira can try and do about this. There's a chance to maybe
the
look for a
range keep.
kill between the two of them here, Whispering Gojira. There's a setup onto Fly, but quick with the man going the stun, make sure the Whisper doesn't get the chance to line up any follow-up.
That hurts though. They lost literally the entire wave there to that double pull, and Arteezy's able to free farm under the tower, so really good play from Fly. At bottom, yeah.
But just Gucci, C-Smile.
All the trees being cut
also,
on the side there,
actually, C-Smile's having a really good time in mid. Tiny does have stupid attack damage
to cut down that acorn
with
shot.
the tree grab. And just in general, his base damage is insane. Ooh.
So the meta's up. It's definitely a bit trickier for Beast Coast to try and make that play between these two.
They still do have a lot
Do you
of
see the
burst, right?
toss
They can get
back on the
chase
range
done. Even
creep in the
RTZ
middle?
could go
Was that
down.
intentional
Absolutely,
so
yeah,
that
they
the
can
range
land
creep will not get killed
Sort
too
of
fast with
line
the
up to get that
approaching
good
wave?
angle with the spear.
I don't know, probably.
Most certainly dead
When's
for
your
one of
girlfriend
EG's
arriving?
members
Oh,
on
she's
that top lane.
arriving in the evening. So
They
she's
don't hang on to
arriving
a lot of
after
stick
dinner,
charges up here too.
which
5
is
on
like
Gojira and also 9 on Whisper.
8-9 hours.
He's pretty low on HP.
Taking the occasional bounty.
Down bottom, K1 able to rely on Stinger.
Because she still has to work,
to
and
bring
after
in the
work she's going to
regen
eat dinner,
whilst
and after dinner she's going to drive here, and the
working his way
drive is
towards
about an
that
hour.
Second set of tangos here. Picks up. See them get the angle. Looking to follow up. It's another kill.
But again,
Beast
it's
Coast
only on a
combo
5,
here,
Sven.
proving to be very strong, and as best as EG are trying to avoid getting caught in these situations, flying RTZ, Beast Coast still able to find these opportunities.
Yeah. It's pretty unavoidable. Like, they have the CM aura, so they're always able to spam their spells up here too, and they might even go for a TZ. Top, they do get
He's
the
on his own
connection.
now. Underneath the tower. See if they can do this here, but Fly back in action and TP at the ready. He'll manage to turn up and make sure that the dive cannot continue. But
Well, they know there's no
really feel it already.
meta.
Beast Coast find these great chances to just get under that
What a
tower
latch.
and aggressive. Fly
Okay, that's a little bit
as well
risky.
onto Whisper to close the gap, but the stick charges keep Fly fine. Beast Coast will have to reset a little bit. They're starting to fall low on the two of them.
But the rotation's coming in. Look how low these heroes on our EG are.
I mean, yeah, Fly and RTZ, you have to be careful. Here we go, Chris. He's looking for Fly.
Ooh, you saw him?
Be able to catch him with the avalanche. He can. Fly's not going to be able to run away from this one. He'll pop the war cry. But a final blast from Kajira.
Regen.
I mean, in the rune, and he's going to be able to. Ooh, he's in and he's out. Arbed will manage to still pick that up.
Spooky,
before Chris
scary
runs back towards the
skeletons.
mid.
That would have been some pretty fortunate scenarios coming in. Of course, Rune spawning top right when he's rotating. Does get the catapult last hit on Chris Luck. Good start for him, level 6.
Nightfall mana
Quick,
boots.
easy rotation. Doesn't find the Terror Blade, but again, finding the early kills, 3-0 ready for Beast Coast. And the bottom lane, they actually haven't died. They've weathered everything. And
Stinger's
as you
just
mentioned,
jungling.
Sure, he's a bit behind the counterpart, 400 behind the TB, 800 actually behind the Brood, but they haven't died down here, which is pretty
And
important.
this was going to be the toughest part of the map for
For
Beast
sure.
Coast in this landing stage, no doubt about it. So they're dealing very well with the pressure and the setup that EG set up.
Oh, they
against
used
them.
that Observer Ward to mask that the Snapfire is heading to the bottom lane. That is so fucking heads up. That play was god tier. They had a ward over there, and he TP's behind the fucking tree.
Not letting a kill miss them at all here. 4-0 now.
It's similar to the way that we saw Thunder. The
That's
approach
so,
that they took versus EG, just this
and because
constant
of that
aggression.
fucking Observer Ward, he had a false sense of
Really
security
nice
that
moves
no
coming
one
out
else
from
was
him in
there.
K1, soon to be getting level 6, so should be able to withstand down bottom on his own. Yeah, really smart moves. And we see a pretty clever ward, of course, too, from Gojira. Actually places it in the river down bottom after he makes the rotation, so gonna spot any rotations that Crit makes.
I'm actually super impressed by that move.
Maybe guarantees that 8-minute power rune for Chris Luck if they do linger in the area.
The top net worth, it is still Nightfall though. 4 kills for Beast Coast, but not really a net worth advantage.
They'll definitely want
K1
to
is
keep
struggling
control
a
of
bit
that
more
power
in the
for
bottom
sure.
lane,
They're
and
actually going
Nightfall's
for the
almost
play
6.
here on mid.
Get the toss back. Look, here's well to follow things up.
It might be, ooh, so close. Almost gets the frostbite onto Abed.
Same time up top. CEG now make a move on towards Mars. Look to threaten Whisper. He'll be able to spear back RTZ, but flying crit. Able to finish him off as EG finally get themselves a kill on the board.
Yeah, lane's starting to break pretty early on here. And Rune will spawn, and yep, Gojira, since he's staying in that area, will secure it with the 3 heroes.
Well, K1's
K1 in a 1v1
level 6,
versus
so
the Brood, much better for him.
And
gonna be able
he's
to catch
happy
up
now.
completely.
Yeah, he's hit the 6. So when it's nice down here, K1, very little to be concerned about.
Yep.
Should be able to start closing that gap in the farm.
And we do see Nightfall, most of the games he's gone for that Wraith Pack, but I think he's starting to realize, they have the Snap who's gone for the early points in the Little Shredder too. He can't actually go Wraith Pack first item, so gonna go for the Pipe. Also the item that, all these Broods do go as at the first, second item.
Yeah.
A lot of magic damage, so.
Absolutely, yeah, he
He's
needs it
with
to be able to protect his army this game.
Exact, and to protect the TB if he does show
He
up early.
knows.
There's so much magic burst that's on Beast Coast, so like that. Seeing Abed kind of cutting mid lane as well, and they are looking to make perhaps some rotations too. So trying to divert all that attention off
the
of
first
top lane.
correct
Wanna go
first
for Nightfall?
prediction. Nah, C-Smile, baby.
Get on it,
Nightfall.
though.
He's playing very cautious under the tower. Same time around the mid, they'll look to dive
Speaking
in
of
for
which,
Chris.
he
Able to
is
get the
probably
free
fucked.
avalanche off. Time's being walked back
Maybe
and
not.
TPs to come in. The Stinger turns up. And EG, they won't be able to continue the aggression onto Chris. He'll be fine.
He's very tanky.
Now, still had, it's pretty much a full stick there, 10 charges and a verifier, so not really a kill that EG was going to be able to get, even with the 3 of them turning up.
A scary place to
K1
overcommit.
diffusal
I think they
blade
knew that
into
the Lawrence
axe.
wasn't gonna be able to come
Not
in,
really
but the
too
2 supports
surprising.
could be around there just to back him up right away. And now K1, yeah, you know, level 6 is online. Treads are done. He's just gonna get to the jungle a little bit here. Just another move for mid. Not gonna be able to get
Yeah, the most net worth. 10 minutes. I went
4 to
for
1,
C-Smile.
EG still leading in the net worth.
Yeah,
That's
farm.
still looking very good with their
But I
presence.
guess I'm gonna be wrong.
And Nightfall, now the pressure is going to start on the bottom lane. So let's see what Beast Coast does to react versus this Spider. As we mentioned earlier, their draft does have a ton of ways to clear them out.
They'll try for the catch onto K1. Will scare him enough to pop the Shadow Dance immediately in return.
The Spooters.
Bushwhack coming in from Crypt. Top lane, Arena was dropped
Rip
here.
career.
Looks like they made an attempt, but weren't quite able to pull it off this time. RTZ remains safe.
Singer's
They'll be
fuck.
able to continue to farm underneath the tier 1 top, underneath the tier 1 bottom. And trying to dive in past the tower. They know
Oh,
that K1's got
Mars.
the ultimate. He's already used the Shadow Dance. Further TP's coming in to try and bounce away, but Crit able to time it perfectly with the Bushwhack. Pulls him back. They take down K1. Lose fly and return. We'll see if the rest of EG can get out. In fact, they might not want to get out because backups arrived. Arbed, he's also ready to dive underneath the tier 1 tower.
Oh,
They
the
hit
kisses
second
of
tower.
death.
They just able to turn with the kisses. Takedown. Arbed, takedown. Crit. It started off as a smooth move from EG to try and pressure in, take down K1 whilst he didn't have the Shadow Dance. But then they tried to go for more, and that was not the move that they were going to get away
Was
with
it?
against
It
Beast
was
Coast there.
Nightfall.
A perfect time to hit the 6. Beast Coast turn it around, and Arbed, he's going to wish he didn't come down here at all.
Oh yeah, a beautiful latch from Crit here to start it all off, getting him in mid-pounce. But yeah, I don't think they expected so many rotations coming. I don't know if they expected the snap to be that 6 either. And yeah, Whisper had just used ult top, so maybe they thought he wouldn't come here either. Beautiful moves. This Snapfire really kicking it this early game. 3-0-3, 6 of the 7 kills.
Yeah, I mean, just excellent setup there as well from Gajira, using the cookie for Whisper,
The
getting on
cookie.
top of Arbed. And then with that opening stun, easily able to find time to get the follow-up spear. It just locked down Arbed for the whole ult that was coming in.
And the
from
crazy
snap.
thing is, too, look at the tower HP in that bottom safe lane. After we see the Ember perhaps getting gone on a little bit.
We'll see if they can get it. They might. They've got
They
the,
might be able to.
Again, the 3 stuns are there. Arbed a couple of times now, back-to-back in this area of the map. It's not been a great place for
Bad.
No, and then you do see the tower.
Derp.
It is 100% HP. It has not been touched. This is a brood lane near 12 minutes. That dive not working out at all.
See around the mid. Chris ready to set up more, gets the toss back onto Fly, and of course back up. It's there. It always is here from Beast Coast. The 3 of them.
Oh, they're
take
gonna
down
go for
another
C-Smile.
Fly balls. We'll see RTZ turning up to the mid. This is quite an aggressive fight for the Terrapins to be involved in. I don't know if RTZ
Oh no. Oh, EG.
What's going on, Fox? From Arbed, dying 2 times down on the bottom. RTZ suddenly turns up to a very premature fight in the mid. 12 minutes in, he's stepping up to the mid high ground. You can't do that against
EG
Beast
going
Coast.
home,
Wanted
baby.
to try to come in just for a quick kill onto a core, but these guys, they're too fast around the map. EG's got to give more respect to these movements.
Absolutely.
This is devastating. Look at Nightfall even too, maybe.
We've just seen it happen to Arbed. We've just seen it happen to RTZ. and we've just
Bye-bye.
seen it happen to Nightfall. EG losing course
Bye-bye.
left, right, center here.
It's 12-2.
Thanks for cursing EG. Obviously, I need to curse them because my prediction is Beast Coast taking the series.
Absolutely. K1 even looking to top.
Won't be able to do too much on his own.
Just steal some agi. But he's got the diffusal blade finished up, so that's also another scare. The fact that Beast Coast can even start involving the Slark in every single one of these fights. RTZ can't come back to show up.
Is
for
this the
quite
fall
some
of the
time.
team that
Quick
dominated
pick
the
on
group
to Stinger
stage?
here.
Well, they've already fallen
Beast
once.
Coast side of the map.
If South America knocks them out, that would be fucking hilarious. SA over NA all day, baby. I'm gonna miss the DPC cast then.
But for going for these aggressive plays and losing these huge kills.
Yeah, it's devastating. They're trying to look for K1, perhaps. See Crit trying to, but no, he gets in the tree lines. Yeah, this is looking like a very good start here for Beast Coast, of course. Almost a blink even on the Mars, so... The distancing for TB, like, and usually the way he wants to play in backlines and hiding in the jungle, pretty much farming for most of the game, it's gonna be a lot harder now with Whisper having
Maybe
this type
got
of
some
stuff.
discounted
You
last
get
minute.
13 minutes in your offlaner.
Plane tickets, can't blame them if that's the case though.
Arbed will be fine. He's got remnants to play with. But taking a heavy bit of damage.
Only, I think, misses one of those globs. A super farm Snapfire.
Power in 9 seconds. East Coast, they'll want to make sure that Arbed doesn't get a hold of that.
They have the blink on Chris as well, too.
And the
Arbed picks
and
up
it
the
is
illusion.
Arbed able to grab it in time.
Chris is out of mana. trying to chase.
Kind of hard to chase though between
hard.
these two. Yeah, further TPs are coming in. He'll latch on with the searing chains, but Abed knows that he's got to be careful. Whisper turns up.
Abed might
Oh, Abed! Abed! Oh no! Why does he jump there instead of there?
I mean, they did not have the damage at all to try to go for the time. They had the spin and the Ember, no flame guard. That was...
And the kills, they're just going to keep rolling in, by the way.
Bad.
They find fly out. It's 15-3 here, 14 minutes in. Beast Coast, there's just no slowing them down here.
Let's see what Twitch chat's saying.
One of the lanes. Anytime somebody shows on EG, they get cleared out. Oh, look, some spiders as well, too. Whisper says, thank you. Level 11 already on this board.
Agent A, Agent
Anytime
A.
anyone shows, it feels like they can die now because of these double blinks that are set up and from these over-leveled supports. They're always going to be able to get the catch on EG.
That's some terrifying stuff here from Beast Coast so far.
Nightfall does have
How
pipe
does
done.
EG really get things together now, right? Like, who do they really want to rally behind? It feels like it's going to have to be like when the pipe comes out for Nightfall, which he does have now, so let's see what they can do with it.
They're going to try and get something going here off the back of a smoke.
Oh, see Small, he is very dead.
TPs are going to come in. See if they can take down
Oh, Stinger. Ulti. Actually, see Small's not dead.
To take down Chris, but Chris, he's out and he's alive. He's going to be fine. K1 charging in the front of the fight. He's in with the pounce on top of Arteezy. Avalanche just went onto the forward. The Arteezy will be able to get the Sunder up onto Fly.
Whisper has Arena,
Ahmed out of the fight. The Arena's down.
but misses everything.
They won't be able to hold Arteezy in position. Arteezy's going to be fine. For now turns towards K1. Pants back to the ready. Chris, he's in with the jump though.
The globs.
By the foil, kisses Arteezy melting to the damage of the Snapfire. Gujira takes him down. So Abed, is there more for him to find? He's going to try and keep the fight going, Abed. Jumps over towards Chris. Chains and the further enders, but the Avalanche is back up. Chris will still die.
What a fucking brawl. Abed's got regen though.
K1, Stinger and Gujira, they're ready to continue this fight as well here. 4 versus 4. They want to keep the action going. They get the bushwhack set up. Onto Stinger, stun. Into the angle of Crit Soul. EG find another.
Whew. I mean, they're pretty durable. You're definitely seeing that pipe coming into play. This 30 HP regen Broodmother just never getting low.
Two-man cookie.
Let's
Into
see.
the blast, but no further ability to send them back under the tower quite yet.
Oh, they could have
EG,
spared him, but
They may lose Arteezy in the fight, but they do take down 2.
Yeah. It started, I mean, it looked almost kind of disastrous at the start, but I think the Sleight of Fist actually canceled Whisper's Blink Dagger, and then he had like a little bit of an awkward jump with his ult and spear. That's why it ended up missing. But they're still going to keep going for these plays too.
that's his second perma IG this game
The momentum that they were able to
on
start
K1.
get going a little bit around that mid fight. Do end up losing Crit Bottom.
It does feel like EG is actually more cooldown reliant. Even though they're playing into a team that has like Mars ult and the CM ult, it does feel like EG has to be pretty careful if they want to, because it feels like they have to invive Arteezy when they go for these type of pushes, and he needs to have meta available, so it does feel like they have to play pretty slow on the side of EG versus Beast Coast, which is scary, because Beast Coast is not going to play slow at all. They're going to just
Small
constantly look to hunt. It's going to
It's
continue
very
to
scary on that
too, 'cause
tiny,
K1,
even though his net width is
he's
not at the top.
got a couple components finished already of that Aghanims. 3 pieces done. That's going to make it even easier for him to just stick onto that back line, get onto Arteezy.
Absolutely, and to be able to kite him out if things get dangerous when the meta's up.
Okay, Whisper opts to go for his shard early on since he's playing versus that TB. Tends to be one of the most valuable options when you're playing versus illusion cores. And he's very farmed. So doesn't hurt him too much to go for that this game.
See Beast Coast ready to set up around the mid. Let's see if they can get the combo up onto Abed. We're going to try with a slight Aaron. Immediate reaction. They're still finding
Abed.
toss
Oh
combo.
no.
But that quick
Sniper.
little dodge at the beginning, meaning that the full lockdown couldn't quite be there from Beast Coast. Abed will be fine. I mean, Gajira's going to go with the kisses. Whisper tries the arena, but won't manage to get the catch. This time, EG able to dodge the combo. Still to the side, though. Fly.
Stinger, ulti.
They try and attempt to fight with the arena being missed. Abed, Remnant at the ready, will be able to dodge out of the range of the Crystal Maiden ultimate. EG, they'll keep that distance for now. Arteezy.
Again, a meta pop by Artur.
In on this, but Beast Coast, they're out with the retreat. They pop the smoke and keep their distance.
That's a fresh meta. He just popped it.
This is such a
Could be
brawly
dangerous position
game.
here still for Arteezy. He could still
They're
take the
actually
pops.
playing
He has to fight
5v5
more
mid
around
wars.
him. He's going to need that near him. But all this time, looking down. Not getting any farm, not getting any pressure either. This tier 1 still standing. All tier 1s on the side of Beast Coast standing.
Saw a quick move there from Chris and Whisper down towards the bottom. Maybe seeing if they could catch out whoever turned up to clean up this bottom lane. It is Abed.
Not the spear just yet. They definitely
I
have
missed the
enough damage
mode
to
in
control
Han.
the max frost
It
by
was
Whisper.
fun.
If Arbet
Just fucking
shows
around.
again, that could be
5v5
Beast
mid
Coast.
wars.
Peter going, here we have it. Chris is in. Avalanche toss, spear back, TPs are coming in, but it's not going to be soon enough to save him. Arbet taken out by the combo once again from Beast Coast.
How many
It looked
deaths
like
is
he
that
kinda
on
maybe saw them,
Abed?
Maybe thought he was going to be
4.
tanky enough, but not way too much damage, way too much control that Beast Coast does have down here. Again, just continuing to make all these beautiful plays. And it's, I think that is going to be, yeah, the axe is going to be done now for K1 for Hector. He's having a phenomenal game, and they continue to shut down Abed. 0, 4, and 3 on this Ember Spirit.
See what sort of a defense EG can put together around these tier 1
What does
towers.
Broodmama have?
And
Okay, he
Beast
has
Coast ramping
Vlad,
up
so
the
at least
pressure
he
on
buffs
these
his
lanes.
spiders now by
I
2
mean,
damage.
It's pretty astonishing, right? The team that has the TB and the Brood are the ones that haven't been able to take a tier 1, and they've actually lost.
I miss
pretty much all
Manuel.
3 of them in
Hey,
the second
but
tier.
Rooney,
Beast Coast just really bringing that early
Baboka,
action in 20 minutes.
our guy Baboka made it
Not really
through,
giving any
taking down
opportunities for that Brood. As we mentioned, as
Liquid
Bobo was talking
2-0.
about it, they've gotten this Brood a lot of the times, but Beast Coast, they answered it pretty
So,
much.
value.
At least 4 or 5 of the picks in their draft, and so far you're
He
seeing
got
it
that
work pretty
prostitution
damn
money.
nice.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw obviously the other day in the series that EG played, right? Both games, they were able to get their hands on this SF that they've been winning through the group stages throughout, and it was clearly something that Thunder Awakened had planned for. You've got to ask yourself, you know, with the Brood being let through this game, it's probably something that Beast Coast had a pretty good idea of how to deal with, and so far looks pretty good. Top lane.
Whispers 817
Pick up these kills
on the
wherever
Mars.
they
He's
go.
top
I mean, as
net
long
worth
as
the
Beast
entire
Coast pretty
game.
much have a combination of any 2 of these heroes, they've got excellent kill potential.
Damage and control more than necessary. Whisper continues to have this crazy game. He's top
Hey,
net
sup,
worth
Carter?
still somehow on this off-lane Mars, 8, 1, and 7. I think it's something we've gotten used to, of course, with Whisper in some of his games where he just totally pops off, but this is ridiculous.
So EG finally able to get some pressure onto the tier 1 themselves. Bottom, this tier 1 should be gone. No interest here for Beast Coast.
Oh,
to do anything
Artur's
about
out of
that.
mana.
I've seen K1 get into
But-
the triangle.
He's got Arteezy at 0 mana, so they know that Arteezy can't fight now for the next few moments. They might look to pressure even harder. Or they might
Luckily
even
enough,
slow
there
the
was
match
no
up.
one there. Woke up with a
Just a
bad
full
flu today,
BKB.
damn it. Hey, maybe
Arteezy, so
I got
we'll
you
fail. We'll save from the
contaminated
team
because I've
fights
been
as
having
long
the
as he's
flu
able
for
to
like
get it
a
off
week
before
now.
that
They might,
first jump.
they
You
might
play
just go
golf?
Triangle though, right? Because Terrorblade no mana. They know
I
he can't fight. They're
didn't
gonna
know
just try to
that.
claim this area. Maybe
I've
get some
never
vision in the
played
area, too.
actual golf, only midget golf.
Everyone
or
very
mini
afraid.
golf.
They're like, let's rally around the pipe. Everyone
But
standing
if I
near
want to
that
play
pole, make
golf,
sure
I
they're
need
okay
to
versus the burst
first
damage.
be registered to a golf
See that
course,
thinking about trying
which
to
costs like a
set things
fortune,
up onto Whisper, but
and then
easy
also
hero to go for at all.
And he's got a BKB
Rent
coming out in terms
shit,
of right now. So even if they
which
try
costs
for the next
even
time,
more.
they might just get fully surprised and turned on.
I played golf for the last 5 months. Someone's trying to get off the weed.
209 last hits.
Smoke up from EG. They want to try and take this fight already. The Whisper
Oh, big catch from Whisper. The kisses. Boom, baby. AoE team fight. Stinger just chilling with the freezing field. Nightfall?
They will be able to take out the CM. K1 on the back line. He's gone straight for Fly. Another spear pushing back Arbet and Nightfall. Arbet did have a remnant at the ready to get out, but Fly won't escape. Leavable Nightfall and Avalanche.
It's looking bad for EG. Bad for EG.
They're trying to get out and look for these fights.
Only broke 100 3 weeks ago. 100 what? 100 strokes?
And this is, of course, is the problem.
100
How good
hits?
Beast
What
Coast
is it called?
at jumping EG.
Strokes?
RTZ just doesn't have the chance to get his BKB off. Look
For
at this,
18
still
holes, 100
Every single
strokes.
time, and they all are just following up each other
So
perfectly,
that's
right? Chris comes out of nowhere
like
and
5
just cleans
strikes,
it up. That's just
5 hits
amazing
per
really from Beast
hole.
Coast.
That's
Every
not bad.
time, more than
I think.
prepared for every single fight. Now they get a Roche.
So smooth
Don't
there
get
from
what
the
is fun in playing
kills, you know,
golf. I mean,
24/7.
compared to other
Look
sports.
at, look at Gojira,
I guess
right?
it's
I mean,
not
for me, his early game has been absolutely ridiculous.
intensive,
Him and Whisper,
Felix, and
7-0
it's more like
13 on this
relaxing,
He's kind of set that whole tempo
walking
from that
for a
bottom
day,
fight.
just
The kisses,
enjoying the weather and
yeah,
shit.
They're really crushing.
I
this
can
game
get
right now.
why people play
EG.
golf.
And we said, you know, maybe that pipe was going to be something they could perhaps try to rally
Especially
around.
if you're like
Has
too
not
old
been
to
the
play
case.
football.
I don't know what
They
the next
fight
timing
through it.
is. Yeah.
They fight through it. You know, sure, the magical's getting reduced a bit, but they've still got a heavy bit of physical, a big old punch, of course, coming out from the Mars, the tiny, the
If you
slow.
manage to hit the ball
After
correctly.
the stats build up with the essence shift. A lot of things that EG
Very
have to be
satisfied.
very, very scared of.
Or too fat to play
Beast
anything.
Coast are the
Exactly.
ones starting
It's
the
for
fight.
people
Yeah, it's
who
like they have this
still
fan
want to
who's
be
gonna give
like
this war cry for
sporting-ish,
Arteezy. Arteezy's
but
like, I don't need armor.
don't
I
have
need
the
to just
physique
survive.
to
I
be
need more
able to
XP and
still
some type of
play
more
actual
resist,
sports.
but they've got really all they can do for him.
And we
Beast
all
Coast
know
just
the
keeps getting
physique
onto
of
him with
Scart.
every single one.
So for EG now, you know, they You know, they did
I miss
try and
playing
smoke
football.
out, look for a fight with the BKB
I
on
miss
Arteezy.
playing
Now that there's an
football
Aegis
so
on K1, do you
fucking
just have to
much.
hold back on that
I
plan,
just
wait
want
for
to
the
play,
performance
have
to
a
pass,
day
or
where
you
I
still
can
have to
play a
take that
match.
risk, try and make that
Just-
move?
I don't know. I don't know what they can really do. The pressure is so immense, really, from how ahead all three of these cars are. Who can they really burst down? It's got to be like some type of support. So pretty difficult at the moment. East Coast
I
just
play from 9
really
a.m.
controlling
to
the map
6.
perfectly.
Bro,
I don't think you could ask for a more crisp 24 minutes.
what do you even do then? It's a
Kill
Thursday.
After kill after kill.
Kill a minute, right?
It really
For
has
them.
been, yeah.
And it's on the. It's not like it's on the supports every single time. Sure, Fly. You know, he's got 8 deaths. He's got a lot because he's had the soak for the TB. But look, the deaths on the course too, right? 0-3 on Arteezy, 0-4 Abed, 3 kills on Nightfall. It's been great pressure on every single one of those cores from Beast.
I mean, what would you sort of consider the next potential chance or sort of item that the EG, one of their cores, is going to be able to pick up, could give them a better shot at being able to take these team fights? What are they looking towards next as the next sort of power spike that they'll be able to get towards against this pressure of Beast Coast?
I mean, it's the BKBs that are going to come out for
I
both
also
of
like
the cores.
playing
The Amber
at
probably needs one
Holes,
too, but the
Cougar
problem
Golf.
is that
That's
they're
how it's
playing
called.
into
The best
double
kind.
BKB already. Actually, the triple BKB that's going to be coming
Got
out
a
from the
carpal
cores
tunnel
of
syndrome.
East Coast. So it's
Well, I don't think you get it from
It's just
playing
not
golf
an
for
easy
5
thing to do
months.
at all.
Crit, chased down by Whisper.
Fat people also play baseball.
bottom lane,
Fat
T2
people
in
also play
trouble.
American football.
Not something that EG is going to be able to do too much about right now. They've just got to stay away from Beast Coast. Scramble towards these next items on their cores and not prepared to fight.
It's like they have to avoid fights, and even when these situations get into the point where they have to take a fight, I don't know how they're going to really do it. They're going to have some complete miracle where the
Well, they
Tower Blades
do
able to
have
sit in the back and
Artur
just
with the
wail on
BKB
targets, but
now.
even then, they're so durable. These cores are just so tanky on the side of East Coast, and they're not easy to hit.
They're slippery.
There's so many different ways to just reset in
I like
another
to
fight.
play the same
And he
golf
doesn't
that my
even
boy
have shot yet,
Baboka
so that's
likes
gonna
to
make
play.
it so
You
even
like to
everyone
go
else
to
is gonna be a lot
prostitutes?
slipperier too for Arteezy to stick onto.
I didn't know you visited the sex
We'll
workers.
push back the TP just from Crit though. The rest of EG able to continue to stay out on the map at least. Still being able to farm despite Beast Coast being as close as they are to EG's base right now. Now swing over towards the mid. Beast Coast look to push towards another tier 2.
HIV, bro.
Force EG back into a defensive position.
Actually, no, I don't know what the prostitution rules are in your country. Over here, it's legal, and everyone has to be tested by law, so... Well, that's a quick BKB waste.
He just has to book it. A meta BKB to run. That says everything about the current game state.
Whisper now godlike on the Mars.
He almost, I mean, he's on his way to his refresher. He's pretty close to having it already. That is, I mean, that's definitely the most farm Mars I think I've ever seen. 14K.
It's not legal over there? Ah, right.
This is crazy. Level 18 as well.
Dyer's courier has been killed.
Immediately kill the courier too. Nightfall.
One smile. Chris Luck here. He in the bottle, ready for the next jump.
Yeah, go finish back up to this is them pulling it for BKB.
That's a huge amount of burst between the battle and physical. He jumps at his target.
Okay. What?
The thing is too, they can jump
Okay.
pretty recklessly on all 3 cores because they can probably just BKB reset out of the fight right afterwards. ZG now kind of having to watch.
I was
their
meant
T2
to be
just
broken
drop
anyway,
while
man
TZ
of
tries to
culture.
find some farm, but
Yeah,
BKB on cooldown, meta on
right,
cooldown. The
Garta?
whole map is Beast
Break
Coast.
the law is very
And
good.
even
A
if
very
that
good
goes,
idea.
The map is still pretty much there.
Mid K1. He knows now with his Zags, and of course with a minute left on the Aegis, he can start to tease around with EG right underneath their tier 4s.
Look how spooked they are. He forces the Wraith Pack. Like, that's how scared Nightfall is, even though he's at his tier 3. And we mentioned earlier, of course, that Wraith Pack that's going to get cleared every fight from the Little Shredder.
The setup on a Chris, good force start there to get Chris out of the combo, away from the sharpshooter.
Early kisses being thrown. Bit of a whiff.
Chris is falling a little low, he's holding on to the BKB. And I bet he's thinking about committing.
C-Smile's a little bit too low in HP.
Forward. In fact, it's K1 that's going to be the one jumping on him, and now there's going to be a follow-up. They'll be able to
I
keep
bet's
him
dead.
down.
Oh, he didn't jump. He continued fighting inside. The Pounds waited and waited. Didn't want to jump away. Didn't expect Whisper.
And of course, but just before this fight, just so close to the BKB on the Ember, about a couple of hundred gold he was away, Abed, but didn't have it for this fight.
Cookie.
Now, beyond the racks,
Oh.
East Coast, they're ready to just continue
Oh, that's actually
fighting in.
disgusting how well that
Arteezy
went.
TP'd up, but he's low on mana.
He has to just BKB to walk
He
away.
has his
Oh,
TP
boy.
in, it's a BKB and a move back to the base. So he'll heal up, but even when he's done, he won't be able to present himself here towards this barracks defense. As Beast Coast, they'll push him,
Meta and
force out
10.
the fortification.
I mean, they probably click on Whisper and they're like, oh god, he has another full round of everything because he has this refresher. We can't take the fight. And no BKB. Rax is going to drop. EG can do nothing but watch.
Team take the first rack skill. Beast Coast. Fuck, another one wrong. I had that one correct, please.
He still has 72 agi. So
2 more minutes. 2 more minutes. Come on, Beast Coast. You got this.
Give a little bit of respect here to EG. I mean, they're happy to sort of play this one out.
They also just got like 2,000 gold on every single hero, right? Like everyone just got a full item injection. Sure. Like, they're gonna pick those up, wait for the next fight, clean up the area of the top side, get that tower.
The Jiro almost a Lotus Orb.
Because they can just take any fight on
Always nice, especially against the Stormhammer.
As well. Looks like he's going to be picking up the Lotus here for the team. Bash has just been grabbed up by K1.
They're so farmed. This Snapfire is getting close to being at the same levels of the Ember and the Brutes. And he's got Lotus done, so tons of different ways to protect his teammates. Yep. Great spells to either dispel.
Anybody can go in.
Safe lane Rasta or supports Fen, which is worse. Sports Fen's actually really good. Because this, and Shard. He gives 22 armor to his allies.
How aggressive and
if he lanes with like a Morph or something ranged in the safe lane, it's actually pretty okay.
Like we were mentioning Gojira a lot this game, and you see why when we bring that up. 14.4k.
I mean, he's 8-0-14. The man hasn't died this
safe lane, Shadow Shaman. I know Skylark likes playing it, but personally, not a big fan because his attack and cast range is shit.
EG, alright, they've grouped up.
Was able to finish his next time. He's picked up the Silver Edge.
Alright, I mean, we'll see what it's going to be able to do. Do they even have the damage to go through any of these cores? Will they kill any of the cores? Is the question.
Or they find Gojira.
It's been quite the problem. So getting rid of him at the start of the fight, not a bad move here for EG. See if they can get more. Beast Coast very quick to drop down the arena. Now K1 he's able to jump over towards Ahmed.
What's Nightfall doing?
Got the BKB done for this fight, but there was a cut the bash on K1, so Ahmed's going to
Oh, Stinger with the ults.
Turns over was Nightfall. Nightfall able to get down to low ground. Whisper will deal with Flyer. God's rebuke to take him down. K1 jumps forward. He's looking to hunt down the Spider. Nightfall attempting to juke around the trees, and buyback comes out from Fly. EG. Now the BKB for Chris is about to come to an end. RTZ attempting to close the gap on him.
They want to get one of these cores so bad.
I mean, Chris is getting pretty low.
They get the kill onto Chris, luck.
Is able to finish him off. Stinger as well looks to be in trouble. Pops to go Scepter. They'll block him up.
That's a big team fight.
All right, seems like the plan is get on top of the Snapfire, remove Gojira from the fight.
Not a bad plan. Not a bad plan at all, as we saw there. They only had to commit one buyback there, EG. Fly.
The tiny core players lately, they don't
I mean, it's the first time
buy Shard anymore.
No,
normally they wait for second Roshan and get the Shard for free from Rosh.
Quite a lot more of those, but at least they finally do get a kill onto that core.
Or they rush Ags, but in this case he's not even going Ags, he's going AC.
Or at least them be able to do so far this game, getting Gojira.
Look at Whisper, he's 12-1 and 12.
And did end up giving that bit of an opening that, I mean, as we saw in the damage numbers, once you sort of remove the highest DPS hero from the team, things are probably going to go a little bit better for you in these team fights.
Yeah. Yeah, they were able to get a good wraparound and just good connection because the Mars ult also didn't connect perfectly. And so Slark a bit low mana, they all just were a bit awkward about going for a full commitment on the
Going
fight
for the Scythe of Ice, so double Hex during a team fight as well.
EG still needs quite a lot more of those. Even though you see TB, he's getting close to that Mars net worth. He's actually ahead of the Slark now. As we said, there's still a lot of things that get on him. Still a tough game for him to carry.
Let's have a look. I see sort of how Beast Coast come back out onto the map after suffering that last bit of a rough team fight, the roughest they've had.
Gojira, what a beast. He's also 8-1 and 14 on the fucking snap.
Of course, they're straight back over onto EG's half of the map. They know that they still have
SA being the reason, like, it's gonna be hilarious if Beast Coast is the reason that EG made it to TI, and then EG is the reason that Beast Coast is the reason EG gets eliminated at TI. It all comes around. They just got them to TI to eliminate them.
They're probably going to go back and check that Rosh in a few seconds since they have all this ward. These wards set up, they have all the lanes in good position. Chris still kind of looking for something, but he's just going to catch the next wave. Yeah, now it's scouted.
Gee, they've hit the timing here with the smoke themselves. They'll try and get over. See what they can do. This area, knowing that potential is there for Roshan to be back up.
So many eyes early on RTZ. If he
yeah, look, Whisper's bottom, and C-Smile's not there.
That's a fair bit of damage. It's Crit with the jump. I mean, it's not a bad jump again. They found Gojira to start the fight. They're in onto the Snapfire and taking him down. K1 turns over towards Crit. Crit trying to get away with the pounces in. Whisper goes in with the arena, but the BKBs are out from EG. See Abed look to chase down Stinger. Stinger will die before the TP is successful. The BKBs for both sides about to come to an end.
They're gonna take Rosh.
I mean,
Without the BKBs, I mean, it looks to be
they're going
EG.
in themselves now.
Actually, having the meta still going.
They still have another arena.
The two supports.
Whisper still has another round of ult. Gonna refresh. He does get seen. The illusion's on him.
Chris in with the job. 3-man avalanche.
Abed blown to smithereens.
Taking out the Ember. Abed does have a buyback available if he wants to commit towards this Roshan fight. And Nightfall trying to escape the arena, but he's trapped in.
Whisper's dead though, and that's still Roche.
Dies in return. He'll immediately buy back to get over towards the Roshan.
Oh, this is getting dangerous. Ava? Das? Oh! Oh!
They attempted to finish off the Roshan, but they didn't respect the buyback there from Whisper and the ability for Beast Coast to jump into the pit once more.
So many ways, as we mentioned from earlier, it's just tons of ways
Dude,
to jump in and
I
out.
swear from there are 3 teams that would have tried to go back in for that fight at TI, and Beast Coast is one of them. Nearly every other team would have said, fuck it, let them take the Aegis plus Roche.
The excellent calls here continue from Beast Coast
the Aegis plus Shard.
that they made. You saw no hesitation from Whisper with that buyback.
Yep. A pretty admirable fight though for being 14,000 gold.
Who's the other two? Thunder Awaken and Entity probably, because they're coming with their fucking wild.
Maybe even losing all of the racks here.
I mean, it's going to go down pretty fast here to the right clicks.
Yeah.
Oh, Chris on the tiny.
And K1, he still has some stacks too, so top. They've got one more glyph.
Maybe
he's respawning, but no meta when he's up 30 seconds.
And they may only have one more fight as well, EG. They're going to have to pull everything together here for this last stand against Beast Coast. It's Beast Coast.
They'll give the respect, they'll back it up.
Further big items being picked up. AC is complete here for Chris.
Lincoln's for K1.
Yeah, they're like, we don't need to really fully rush it here.
No, you do, because I have, it needs to be within 2 minutes.
Almost a hex finished up also on Whisper, so.
Entity played safe, they need 100k gold advantage. Yeah, but
here.
they tend to run fucking blind into the enemy as well at multiple times.
Make it at this point. They seem risky, but they have to take these risks, EG.
Yeah. They're sending
the only way they get back into the game.
Yeah, they're sending the spiders to scout all over. We're seeing them from Nightfall up top lane, so they're trying to find somebody bottom side. And look who it is again.
Load sorb yourself next time, you dingus.
Oh!
Now they're completely out of position.
They certainly have it. The Snapfire's alive. Things are probably going to go rather bad for EG as Fly goes down. Arteezy holding on to his BKB for now.
They know where he is though. Whisper, he gets the catch.
BKB is there from Arteezy, and immediate response is the passion there from K1. Now Arteezy
Arteezy's still unlocked.
Arteezy goes down. No buyback available for him as Beast Coast, they're ready to go for more. Abed able to BKB TP out. But EG, they've got to try and hold here with just the 3 of them against the full 5-man push from Beast Coast.
Okay, he just got completely. He also pops meta there, so they know he doesn't have meta for a fight, so there's nothing for Beast Coast to fear. Even with a buyback.
Got speared. I know it's the fight that they tried to get a catch onto the snap and they just get fully surrounded.
The 2 times they've managed to come out top was when they've been able to catch Gojira. Outside that they couldn't, and indeed they'll tap out. There's no coming back from this.
Yes, my prediction is in the books.
In game 1,
look at that, 37 minutes. Hey.
It was pretty much perfection from Beast Coast from start to end.
Yeah, I mean, I have to give so much credit really to this.
Outside of the 2 rough fights, it was pretty much perfection from Beast Coast from start to end.
Yeah, I mean, I have to give so much credit really to this top lane, right? Yep. The Mars and the Snapfire, they really set the tempo for this game. I mean, Chris Luck too, of course all of them had their parts in it, but that top lane for me, they were doing everything. They were making moves around the map, they're setting up the kills. Whisper somehow top net worth majority of the game. That was quite a performance really.
SA domination.
And it was all 3 cores, right? Like we mentioned, it wasn't like they're
Viva la Peru!
They're getting the kills on the big targets.
It really was, and it's something that we've seen in the past from Beast Coast when they get themselves onto the main stage here at
I wish I'm there right now.
They just pop off to another level. The way
so
they're in sync with
am I.
each other, it just doesn't get any better. And EG, they're going to have to step it up coming into game 2.
I predicted EG game 1, that's true.
Beast Coast are going to be on a bit of a different level here as they'll get the
draft-wise, I still think that EG had a better draft, but they just got fucked in the early game.
And Fog, yeah. Beast Coast coming out of the gates super strong here in game one, defending their towers, dominating their lanes, making all the rotations, all while simultaneously keeping their hair. What a victory. Guys, do you want to break down a little bit? What did you think about the game?
Just an incredible game from Beast Coast.
Is Shiva not going to be, or is Shiva only doing like the main playoffs?
Towers and kind of choking at the map. So Beast Coast were like, let's just dumpster our lanes, let's just dominate this early game, and then this EG entire concept just never came online. So you didn't get to see EG play their style of game.
Well, we were quite excited about the EG concept, and I think Bulber even said we get to play around.
Have you ever gotten COVID? No, I have not.
They looked like they were setting the pace of the draft, but then it all, after the draft.
The concept is good, but in Dota,
Shiva was the host for the first two seasons. God damn it! I don't get to see Shiva.
It doesn't matter. And they did get dominated quite a bit everywhere. Later on in that first rotation towards the bottom lane, it needed to work. If that doesn't work, they all just crumble. And exactly that happened because Whisper and Gojira, they had such a good start. They had levels on time. They could rotate, and this is exactly what we're talking about right here.
Nope.
Yeah, and this is the where they overstayed their welcome.
Okay, with any other symptoms apart from the headache.
And,
I know from friends that they didn't get a headache.
Whisper to me. Let's
He's
go.
way too good. Like 13, 14 minutes, he had the highest net worth in the game, like 7,000. He's got every small item that you need on Mars. Like that might be one of the biggest downsides to Mars. You have to buy a bracelet, a soul ring, phase boost, so on, and it can delay your blink really hard. But he had all of that by 14 minutes, and he was just so active. He's going to bot, right, responding to dives, getting those kills, rotating again, getting that blink, making more plays happen. He was just the complete crucial point for Beast Coast Draft to play around his timing. He set the tempo so well for everything they wanted to do.
Yeah, and even in this fight that you're seeing here, unfortunately, Arteezy not
going down to Suntech to find Eva Elfie. Oh yeah, she's there. I saw the fucking. That's still weird.
And a cleanup by Beast Coast.
And sometimes these small items, they truly do hurt you. They delay your blink dagger, but just like Sheep said, small items in a game such as this one actually work in his favor because he has mana always to spam out versus the Broodmothers, so he can't really assault the towers. He can position himself really well in front of that tier 1 tower, just defend it forever. Meanwhile, EG, I feel like they got caught in this, okay, we're losing, but they forced the tier 1 tower a little bit too hard too many times. That's why you just saw Arteezy. He gets picked off before the BKB is popped. Why? Because they have all the vision they need. They know exactly where EG is all the time.
Yeah, and then again, congratulations to Beast Coast, really setting pace. And I know you guys have a lot of questions. You want all the answers here at the panel, and one of the most important questions, hairlines, this man can answer for you.
I have a terrible hairline, and I reciprocate with all the players who have gone bald, and I one day will be bald myself. But the Yatara effect. This is the most critical thing we have right now. We have multiple players at TI11 who are going bold. Don't forget Yataro, at the previous TI, he had never beaten VP during the DPC. He shaves his head, bam, 2-1, beats VP, all right? We have Skem, draws with Team Spirit. Can't beat them at the Arlington Major. He then goes bald, bam, beats them. We then have Panda. He plays against EG in the Anna Major on no ping. He loses to them 2-1. Guess what? He goes bald. He then wins 2-0 against EG. So finally, Arteezy, Bald Teezy, hasn't beaten Beast Coast yet. Draws with them 1-1. Yet to find out if he can beat them. He lost game 1. The bald effect dictates he has to, in theory, statistically, that this time they aren't lying, Naz, he should win. But if he doesn't beat them, it's over. The Yatara effect has crumbled.
So
this is one of the biggest storylines.
Fucking this small thing also has.
Really is. And so we need
what's
to
it called? Satsy
go
health?
to an expert.
I actually don't know the fucking English word for that. Oh no.
Hello, 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 hello. He has decided to join us, and we will bring our energy together like a bold spirit bomb. Ladies and gentlemen, bold boys for Arteezy. Bold boys for Arteezy. Bold boys for
Arteezy. Bold boys for Arteezy.
Taking our tour. Woo!
Can I play?
Yes, bold people for Arteezy. Bold people for Arteezy. Bold people for Arteezy. Bold people for Arteezy. Let's go.
And also go everybody.
That's it. That's the bit. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Some insight. That was some insight.
Fucking hell.
Exclusive. You've never heard it before.
Oh.
And does that change your opinion on, you know, what?
No, I think Beast Coast probably going
That
to
was a bald Asian. I think Filipino that was bald.
But a lot of bounce back from EG required because, yeah, Beast Coast was a step above.
Yeah, and now they've
It
got a
looked
little bit of
Filipino.
momentum. And of course, this is lower bracket. EG can go home. Beast
Maybe
Coast
Malaysian.
only need one match to finish
Nah,
this
I think
one
he looked more
out.
Filipino.
Lizard, I interrupted you again, as I am the silent
I'm very
panel
happy
to
you
you.
did because
On the
that
right
bold
side, I
energy
think.
is way too strong. I forgot my thoughts anyway, so it's all good.
All right, and Sheeps, you know, you've been bigging up that team. Game 2, though, looking at EG, where are you thinking for EG?
Oh, it's hard, right? Because everything comes down to the lanes and the start of the lanes and making sure that those go well. Because it's hard, no matter what your draft looks like. Like you said earlier, if you lose the lanes, it's just too hard to play the rest of the game. So focusing on making sure that goes well is just the first stepping stone for playing against Beast Coast. Because Beast Coast are just a team that likes to win lanes, group up, fight, push you, fight. So you have to be able to fight back.
Yeah, but of course, we mentioned a little bit earlier that you put up some stats. It was EG have, you know, dominated, so to speak, a little bit more over Beast Coast, or at least the SA region. So is this a new position for them?
So I think the EG's always just drawn out with Beast Coast. I think, what was it? EG's normally, statistically against Beast Coast, they always win game 1, then they lose game 2.
Okay.
So it's the first time in the last 3 matchups where EG's actually lost game 1. So maybe it's all changed now. Maybe just Beast Coast is leveled up. But yeah, EG normally has SA's number, but right now it doesn't look that way.
I want a little bit more about this. I want more history. And to bring us some history, it's Tsunami.
They've had SA's number for a very long time. In fact, I want to take you real far back. EG in South America, this is a storied rivalry. All the way back to, let's say, 2015. Let's say Evil Genius's PPD.
Hardly any
Does that ring a
bald
bell
Asian.
to you? And them always going head-to-head in South America. Back then, it was the Brazilians. It was Pain Gaming. Can't really say that SA was too respected of a region back then. PPD, he didn't want to play on those servers. Old Universe, though, he was trying to come to the defense of South America. It took a little bit of time, though. It took the Dota Pro circuit to really foster the region. It took all the way to, let's say, the Anna Major, when things started to finally turn around. Poor Beast Coast was on the cusp of being able to qualify to TI. It was all up to Evil Geniuses. EG had to take out 2 of the teams, TNC and Enigma Galaxy, to let Beast Coast in to TI-10. Te quiero mucho, Arturito. But it goes both ways. Beast Coast, they'll repay their debt. 1 year later, come to TI-11, the Arlington Major. All of a sudden, EG's in trouble. They're in just the border of being able to directly qualify. Fnatic and Outsiders, if they place high,
Save it, Frank.
sayonara to Evil Geniuses. But Beast Coast repays their debt. They save Private Artezi, and they bring EG all the way to this TI. Now, will Beast Coast giveth and taketh away? Will they do it in a 2-0 fashion? We'll have to find out with this next game.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. Yeah, it's, you know, there's a history, and it's. I want to say hi, by the way, Tsunami. How are you doing? I hope they're going to turn your mic back on in a moment.
I'll hang out. I'm doing great. How are you?
Yeah, we've seen you over in the corner, kind of preparing these segments. You've been playing a lot with your new toys.
I have been. It's been a delight to augmented reality enhance the experience. I thought that you were a hologram for the first day.
Yeah, I also got told, though, you did say you asked to make all the Dota heroes smaller. Could you tell us?
Listen, the scale is just inherently off. There are mere pixels on my screen. I'm glad that you're all sitting, because then I would also feel somewhat underscaled. But we're fine right now. No, please stop.
Wait.
I'm not a fan
Don't break the panel.
anyway, so.
This is why they only let a certain amount of people over here, because too many Dota commentators in one room and panelists. It just goes haywire. But to get your opinion on Game 2, what are you thinking between EG and Beast Coast?
I know Bulba was particularly thrilled about getting the Broodmother as a first pick. I remain reluctant. Nightfall's been doing great on the hero. In fact, I think this was only his 2nd loss on the Broodmother. But time and time again, I see stubbornness be the downfall for Evil Genius drafts. I think Broodmother might be one of those things that they might need to go back to the lab, and same thing with the Sven. I know Fly's been doing great on Sven as well, but it's becoming a bit telegraphed. You can get away with it in group stage, but come bracket play, come against South America, you got to wrap it up.
All right, and the teams are on their way out. Thank you very much, Tsunami, and we look forward
Isn't
to
that sound from
more
fucking...
AR and more Tsunami, and hopefully Purge in the future as well.
This is the fucking CSGO sound, isn't it?
For game 2, this is potentially the elimination
Or am I
game
tripping
for
balls?
Evil Geniuses. Tsunami mentioned, yes, maybe stubborn, but they've, you know, a seasoned team. They've got a lot that they can show
it's
here
Dota.
on stage. They've got
Why
a
am
lot
I
that
tripping?
they can draft. You know, I'm really looking forward to see if they can, you know, kind of
It
get
actually-
RTZ more
isn't
involved
it
and
CS:GO?
more comfortable. It did feel
Or is
like
it
those
both?
lanes really kind of didn't allow him to play his game. But on the side of Beast Coast, what a great storyline. If they can come through this lower bracket, beating out EG would be huge. And, you know, so many South American fans, you know, this has really been a great year for SA.
Yeah, 100%. And you're mentioning about how great that previous game was. I think in the pre-show we mentioned how EG, they rely on like Arbed, Crit, they kind of unlock everyone else to play. Beast Coast did an exceptional job at just preventing them from having their games, so we never got to see EG hit their form.
I mean,
that
Arbed
allowed them
died
to
like
top their
15
groups. And
times.
ever since that loss to Boom, then they lose to Thunder, Awaken, and now this game as well. It's like we feel like we've not seen EG really leave laning phase with a position in which they can play. I feel like they've now had multiple games just back to back where they just entered hoping for a mistake from their opponents.
But that's usually EG as well, right? Like their mid lane might win, but overall they look for an evenish laning stage, a draw perhaps, and then they slowly control the map, they farm it all up. They were never considered like this ultra aggressive team that's going to get on your side of the map and just destroy you early on. They're more methodical.
It did feel, though, that they were sort of lacking the idea of what they were meant to do, because your lanes went badly, but you're not without tools. We looked a lot at RTZ and the utilization of TV. A lot of these times the carry will go to the off lane and help push the tower, and when you have Brood, you want to sort of take this tower and unlock more of the map, because if Beast Coast are defending their mid tower, which was a massive priority for them, you can at least try then to fan out across the map and outfarm them a little bit. And you're not doing that when you're not taking these towers. So we saw RTZ instead go mid with the meta and die there. Instead, I think if they had used more of their forces to go bot and take that tower, that would have been a stepping stone to start getting the map back.
Yeah, for sure. Just being able to open up the map and just play your heroes. And like when you look at the historical games between EG and Beast Coast, the times that they are beating Beast Coast is when they have just really strong, robust lanes that can take the fight. Like in Arlington, they had Viper Marcy. In the Stockholm Major, they had Tidehunter with some Shaman, Quaps. Like these heroes that just do well and then just overwhelm at a strong point. And this previous game, it was more just we exist, take towers, and we continue farming, and then we pressure.
But you could see the idea, right?
Yes.
Like eventually, if the TB has a decent, like we can't just backtrack everything we said during.
No. Like, I mean, if the Brood had a good lane, it's
yeah.
completely different, right?
Exactly. You kind of take over the enemy map, then the Ember can actually catch the backlines. In this game, Abed felt neutral. Like he couldn't do anything. He couldn't cut to those backlines. He couldn't deal with the Crystal Maiden or with Gojira, and they played extremely well. Like we just can't talk about these things that EG hasn't done.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they're going to do this time round. Thank you, Lizard, because we're ready for game 2. We'll be heading into the draft momentarily.
Beast Coast versus Evil Geniuses. Game 2.
Game 2. Getting ready to start. The draft is, as they said, moments away, as they will soon be getting their first bans. And this could be EG out of the international, but of course, you know, not necessarily. But if you were to, you know, winning this, and you know how the games work, but what would you say if you were kind of back with EG? Like, where would the talk be? Because it's not that they've just lost their first game. It's that actually this is a continuation of a bit of a lost streak. So if you're a captain, if you're a coach, are you kind of now getting a little bit worried?
No, I don't think you should have fear at all at this point. I know it's hard, but
well, he's a panelist now, so you wouldn't be able to get him.
No, I wouldn't. That's true. Anyways, I'm going to try my best. My mum might be proud. But yeah, I think it's more about identifying what's gone wrong. And I think I mentioned it before. They've had like 4 or 5 games in a row now where they've not left laning phase with any wins to a lane, pretty much, it feels like. So they need to go in and go, let's respect Beast Coast aggression. Let's try and match some fight, at least in lanes. We don't need to be super aggressive playstyle and change EG, but we just need to be able to enter the lane and go, we're going to kill this hero, we're going to dominate a lane. And that's probably it. Just a little pep talk. Kill them.
Perhaps something like different position 5 can help with that. Because if you identify the losses as well,
just
you
like getting all the
5. You have a Sven. Later
the
on,
hair out of these.
Of course, he's strong.
You know,
He
those
brings
bags
utility.
that
He
fill
brings
up
the war
box.
cry. In the laning stage
Like
itself,
throw them away.
it doesn't set up kills, and
it's not a
won't-
Marcy.
Exactly, and it won't really dominate the lanes. You have to respect that Beast Coast are coming out all guns blazing. Like if you lose the laning stage that hard, they won't let you recover.
Yeah, and maybe that's a little bit of confidence from EG with like, hey, you know, lanes we can win and lose a couple, but don't worry, we're going to fall back on this mid-timing. But unfortunately, last match they lost all 3 lanes. Sheep, you know, still on the EG train. Do you agree? Just like, you know, focus on. No, we're on the EG train right now.
I want to get off. I want to get on the Beast Coast train.
You want to get off the EG train because it could be going over a cliff. Okay.
I gotta get out of here.
Yeah, you've got first-class tickets to Beast Coast. you're sat up front. Yeah. So Beast Coast, what are they thinking if they come in together? They've got room to play, but of course you don't really want to play in a lower bracket, even though you're 1-0 up.
Oh no, they love playing in the lower bracket, I'm sure. I think for both teams, obviously Beast Coast can just keep playing the way they're playing. It's working for them. They have a comfort. They are in their style now. They kind of. This is one of the good things about group stages. You sort of just like figure out the kinks and problems that your team has if you're losing there and take to the bracket. But for EG.
SA is their kryptonite.
Hopefully they're able to assess.
Yeah.
Bob was able to help them assess like.
It seems so, but of course it's still not done
vision
yet.
Of their win condition for the game and weren't able to really put pressure on that. So if they go into this game too with more of like an idea, maybe like we said, easier lanes, maybe an actual way to take towers more easily, right? Like a track.
I think it was like
whatever.
20 minutes until the first tower went down.
Yeah.
The Beast Coast.
Like. That is a very efficient way for them to get a foot in the game and give themselves the breathing space to be able to execute their strategy.
I just love the fact that we enter this draft and it's instantly 3 bans, like one after the other. And then it's like the final ban is let's think about it. And this time the adaptation is simply EG is going to be first pick. So Beast Coast, they now need to pick 2 heroes, respecting the fact that if EG wants to continue the Brood train, they're not going to be able to counter pick after seeing Brood. They're going to have 3 bans will occur, and then they get to go for it. So Brood's in the mind of Beast Coast once again.
And there's so many heroes as well, right, that have to be in your mind. It's the Brood Mother, it's the Marcy, there's also the Lash, there's Enigma as well that's in the pool, that's unpicked. They go with the Nyx. Is this a possible Lash then follow-up by Beast Coast?
Yeah, they played Lash on the second pick before. They've done Nyx and Enigma before, but Lash doesn't sound too bad, just to give you some at least covering. Not the best hero for laning, but once you have items, it's decent. And
they go with
Lash, yeah.
I feel like Nyx is a giveaway, right? If you're picking it that early on, you're setting up for the Lash. Meanwhile, the Crystal Maiden alone might not prevent you from going Enigma, but Crystal Maiden...
Oh, they got Lash and Nyx. Gojira Nyx is just
that's
scary.
Decently good against Enigma, and you can't really lane there. We've seen PSG.LGD even, like Fade Beyond. He picks that Enigma. If he gets countered by 1 hero, it doesn't feel that impactful.
Yep, a refreshing change. EG, they have the opportunity to go for the Brood, but no, they just go for a Beastmaster. They're seeing what Beast Coast is picking up, You pick up this Beastmaster, you play around him. We see the value of Nyx Vendetta. If teams are grouped up, it's kind of weak, so now it's forcing Beast Coast to think about that a little bit differently, and emphasis on countering Beastmaster on the lane.
By the way, did you guys expect Crystal Maiden to have as sick of a win rate as she is having at the moment? Like, what's happening here? Before
she's
TI...
got Arcana coming.
Oh, okay, I see.
Another one?
Do you know in the team meeting before TI starts?
Arcana for the Wolf.
Darta, I already have a feeling that it's going to be a very sad story, so I'ma not fucking touch that one.
I think her win rate makes sense though.
Good old
because she's
days
so
when
good
they
against
used
a
to
lot
have
of the
3v
heroes in
projections with
this
the big heroes in the
tournament,
arena.
and secures so much of
They
the safe
do
lane.
if it's
like this Enigma having
any
one of
major.
the biggest like ban rates and pick rates,
we play
right?
doing it.
CM's just nice against him in the lane. And the same with this Brood, like all this attack slow that she provides and the kill threat in lane, it seems to be really nice. We've totally seen a shift in POS 5s going from these old Warlocks and Dazzles and stuff that just secures the lane to we're just going to try and kill the offlaner, and CM's great at that.
Yeah, did you expect that? Because the moment they nerfed Region, everyone was all in. Like, all in on the healers, right?
I thought that
Everything
was weird,
switched up, yeah.
because we didn't used to have this meta of sharing salves, which meant that Dota was used to be in a playable state where we didn't rely on just healing. So it made sense for me that we did move to this.
All right,
yeah, exactly.
Carries got so pampered. All cores got pampered. Bottle refills, salves. This is the finally supports get to play the heroes they want to play.
I'm just happy that bottle buying didn't ever become too popular.
You mean the
because
POS 5?
I remember there was a month in which my mid lanes would ping me, buy me a bot lane. I'm like, bro.
I'm pretty sure Celery did that to
It's
Boom
not
a couple
happening.
times.
James tried that as well.
Some carries like to be bottle fed. Not gonna name names.
Sure, that's what you like.
Naming it.
I say carries, but you know,
I like the gratitude that the carry gives me when I buy them.
the joke did not land. Continue, panel.
Sorry, this has been derailed.
I'm not going to say that. Let's go. Continue.
No, I like this moment of awkwardness, actually. I'm just going to continue saying nothing.
The background noises are so fucking loud.
Lizard, Sheeps, take us away.
Recently, my humor went darker and darker.
Opening from EG can really snowball into a death ball type lineup.
Terrifying.
It can be the complete opposite of what we saw last game, where they were more
having some coke.
late game timing of TB with our
I don't
mid-game
think he's
road
having.
timing. This time they have a Beastmaster.
What, like
There's a chance he gets
Coca-Cola
covered
or
in the lane,
cocaine?
which could kind of slow their timing down.
Bulba as well.
You know, we've seen like Visages pair up well with the Beastmaster. Marcy's still in the
Let's
pool,
go!
aggressive support that can rotate on mid. You can really start to apply a lot of pressure to these lanes, because Beastmaster, even if he has a rough lane, he can still skill the boars, get 2 boars, go jungle camp if you need to. Like Zai used to play a lot like that.
And the utility that he brings, right? Like if you're thinking about all of these Bat Riders and Lash Racks that are really strong right now coming from the middle.
First Twitch chat complained no crowd. Now they find it too loud.
Right clicker to actually wear them down through the BKB.
It sounds more like it's not the crowd. The crowd is stupidly silent. They only have 500 people in the arena. What am I? Hey, another bald man joining TI. What's up, what am I? Bald lives matter.
And potentially to be picked up. SF is
How you doing?
right now.
And it synergizes well.
Haven't seen your name in a very lengthy amount of time.
Nyx doesn't really apply pressure in lane. It's like a lane secure. That's why you see it often paired with ranged heroes. Because Nyx secures the lane, ranged hero that would get pressured now gets the farm. And then when you have this like CM
Morning
plus any
Moons.
aggressive style carry, it just makes it a lot easier. And in regards to
Jen
the bans,
steals,
they
of course, the
banned out,
boards.
Like the Enchantress trying to cover the Beastmaster lane, they block picked the CM, and now Beast goes to go for like one of the only options left really.
Right, it's one of the best ones versus Beast, but it's not like in the old days. We have this Beastmaster, you pick Enchantress or Chen, he can't lane. You just go Axis, right? Like you still do the same thing. You can go for Raid Pact and just lane against that. Perhaps not as easily, but it should be completely fine for EG.
Yeah, there's a lot of versatility with Beastmaster for sure. But off lanes aren't as stubborn.
Now,
as
because
the,
I'm a busy man and not been doing a lot of Dota until watching TI again.
Being strong against the Beastmaster, right?
Yeah, the fact that
Yeah, you're a working man. Mirana. Okay. Crit Mirana.
If EG, if they commit to
Works
a
well.
fight and they're not getting that kill,
Works well with the CM.
The secondary fight, the prolonged
And
fight,
again,
that's where they might struggle. And that's why they
Slark seems very decent here. Actually, Slark seems very good for the Beast Coast side.
Yeah,
that doesn't sound pretty hype.
No. The first thing I'm thinking is how easy is it for them to use a lot of like arrow setups, because stuff like OD, Conquer, all this stuff, like any actual stun is really good versus Mirana, right? But they don't have an actual stun outside of Primal. Not Primal Beast, the Roar from Beastmaster. They have 2 roots, so when Beast Coast start to buy like Lotus Orbs and Dispels, it's a lot harder to get these guaranteed arrow setups.
I feel like if Beast Coast pick Conquer themselves, like right now, that is all the damage mitigation required to be strong enough that you can brush off EG's aggression. Like
So you would lane Nyx / off lane and Kanka mid?
Yeah, like,
is that the idea?
exactly, yeah. Like that type of idea, and you just... I'm a bit worried for EG's damage. If it's the same as last game, right? If they don't
Abed Ember again. GG20 going out for coffee.
Aight. Your Beastmaster who can't pressure
Going
towers,
out for
Embers,
coffee, not making your
It
own.
could be the same story if Beast Coast come out ahead in lanes.
One thing that James did talk about earlier is crit and how if he's on fire.
What, you go
EG
to
is on
Starbucks
fire,
and spend
this is a game that's
$7 for a
perfect setup
coffee?
For him. Like on the offlane, you're playing with the Beast.
Not gonna lie, I do that all the
You
time.
can deal with him. Plus, you can rotate towards mid because it doesn't look
Naga.
that great. Like you have Ember, but
That's
more
a
than
bit of a
enough to set
surprising,
up
but
for
actually
Mirana.
not too
For
surprising
Crit
because it's
Mirana.
K1
Chains into arrows,
Kector.
Sasha can really suffer on the mid
I
lane.
find myself getting dirty at myself, giving up casting and not getting to cast TI
Whisper
still.
is one of the guys that made Lesh offlane.
Yeah, or am I?
really
You
good,
should
took it
just
from-
been
took the idea from
casting
Brax,
TI.
Made it his own, and
Just
he's
waiting
played
for
it
Boom
in
to
other
knock out
teams, he can play
LGD.
again here if he feels like
That
it.
would be
It
hilarious.
applies for anything though, right? Like chains.
$7 for a
arrow.
coffee and a cougar.
It is really nice.
2 for 1
but
special.
This Naga pick is, I talk about the dispels, there's one right there on this carry.
And you also have this kind of double set cover because Leshrac now protects the Naga where
I make better money not casting. Bro, everyone does. Unless you cast tier 1 shit, if I just get a normal job, I make way more than I make casting.
It kind of doubles down on Beastmaster where he needs to go axes for the magic damage to apply pressure, but that build feels good for a little bit of lane, but then you don't really farm later because you don't have the boar. It just forces Beastmaster to be a clunky hero, less tower pressure. So yeah, Beastmaster really just put themselves in a decent position.
Do you think he was going to do it anyway because of...
For sure, but it's like...
Because of the Chen?
It now even feels like
it's a must, right? Yeah, okay.
This Naga pick looks really good for lanes and the things you highlighted, but in the game it can be obviously really hard. You're playing into the magic damage from all of Crystal Maiden's AoE spells, the Starfall. This Maelstrom on Ember Spirit is going to cause problems as well. It's also harder for Naga to skirmish and fight with her team the same way as
I mean, I'd rather be casting, but I like to eat. Exactly. You know, you gotta make choices in life. Food, casting, food, casting.
If it's Whisper or
Going on a vacation every once in a while, casting.
And it's hard as well because Nyx and Chen are not typical playmaking supports. Nyx is pretty strong, mostly because the game's like slowed down and you can find more pickoffs, so they're probably playing more pickoffs in my opinion.
But do you think that just because they're a little bit slower, you have this slash from the offlane or the mid lane to actually push the tempo, and then Nyx can actually set up
Eat to the Nigma.
Can actually force, be that meat shield for Edict. It's doable, right? But I do like their bans quite a lot, like Pudge and the
Lifestealer, okay.
The Lifestealer pick.
That's interesting.
A little bit aggressive from EG, I would say, right? Like they're going a little bit all in.
Are you fucking killing the Naga?
A little bit, yeah. They're relying on, we're going to play this, Ember has a good game, Lifestealer gets a couple items, and we want to...
I'm not liking the Lifestealer pick, really. I'm from Philippines, but I've been to Netherlands. Love the canals there. I've not been to Philippines.
This isn't like some...
Honestly, I've never been to Asia.
Is there some sort of an item build that you can go for, like back in the day, maybe a Mjolnir or something like that? Probably not.
But cool that you went to the Netherlands.
I mean, maybe a Radiance or a Maelstrom.
It's a weird country to go for him all the way from the Philippines.
Like, why is Pudge even banned out?
I'm a seafarer, that's why, delivering oils there. Oh, so you work on ships. Okay, yeah, then that makes sense.
Yes, because the items don't feel too bad on this hero.
Was a joke that in group stage teams had started the last game nearly 12 hours after their first game.
It's kind of nice though.
Bro,
if you're gonna have
this TI, there's a lot of shit that's a joke.
I just thought I was going crazy.
No, you're not. That's because I know Slash
they don't have soundproof booths. Yesterday, Celery heard the casters say that the enemies picked up a DD in the arena. So he said to his team, don't go, the enemy has the DD, the caster said it.
It's okay.
And that they also said that they could hear smokes pop and all that sort of shit. Like, bro.
And I think the simplicity of this puts Beastcoast in a more favorable position, especially how they executed game 1.
Okay.
I really like the last big brew to just complement the lineup and wanting to fight. I think this Lifestealer could just ignore the Maelstrom stuff and go Deso, and then they just try and push towers with the Beastmaster Lifestealer.
There have been a lot of movements that there is no way it would happen unless they heard so many smoke dodges. There were a lot of smoke dodges.
We've heard him over here, and we're excited for you guys to chat with Slacks because he is going to have an interview with Beast Coast. Let's see how they feel about Game 2.
What's your prediction? I actually like Beast Coast draft for Game 2.
I'm here with Guachi, the manager, and Raykill, the coach of Beast Coast. Thank you so much for taking time. So, want to ask you, a lot of comfort heroes coming through on this draft, the Chen, the Nyx. I believe you guys have not been beaten on your Nyx yet. So I want to know just how confident you were going into this game.
Estamos piqueando héroes que son muy comfort para nosotros. Hasta ahora creo que no hemos perdido ningún juego con Nyx. También piqueamos el Naga y el Chen. ¿Qué tan confiante estás con este draft?
Bastante confiado, ¿no? O sea, sé que ellos darán lo mejor de sí y responderán bien, pues. Bastante bien.
Well, we are very confident. I know they're going to play the best they can. So I believe in them, and that's pretty much it. We're confident.
All right. Well, we are absolutely happy to hear it. Thank you so much for that.
I thought the girls part of the coaching team. Yeah, they don't speak English that well. I mean, some of them do, but like they don't want to talk in.
An incredible group stage, which if anything just gives more credit to how well Thunder Awaken and now Beast Coast are playing against them. You know, what do EG have to do to try and get back that magic that they had days before?
They just have to start just
There was a number of player deaths.
It's really everything fell apart before the 15-minute mark. It felt like in the last game. So
Will a tower
let's see if
be
they can do it
killed
this time. They did go
before
for this
10
Ember again,
minutes?
which has been having some difficulties. Of
Yes.
course, we've seen a lot of these lane dominators been able to punish the Ember so much. See what
Team with the most Roshan kills.
Difficult versus the Lesh, but you can still, you know, do a lot with your Flame Guard and with your slight
The
dodges.
Evil
and stuff
Geniuses
like that.
will
So
probably
we'll see
steal
how he fares
Rose,
versus
play
the
with the
Lesh.
most
And in the
kills.
mid-game, right? Because Ember, Nyx Assassin can be really troublesome to play this Ember in a lot of situations.
Excited to see sort of how the carry matchup works this time around.
I
It's
bet.
the second time today
No.
that we will have seen a Life Stealer played into an illusion carry. Earlier we had it against a PL. Worked out, I believe they're right, with this the Armlet into Miona build. I imagine we're going to see sort of similar direction being taken.
I was
by
too late
RTC
with my
this game.
prediction.
Do you like sort of that approach in terms of what carry to
There's no
pick
counter
into
for
an
Naga.
outside
There
map?
is no counter for Naga. Ember is okay-ish, but very lacking in the end to kill off a Naga who has like a hard Scotty.
So I think it can work, and he also does have. It's not like it's just him on his own, right?
Because
He
it
does
has
have
to
the
be a
Emperor as well, too, so
Maelstrom
if it
Life
was
Stealer,
just a
I
Life
guess.
Stealer
Well,
versus these
Mjolnir in the
illusion
end.
cores, then I'm always very worrisome. But even earlier we saw when it was the Life Stealer versus the PL, he had like an Earth Shaker. He had all these different elements to help him as well too. So I think it's, you know, it's not always like the best pick to deal with the illusion, but if you have some other complements, it can work out fine. So we'll see how that all goes. And yeah, I'm gonna be looking a lot at Abed. I think last game, it was one of the rougher games I think I've ever seen from him. So let's see how much he's going to be able to improve this time.
Yeah, for sure. There's sort of
Valdex's build, which is actually really good against the Naga.
We'll have to see if he has a bit of a better chance getting that early momentum that he wants to be able to find to allow him to continue to make aggressive plays throughout the mid-game as an Ember Spirit and just be able to be a
Nice
part of
positioning
just
from
closing
K1
down
there
the
as
map
well.
and limiting the areas
Making
that
sure he
K1
stands on the
feels safe
side
to
when
sort
the
of place
range
himself.
creep gets low, because he knows that the
And
wild
let's see
axes are coming
let's
in.
see how well of a game Nightfall's able to have this time too, because he tends to be the kind of the guy for EG that really sets the tempo and the pressure. So let's see what he's going to be able to do on the Beastmaster this time, because he is playing versus Chen, one of the harder counters in a way versus the Beast as the game progresses, because even when you get your Helm of Overload, he can get his Shard, he steals your Ancients. There's so many plays that you can do as a Chen versus Beast, so see how Nightfall's going to adapt versus.
Of course, top lane as well. You know, Whisper, last pick of the draft, getting the Brewmaster this game. We saw him pop off once again, as he has been in many of the performances for Beast Coast. Last game on the Mars.
I remember Whisper playing Rubik off lane and ending the game with, well, he bought Dagon that game. And I think he ended the game with like 22 kills doing the DPC. It was actually fucking nuts.
They have Naga Siren and Brew, so they have a lot of different ways where it's like, oh, this fight's not ours, we can full disengage. Or this is a fight where, oh man, it looks like we can stop them. We can actually fully surround them with the Brew and the
I think that
Naga
was
Siren,
actually,
so.
was that against Infamous
Right now,
maybe?
no one really being left too far behind Beastmaster. We see a little bit of pressure, of course, from that Chen, but he's going to go for the Axe route. Not having any of those summons early on. Should be able to catch up. But Naga Siren, it does mean K1's just going to have a full free farm lane, which always tends to be pretty problematic when K1's able to do stuff like that. That being said, RTZ is also
Stinger duels fly.
And we are seeing, of course, the switch of like 5 Mirana again, right? We've seen him multiple times now.
I mean,
today.
for Mirana, they just swapped lanes.
We have the CM playing bot.
And as mentioned in that pre-game interview too, you know, Gajira, Nyx Assassin, very much one of the supports of the tournament. It really feels like in terms of heroes.
Gajira's dead.
What makes this so good right now? He's still got a mango and a stun back in 7 seconds.
I mean, he
might be a
looks
little
pretty
too, maybe he can get the won't be able to do so. So Crit has to chase him down and get that first blood.
5 Mirana, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to start seeing that on your probs probably. Looks, I mean, honestly, if you go for like the chase when people are pulling creeps, it's pretty good. You do pretty decent, right? The harassment and stuff. Nicely done from Crit. And now also, so looking at this mid matchup, we see the Ember doing pretty well. He actually has potential to get rotations from the Arrow from Crit too. If they do
Oh, see Small gets sit.
And with that, the Flame Guard's up. He'll run down Chris. Won't look to dive the tower, but you saw the potential there, Chris. Very, very fortunate he was able to get the stun off himself at the same time. So damage was limited that the Abed could get out onto Chris during that stun from Crit.
I was gonna say, I wonder if Abed does look to grab an early point and change to set up for these type of early rotations, but I mean, didn't need it that time. But Chris will get some help, of course. Gojira coming in. And they will be double-checking these runes. An arrow connects again. Crit able to take that one away.
Yeah, they're getting good control this time in the mid lane thanks to Crit.
I like how he's playing it too, because he knows now Lifestealer's in a 1v1 matchup versus the Brew, so Arteezy's just fine. He's going to be able to free farm. Whisper's going to get farmed too, but Arteezy's under no pressure here. Actually getting some decent hits perhaps onto Whisper. There's a lot of creeps though. What, 2 waves? Over 2 waves adding up?
Anything that Beast Coast heroes can do with that sort of pressure that's going to build up underneath the tower with these waves?
Not with these 2 heroes. The Brewmaster and the Nyx going versus the Lifestealer.
Damn the damage that the Mirana
took.
took.
A little bit, but I don't think up here they can almost ever pressure Arteezy. And that's the reasoning why we did see that Lifestealer pick, we were talking about so much. They have this Naga Siren and everything. It's not the greatest versus Naga, but in the entirety of the game, versus Lesh, versus Nyx, and even versus that last pick Brew.
He actually gets the creep kill. That's actually nuts.
The range in general is going to be really effective.
Oh, for sure. And of course, because that Brew was the ultimate last pick, you would imagine when Beast Coast were grabbing it, they weren't expecting it to be able to have its strengths in the laning stage, right? It's for all the other parts of the game, so
absolutely.
This is all as expected for Beast Coast in terms of the outcome of top lane.
Yeah, and it's for like the itemization of everything too in mid game, because he's gonna go for this Wraith Pact, maybe in this game, because he is playing versus Mirana, and Mirana is kind of a Wraith Pact killer, so maybe he will opt for a different type of build. We'll see. I know he's got the Urn queued, and there's just a crazy amount of wave pulling going on here. Mid lane. Gojira's
Yeah, currently Gojira's just derping about. Well, not derping about, but
It makes sense, right? Yeah, because Whisper's still going to be able to soak up the
not
golden
doing
XP.
much.
Rather would get the solo element of it, so he can get that 6 as soon as possible.
Yeah, and he can pull the lane himself, and there's not really a way that he dies to the
And currently K1's already jungling.
And the same to be said, in turn.
Full Naga mode.
Around the map and continue to just hop around the mid lane.
Huge play from Gojira. Stops the TP back from Abed from the low ground stun. That new stun cast range, that's 750. Pretty much everything there.
The movements. EG will still be able to maintain control around the 6-minute power rune. It is a haste rune for Abed.
A pretty important one really for him to get, because he did get that TP cancelled for the fill up. Smile. Chris Luck will go bottom. We'll be able to get his own bounty rune to fill it up. And we do
Artur having a free farm time top.
A slight lead in the laning
East goes
phase here for
2-0
EG. Nothing too
to
crazy. About
Sweezy, then
200,
boom
300
2-0
to the
LGD.
counterparts.
Then it's gonna be a really quick fucking day.
Does mean this is held.
Also, that is never gonna happen.
Done. Down bottom for the beast. And he does actually start skilling these boars, so the Chen's gonna be able to turn them against them.
We'll see which sort of route Arteezy wants to go with his build. When you are trying to scale up against Illusion Carry, do you still always get the armlet first, or is there potential to kind of go for that Maelstrom or farming item a bit quicker?
I always think Armlet's just the most core item ever on Lifestealer, that you kind of can't deviate too much. But we'll see. I mean, right now he's just got the phase and the bracer. Maybe he's feeling like he's not going to get it early enough that he does want to go Maelstrom, but I think Armlet Maelstrom's fine. He's got the Ember, as we said, so he's already got a hero that can also deal with the Naga sometimes earlier on. But we shall see. Maybe he goes for more right click. I don't know. Nope,
he's going to it up. I mean, this is
Maybe when they get to the actual, final
when
four,
you're trying to play this matchup,
you get like the big show and everything.
You're not looking to turn up to fights with that first.
I mean, they have Eva Elfie at TI. Like,
I guess that's the reason, right? He's under no contention. Even when they do bring heroes.
What
to
more
his
do
lane,
you want?
Like, they can't actually threaten me too much, so I'm just gonna be full free farm game. Okay.
Secret and flying, trying to get a bit of information deep in Beast Coast half of the map.
Try to slow down this Naga Siren. They see the
everything else has felt so 5 years ago and small. Yes.
Full jungling.
Any major was 10 times the value.
Nightfall, still level 5.
And Gojira's dead. It's doing a really good job this game.
And with both spells on cooldown, has the Ferret Fire, but another leaps there from Crit. He'll get and take the kill. Chris able to find flight and return back in the river.
Abed with the DD being a nuisance.
Very strong rune on the Ember Spirit early on here with the max light.
Chris has got to stay right back. I mean, he knows that if Abed hits another slight, very likely that Abed will dive the tower for him.
If I'm not mistaken, Valve were actually not happy with the Animator.
You just wait for that one to disappear before you walk back toward that mid lane for sure. Yeah, but that does mean tower pressure. Abed and Crit able to hit mid tower. TP to mid, will he get the bottle refill in time? He does so. And yeah, talking about Abed, we saw that he had a bit of a rough one in the last game.
Yeah, they only got one hall. I read that they only got hall 6 of the convention center.
Everyone had it disable. This time it's the Knicks and
because the rest was not available for TI.
This is really annoying. It is very.
Oh, Nightfall.
Very much. Bottom Nightfall. Having to drop the roll straight away to give him a chance to run.
Uh-oh.
And Whisper, Primal
I don't know.
already a bit of a body block coming in with K1 and the micro of his illusions.
In general, I think we play and Valve are not the biggest friends.
Wasn't able to get out alive at the same time at another entry point of the jungle. They find Crit hovering around the stairs. So a couple of kills for Beast Coast.
Because we play kind of has a like bigger budget
And Whisper, he actually
events, so they kind of want to have, you know, Valve committing more.
A little earlier. Might still be able to get it with the next one. But making sure he actually was maximizing when they used the split to kill the beast. And oh, the career! Okay, I get it. When he used the split to kill the beast earlier, he actually used the dispel to kill the boar and everything too. So he actually maximized quite beautifully on this brew.
Exactly.
At the moment, sitting the lowest of the cores in terms of
Fly taking a beating. Arrow a stun up Whisper.
You know the Whisper's going to be catching up very, very soon.
And K1 stop net worth on the Naga now.
Even from the offlane position.
That is always
And
scary.
he wants to be a little bit more like active of moving around just because
He's not
he doesn't wanna
massively
see the
ahead,
lane
but-
as a life stealer so much, so looking for these constant kills and pressure on the lanes.
Yeah, and of course we'll get to the point in this game where it's K1 playing a Naga Siren. He's going to be soaking up all the waves. He'll be taking the majority of the farm that presents itself on the map.
And Chris Luck and Whisper will be struggling because of it.
Spread of value that you'll expect to see grow for each of Beast Coast cores this time.
I don't know what is going on when BTS can't win rights to major events. First of all, BTS never wanted to do a major. Second of all, they only tried to get Southeast Asia for the DPC League. Ooh, nice and fast move. They only tried to get Southeast Asia this year.
That was close. If that stun catch, it actually almost catches the both of them.
And you
there.
know
Could
what's the
potentially
funniest
be a
part,
disaster,
Urumai?
but they do end up cleaning up Whisper. They do get a trade out of it though, so East Coast not the most fussed about it.
Southeast Asia went to a different company, and I know which
He did have
company.
that Ogre Frost Mage, I believe, that ice armor.
I did, yeah. They're able to buff him up, but quite able to keep him alive long
But yeah, if
enough.
South,
A
if
nice read there from EG to know that they could get away with
if BTS only want one region or apply for one region and they don't get it, yeah, then they should not cry.
stage than they did at this point in the first game of the series.
Absolutely. I mean, night and day
At least,
difference.
you know, have a backup region.
I mean, look at this positioning from the Chen. He's just up here alone, trying to pressure Arteezy in the tower. He's getting
There was
a lot of damage on
one
top tower.
org that applied for South America,
And another attempt at a kill on towards Nightfall's Beastmaster. He'll turn with the roar.
Oh, Roar's
and they
still
got
right,
it.
Panda. Make sure you can get away. Okay, in the Moonlight Shadow, they'll be able to
I
reset.
mean, they kind of did complain about it.
While we were looking, the play
You know,
bottom, the Chen was actually making sure that he
that
kept the
Twitter
catapult
post
above as
definitely
long
felt
as
like
possible, top of the
complaining,
screens, just like
trying
kinda
to get
sacrificing them.
community on their side.
Quite able to land it there, a little too far away, too much travel time.
But they're forcing them away from the tower. So tier 1 likely to fall here with that dominated creep also coming in. Totally different game state, as we said.
Dope
This
should
time
have
they're able to get
replied,
2 towers on the
"Easy,
side
bro."
of EG early game. East Coast not able to set that tempo
Dope
yet.
Studios.
Might be able to get Stinger here. Fly. He's got him. Quick frostbite, and the setup's there for Arteezy to pick up a nice bit of bonus gold. Gets the kill.
Arteezy is getting good farm.
Positioning there, a little aggressive there from Stinger.
I mean, he's been sort of living life up on this top area of the map for quite some time. The arrow, that's swiftly done there. Arrow is already coming in, and Arbed able to make sure that Chris is held in position to hit bang on
Rip.
target.
I mean,
No,
these
didn't
two
get
East
the
Coast
first
heroes
hour.
completely in no man's land. Nobody even relatively close to them. The
Sadness.
ward, of course, coming into play there from EG, kind of seeing that the Lesh was alone in that top lane. Good movements, 5 to 5. Still seeing the Nog at the top, but not by too much. Arteezy is keeping up. And he's actually going to go back for the armlet.
Yeah,
That's kind of
for
cool.
sure. I mean, as you said, you know, Armlet, you always want to have it on Lifestealer, but of course going for it this way.
Whisper is just not getting the same map to farm as last game, so he's struggling a lot.
quicker than if you did it the other way around.
I mean, it's cool. Yeah. Then now they have double Maelstrom, so the Naga sign for the early game is showing up. Pretty difficult for Hector to really do so.
He's going to Fusel Blade. I haven't seen a Naga with the Fusel Blade in a pretty long time.
How close are we to this? Helm of the Overlord. Helm of the Overlord is just about done. 600 gold. And Stinger, I mean, if he wants to save up the gold, he can.
I actually
do
haven't seen the
option of going
Nagas
for
at
that
this
shard.
major,
Right now he's got
at
that
TI.
drum queued up, but We'll
Did
see
they
if he
pick
opts against it if he sees Nightfall
Fusels?
pick up that helm. Yeah, almost Bloodstone also on Chris Luck, but still quite fragile. We see the amount of burst damage that EG has this game. It's very different from the last time.
Oh, for sure, and of course that's easy. In terms of the nature of the lifesteal,
They truly want to support BTS. Big teams should participate in BTS Pro Series to draw good views.
Let's have a look here. We'll have a quick replay.
Well, the BTS just sticks to SA, NA, and Southeast Asia Cups, right? I think it's SA Cups these days even more. But yeah, if EG joins the BTS Pro Series or some shit, and all those Sonics and all those guys, then yeah, you'll probably get the support
that like
or
mostly just calling like positioning of where all these heroes are. Where
TO.
Naga always keeping tags,
More.
of course, of where K1 is. 'Cause if they look to make an aggressive move, have to be careful because that song coming, things can get turned around. So keeping tabs of where K1 is definitely going to be important.
Darksteel has a
Game, though, in
point.
comparison to the last one.
They have a
5-5.
prize pool
Yeah,
of
which I think
40,
will come as a
50k
big relief
for
to
the
EG.
tournaments.
Very
If
much
the teams like
the
EG and
points
stuff
from
want
last
to
game.
support
The struggle
and help
was just
BTS, they
keeping
would
Beast
just
Coast
play
under
those
control.
tournaments.
Beast Coast were getting away with so many kills, so many aggressive plays. This time around, EG able to match it and get that
But
little
it's
bit
not
more
worth their
value
time.
from the map so
So they
far.
don't.
Slight lead here, 1K gold advantage.
At some point, they definitely do want to apply a little bit more pressure. They will, of course, have these like Maelstroms and Mjolnirs, of course, for the Naga Siren, but you know, we see how much you can actually just like cut the waves. They don't want to constantly be like dealing with all these waves at some point that Hector will be addressing. So, see what they do. Because their lineup, it's a little bit more pick-off oriented, you could say, on EG in comparison to Beast Coast, which when they do have the Brew ult and they have the Chen ult, it's a lot more team fight centric.
Okay, one.
You can see here with these moves, EG trying to find which area the map K1's playing from with his main hero, but good read from K1, he'll back out of the map completely, so they won't find it.
He's done with
He could be
Diffusal.
fight ready. He's actually gone for the Diffusal build early on here on the Naga Siren, so could even look to, if he gets like a grab onto Abed.
If orgs want to, orgs need financial gains. Good fuels don't pay the bills.
Beastmaster in his army.
Exactly, and that's how everyone feels.
Decent damage as well from Arteezy. They can tank this
Everyone's like, oh yeah, why is Valve being so mean? But no one wants to help the guys themselves.
Beast Coast, they'll have to make a move soon if they want to try and stop this.
They do have this swing in a second. The Naga's not.
It's already gone. Abed,
Infest into Abed, Brew split.
So see Beast Coast now popping the ultimates,
They're gone.
leading him with the primal split, but EG, they themselves have split up.
Look at Crit. They see him.
They're going to see him now. Moonlight comes to an end, so Crit will die.
Oh, and also they catch Fly, it looks like.
Abed's also got to be a bit cautious. He has the Remnant, they're ready to dodge the split up.
Oh, Whisper's fucked.
Also going to be in trouble. Fly's going to do a fair bit of damage to Whisper with the ultimate, but he will still slowly die back over towards the mid. Actually, Gajiri's able to get the stun out for two of them, but Nightfall has the roar ready, turns towards Gajira, they'll take out the next assassin, and now Arteezy's ready to chase down more, gets a double, takes
Oh,
out
root onto Abed, draining the mana.
might be able to keep this fight going, change there from Abed, but he's starting to lose his mana. Chris turns, looks for the stun, but nice sidestep there from Abed.
Oh, he pops the Bloodstone. Chris back to half mana.
Gotta be careful about this, Lex. Chris charging through the middle of the fight. So to burn down Nightfall, so they can kite him out and control him further. TPs are coming in, they're surrounding the Leshrac, but they're being careful how they commit for this. They know that Chris is very, very strong here on the Lesh. And EG, they won't be able to hold him back. So Chris manages to get back out of there. A nice bit of action for EG overall. Sure, you know, Beast Coast, they're able to take that Aegis quite quickly out
I
there.
just still dream of the day when Valve seriously support the growth of Dota. Oh, we'll see next season what they'll do. Honestly, the DPC season is the reason why South America is here. Why South America is finally being able to grow.
It's pretty darn strong. 17 minutes in, he can absolutely turn up to the prestigious fights as we've seen, and he's not easy for Beast Coast to deal with.
No, absolutely not. Chris, got the arrow on him.
Gajira's ready to back
Oh, this is
hold back Crit with that stun, and now Chris turns up with the
still
blood
nice kill.
stun. Split up onto Fly. Crit
Double
tries to
kill.
leap away.
Stinger, no!
Nines the DPS.
Constant battles. Ruled is 30 seconds until it's back up after all that finishes.
People in China gave a shit about BTS, the K-pop bands.
Stone coming back up at the end of the fight, able to replenish him and kind of walk through
Smooth
and reset.
like butter.
Pretty huge for him. He's actually overtaken the Ember now.
For sure, what sort
And Dynamite. Those are the only two songs I know, and that's because my girlfriend constantly plays the fucking music in the car.
We saw how confident Chris can just sort of just walk through the middle of the fight.
Yeah,
Just make sure that he's in position to be kicking out as much damage as possible. See top lane, Hector will play it safe. Goes for the Song TP.
And the one thing too is like they've itemized now at this point, right? The armlet, the maelstrom. This is to deal with the Naga Siren. This is this consistent damage that's going to be clearing out these illusions. It's not this big like desolator, this chunking damage that can eat the Leshrac. So Chris, you know, he could maybe get away with quite a lot in this game.
They want to try and go for him, take him down here with the chains into the arrow. They'll sadly do so.
Great chain stun.
Solid catch here from EG. We're seeing if they can push on for more. Jump forward with the Remnant. Arbed attempts to close the gap on Whisper. We'll hold back though.
It feels good.
And try. Maybe they do want to dive the tier 2s. If they catch him around this area, if Whisper steps out, they might go for a kill attempt.
Oh, the ward's placed.
Yeah, they'll see it.
Probably seen though. Visco's probably going to be able to get rid of that one quick. And no, we did get to see a couple things also in these last situations. So much happening. But Chen, we did see he went for the shard. So he's going to be stealing those ancient creeps consistently from the Beastmaster.
Gojira, you gonna sentry it? Or nah?
Chris needs to.
Stinger's just split pushing top lane in the meantime.
Sure, he's got the hand of God in some situations, but it's a lot of burst.
Also, it's kind of nasty. The Beastmaster gets a Helm of the Overlord creep, and then Chen just steals it with the Holy Persuasion because he's got the shard.
Scanning for enemies.
God damn it.
Still playing in this aggressive position, EG. Maybe seeing if they can do something early about the tier 2s. These are coming in. I mean, Beast Coast, they will take a fight if it.
Oh, he's going Lotus. I mean, the extra armor is always nice, and dispels are amazing. This game, as I mentioned, the roots are just hell.
But if it's a 5v5, it can be a lot harder for EG.
This tier 2 is falling pretty quick here to the push of EG, and in fact, it's gone. So an early tier 2 tower taken down. At the same time, Stinger, he's really trying his best to get a trade up top.
But he's very dead. Or is he?
Push Stinger away in time. He's going to go for the TP in the trees.
Wow.
Won't know that he's there. Nice little spot to hide in, and Stinger gets away. Won't get the tower, but still able to do a lot of damage on that top lane.
K1's done with the heart.
You know, it starts to happen at these points when everything's just split pushing. They have the Naga Siren, so it's just natural for him to start doing this. Getting a decent amount of farm to level 10 already with the drums, with the shard, medallion too. A lot of different ways to buff up and keep them, the Leshrac in particular, alive. With a plate mail now too. Chris Luck sitting at 24 armor, 2200 HP.
CLT was considering.
Isn't Heart not only gonna amplify life steal's damage? Yes, but it does mean that you have a bunch of illusions that are just a lot tankier. And if he gets Skadi as well, it's gonna take a while for the life stealer to kill the Naga illusions.
Could depend on how successful the next fight is, right? Like if he gets a couple kills, maybe just choose the Skadi. If not, maybe just one.
Because life stealer's only AoE is Mjolnir.
Anyway, versus Naga, Naga never wants to build the true strike. Heart now finished up, K1.
He's gonna be pretty hard to kill, even with that Mjolnir.
Yep.
Being able to sort of split the fight with the illusions, get them on some of the supports. Now, RTZ's gonna have his work cut out in terms of trying to just clear through this army that the K1's gonna be involved in the fight with.
They'll have to stick on him for so long, and he does have a lot of different ways to bail him out too, right? The brew, the sleep, the hand of God, of course, from the Chen. What each you can find.
They're smoked up. Nightfall.
He doesn't have the BKB quite yet on this Ember Spirit.
One centaur almost got the stomp. The other was looking for a secondary.
Playing nicely around the sentry they've got down is that EG won't manage to find an entry into the fight from this spot.
Gojira mostly is just like playing either around the Naga or the Lesh, just waiting with the Carapace, right? Because if that instant jump comes, he Carapace and they can turn it right away onto the Ember Spirit.
See if they can get to with this smoke. I think EG were pretty aware of this.
I mean, obviously they just hear the smoke in the arena.
Make sure that everybody's back under the safety of their structures underneath their towers. So Beast Coast not able to get a catch this time.
Having to avoid fights a lot though. Look at the map state. Look at the way that they're able to just keep everything forced in onto the side of EG. Beast Coast. This Naga Siren's starting to be a problem.
It is. It's not easy for some of EG's members to deal with these strong illusions with that heart.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be either the Lifestealer or the Ember to clear out the waves. They can't be at every single one of the lanes. As top now, Glyph is popped, but that is the tier 3 Glyph. Actually, I'm lying. It's a tier 2 Glyph. I'm sorry. I thought the mid tower was it. So we'll have it reset at the very least.
This is the thing, though. If you don't find fights and kill score stays pretty stagnant, you are going to see quite the difference in what K1 as a Naga Siren's able to clean up from the map in comparison to Arteezy on the Lifestealer. Already
Absolutely.
a 3,000 gold difference, and that will only grow unless EG can make some sort of move.
But the thing, it's just difficult for them to look for the move because, as we said, you know, their lineup, it does want to look for these pickoffs, but when your lanes are all getting shot,
Abba's also really underfarmed at the moment. Whisper's close to the Ags.
Quite a lot here. Now looking for even go for this next tier 2.
Dispel's going to be pretty nice as well to deal with the Ember.
Micro illusions perfectly on this sort of mid and
The
top lane.
Flame Guard.
2 lanes consistently held right up to the high ground of EG.
Dyer's middle tower is
Chris also having his Lotus done. I believe the Ags on the Brews about to be finished too. So Beast Coast, they're hitting quite a few timings here. EG, trying to feel what timing they're going to feel where they're like, okay, we can actually go for this straight up fight. It's, you know, they've got all these items, but when are they actually going to look for that real big on team fight versus Beast Coast? It does feel a bit difficult. And with if Beast Coast is able to consistently keep these lanes pushed in, at some point, you know, Roche is going to start coming back up. EG's going to have to look to make a move. 2 minutes until we do see that, but...
How about taking a beating from the illusions?
It's going to be now. They're smoked.
K1.
Oh, they're going in?
Going to be able to offer up the catch there, top. I mean, EG...
Oh, they know that they're right next to him because they took the outpost. Hey, prediction correct. Hey, hey.
Started off around the board. Stinger. The Frostbite, they'll go for the roar on
We're on to
Stinger.
Stinger.
With the BKB, they want to kill off the Chen. They'll do so very quickly. See if they can chase some more. They'll look towards K1. Back up to the safety of his own high ground. And it looks like EG, they'll just manage to get the 1 kill for now with that commitment.
Okay.
With the roar down, they might have to be careful themselves. Arbed steps forward. Pops the dust. Will be able to dodge out the stun. Arrow ends up getting blocked by the
Oh, Whisper loses his primal
so no connection there.
companion.
Pretty close. Almost gets Carapist, almost gets stunned from the Lash. They'll find a kill on the Chen, but Chen now respawning. They're going to have to reset, deal with their lanes again. I think that's actually one of the better kills if they can get it like that, because it prevents so much healing, so much chaos that will kick off.
It does just feel like, you know, K1's Naga Siren, it's getting out of control. He's pretty much got the Skadi done.
He's really going to just probably deal with all the rest of the heroes and isolate the Arteezy Naga Siren at some point.
Arteezy's really got his work cut out in terms of build. He's going to go for the
By
BKB.
nuisance.
Again, we saw being a similar approach from the Lifestealer earlier today against the PL. Just making sure they can sort of stand in the fight, not to worry about the mana getting burnt through, and just giving themselves that extra time between the Rage and the BKB to just stay alive and just keep hitting this Naga Siren and trying to clear out her summons, the illusions as well as herself.
Stun. We'll connect on top. Easy mana. It's time.
Whisper
He doesn't have a mana for
immediate
Rage now, but they don't have anything else to catch him yet.
split pop.
And that can't quite.
Whisper does pop the split. He's going to try and set up for some kills here around them. It will get Fly.
Yeah, I think he's like, they're just avoiding us constantly. Like, he just wants to look for something to use that split. And now Roche is up.
Roche is indeed. It's there and ready. So Beast Coast, they could definitely look to just step into the pit and start going for this. They have the song to rely on if they need to bail out.
EG's going for it.
Outside of the pit.
Possibly. Arteezy is still mid.
It's not going to be easy for EG to get in on this. You already see Kajira in his position. He's giving great info outside of the pit. In fact, he's able to line up a 2-man start to start things off here.
Roche is gone already.
It already is. Aegis picked up on Chris. EG, they've got to run. Nightfall pots the BKB. Arbed will go with a couple of remnants, but he's still pretty close here to Beast Coast. Ends up losing his courier on the way out. Arbed, at least himself and the hero, will keep the distance, but he just picked up on
K1 Kekta running up.
Down the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, EG, they tried, they found
He's got the Skadi now done. 3.8k HP on the Naga.
Just getting way too out of control. Same thing with Chris. He's the one carrying the Aegis on this Lash now, too. They're going to go for high ground. With this available. But they're going to have to pop it pretty early because that Edict.
I mean, how do they deal
Oh, they got the free shard as well on the Lash. Oof.
He
held the Edict. He actually baited the glyph. He lifted his hands, canceled the animation. So they've got Edict now for the push. Setting up the stuns too. This tower is going down. The racks also.
I think maybe more, yeah.
Uh-oh, EG.
I mean, EG's out on the map trying to pick up some farm. Arteezy will TP back. He is able to finish off the BKB, so he's got his next item done. See if this makes much of a difference in the fights, though. Range racks will go down, and Beast Coast, they'll back off for now from pushing for the melee.
They still have 20 seconds left on split, so they maybe wait for like 10 or 15 seconds before
They're trying to kill the Storm Panda. No.
Trying to catch a cheeky stun, won't get it.
Rip.
Arteezy.
Never saw Alchemist these days. Yeah, Alchemist doesn't get picked at all.
Beast Coast.
Really.
They're still lingering in the area.
I mean, they're keeping, again, both of these lanes consistently pushed into the high ground, top and mid.
I mean, they're ready for fights. Like, the Bruce split is ready. Bottom lane, though, pushing in. They're going to send the Lesh to take care of it. Still sticking in the area, though, with K1. Denying away this farm from EG. 6k gold lead. EG, they see the Lesh bottom. They're trying to make a move out to catch something.
6k behind EG. Are they actually gonna get 4-0'd by SA?
Getting big and bigger.
They're going to try for a move here.
Gotta get something big. EG, they need to find something.
Are they gonna fuck up my predictions completely?
Initiation from the Beastmaster.
That would be the first one in my predictions that's eliminated, right?
So Chris, he'll have that ready for the next fight. Still with nearly 3 minutes on the Aegis, it's not easy for EG to jump anyone outside of the supports. Fly will start to start things here, and we'll follow up onto Stinger. They'll get the roar off as well.
Okay, they'll get the 2 supports. Pretty good grabs.
See if they can do anything off the back of killing the 2 supports.
They gotta fix the lanes. Lanes are all constantly pushed in either from the Naga side or from the Chen creeps. Their whole jungle is actually also just being farmed from Chen. Like, I was just looking, I'm just watching the Chen microing all of his creeps, and he's just taking all the farm away.
Look at Stinger going ham. He's got pretty good farm.
2 supports, and now bottom tower looking to drop. East Coast, I mean, the macro game, very nice so far. Making sure they don't lose K1 at all so far. 0-0 and 2.
Chris is going for the Scythe of Vice as well.
Those 2 supports were down. Nothing more that you really could get other than
Whisper with the, of course, Wraith backed as always.
Space on their own half of the map in the jungle, knowing that there was not going to be an aggressive play made by Beast Coast, but fortunately for themselves, not enough of kills to do anything aggressive and really deal with the push that's coming in. Because already, Chris, he's back up to the high ground on the bottom lane.
They're gonna pop the they're gonna pop the Rax glyph. Wanting really to hold on to those.
Oh, yeah, it's an arcane rune. That's why. Okay.
Now the push continuing.
Not easy. He's gonna try and get in on the fight. Steps up towards K1. Nightfall, he has the roar.
Got the song off.
And get the arrow as well. Rage into the BKB. So a long time here. The RTZ is gonna be able to continue to beat in onto the Naga side, but it's still just not enough damage. He's only down to pretty much half.
Chris Smile is dead. First life. Doesn't have Bloodstone though.
From RTZ as he looks to stay alive. They'll get the opening stun onto Chris. Out to the side though. Arbet's been held up by the split up.
K1, he's in trouble.
RTZ chase him outside of the base. K1's getting low. Falls to the side. They're trying to separate K1 from the lifesteal, and they'll be able to do so. K1's fine for now.
Arbet though. Oh, look at their HP. It's so low. They are so low.
Wow. Getting the 2 supports, taking that Aegis away a little early from Chris. Definitely a defense here coming out from EG that, you know, all things considered, they'll be pretty content with.
That was an absolutely beautiful fight. Everyone's sitting at like 10%, 20% HP on EG, jumping in and out, getting these connections. Making sure that Chris Luck can't actually use this Aegis to its maximum. Almost even getting K1. That was a really good hold from EG.
Yeah, we're definitely
getting that roar off as that song kind of comes out with
at the same time, pretty much. And indeed, you're seeing exactly why you go for this Rage BKB build. Just, it gives RTZ this maximum amount of time, even during the song.
Yeah, it's a lengthy BKB time.
We saw that ended up getting down to about a third HP.
Can you still get Ags?
If RTZ is able to get that halberd done and then some sort of damage item, and during that sort of setup, he'll have a good chance of killing K1.
That was before they picked up quite a few items too. Abed now has an Aghanim's done too, so his damage is going to be quite a lot higher in this next fight. And they're looking to get aggressive. They're actually looking for more.
See what they can make a quick jump towards. In with the Remnant, Abed. Quickly swooping the map. He's managed to get his way over towards Chris.
He's got Lotus there.
Oh, nice arrow from Crit.
As Chris going down, EG, they'll definitely want to try and continue to fight on for more. Kajira turns with the sun onto the 2 of them, indeed. Over towards the mid lane. They have the Royal set up onto K1. No further damage output for now, though, as K1's got the backup of Stinger.
Fly.
Nothing to stop the CM multiple.
Should be just Gucci.
TP over from Whisper.
EG now looking to bail. Another net.
And trying to fly, so they want to try and tackle K1. I mean, RTZ's going to go for the squishies first. Goes straight for Stinger, takes down a second support.
It's looking rough for Beast Coast now.
East Coast.
Very much for sort of the first time this game where Beast Coast are the ones that are having to play a little more cautiously around EG.
EG's definitely found their footing of timing really for the lifestealer to stick on his targets, right? It really is this BKB, his halberd also making him super tanky. And he does have that goal frenzy talent too, so can stick on those targets a lot easier once he gets that initial hit.
I mean, what is the item here for Arteezy? He's got 2,600 gold saved up. Does he want to get the Skadi still to sort of limit the heals of the Leshrac with the Bloodstone, or do you want to see him get some sort of straight up damage item?
Oh.
I think Nullifier would be best at this stage against the 4 staffs.
They're gonna start getting more and more damage for the Ember Spirit, so I wouldn't blame him if he does go for the Scotty. It is so valuable versus that Leshrac, as you're mentioning.
K1 just doesn't actually do damage. He's tanky as fuck, but
kind of build. I'm not sure who's gonna go for that, but it's always pretty valuable versus that. So yeah, we'll see which one it's gonna be.
the damage is weak without the Lesh.
Again, quick kill on Gojira.
So I bet he's got Ags plus his shard, so watch for these remnants. Level 18 also, of course, was hit in that last fight. So his damage is going to be a lot higher versus that Naga Siren too.
G themselves, they might have a bit of a chance to...
Abed also has Ags, so the backline is an easy jump.
Creeps in on the mid lane.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
A good sort of vision here towards the move that K1's making over towards the mid. Looks like they'll still hold back a little bit here, EG.
Yeah, Abed, he keeps a remnant there, goes back, is starting to clean up the counter push.
We'll get a bit of a setup
in the area.
They're going for a fight, but that's Rage.
Look at the illusions now. Turns now over towards Chris.
But he still has a BKB.
Arteezy's got to be careful. Gets caught by the split. We'll be able to force him back to safety. Infest him to fly. He's fine for now. He's gone. Arteezy trying to go for round 2, but
Stinger's still alive.
The catch up with the opening stun. Will manage to get the BKB off, but with that BKB duration, stays on top of Stinger. Arteezy now godlike. He's ready for more. Turns towards Gojira. Rage at the ready. So after the BKB comes to an end, Arteezy can continue to push on it.
They won. Ah, doesn't get the bash.
If he gets bashed, I don't even think K1 actually got the hit on him there, but that was close. They actually got the stun there. Gojira, the 2-man stun, it catches the Lifestealer and the Beastmaster in the back, so kind of splits the fight up. EG do get pushed away.
I mean, yeah,
that was a big fight for Beast Ghost.
Last moment to get out.
Yeah, that was
realized that the fight was not going quite as good as maybe EG felt they could get it going. Okay. Choosing the right moment to bail out, but now 3 heroes dead on EG.
And we do see that Arteezy actually has gone for, I believe it was the Basher, yeah, but he's going to go for the Abyssal to stick on targets instead.
See if they can hold back. K1 here is onto the barracks.
His BKB's cooldown, so Arteezy does have to be a bit careful how he uses his Rage.
Absolutely, we're seeing that the Rage alone, not enough for Arteezy.
Beastmaster died without even using his ulti.
So many chain stuns that can come out from Gojira as well as the last.
Oh yeah, he got
yeah, we
right click down, I guess.
The stun is going to come in a few seconds right around this moment when Arteezy backs up.
I mean, the big problem for him is just it's really fucking hard to find the real Naga.
You know, if they get caught at all from a Lash, at all from a Naga Siren, they're just dead. And yeah, here it is, the stun from Gojira. Boom! Catches the 2, catches the Beast. K1's able to focus fire.
I'm not seeing that replay. What are you on about?
The illusions to close in on a hero. Not going to stand much of a chance against this massive Naga Siren here. 28,000 net worth. K1 just continuing to grow at an incredible rate. Has yet to die this game.
Here, replay. Oh, rep replay.
So an arcane rune inside of Chris Luck's bottle. Getting more stacks, continuously level 20 on the Lesh. 20 on the Ember.
Bottom lane is being split pushed in though. Stinger continuing the split push spam.
Starting to burn away some mana. I mean, mana is pretty important on Arteezy.
That is.
Rage and BKB, like look at Halberd, Rage, BKB, like he actually has to be very careful how he uses these. Now he has Infest, so he has 240 mana.
Gonna get the jump on Chris in the mid. The rest of Beast Coast to try to make an aggressive move on towards Fly, but Chris was left behind. And EG, they move immediately to punish that.
Great Infest blink play there from Nightfall and Arteezy.
No, Gojira gets spotted by the Hawk. The vision gain is strong here. Actually, Abed's out of mana.
K1 turns, has the root, has the bash as well, holding him in position. As he steps across, there's no saving Abed.
Oh, Abed. There's also no mana on Artur. And double damage in front of Roche. Hello, Gaben. Hello, Gaben. Hello. Oh, it's bottled by Seasmile?
Maybe go for the right. That looks to be indeed
Free Ags.
It's an agonist too.
They don't have, of course, control of the outpost either.
I was thinking
in
he
their
just
own
gives the
jungle, so
DD
they
to
can't
the
really
Naga,
push
but
a
okay.
buyback play on Arbed either.
No.
They're just going to have to let this go here to Beast Coast.
And I mean, is this one where you give it to the Naga Siren? Probably, right? Because he can just net the Lifestealer through those spell immunities.
I think certainly so.
That's going to be pretty devastating.
Oh, see Smile.
Oh, Chris takes it. Okay. I mean, the Nihilism also in a way could protect the Lesh, so we'll see. He takes everything. Oh my, okay. Takes the cheese and the angel.
I mean, he did buy back, you know. He wanted to make sure he got his money's worth.
That is quite fair.
Yeah, he can't die to the Lifestealer then. Because he turns into E-Blade for
Of
him.
course, ensnare through the spell immunity, but K1 also about to finish up a Bloodthorn. I mean, he's hitting critical mass soon. Maybe that's also why he's probably like, I'm
What's
gonna
the
buy
Nihilism
Ags soon,
cooldown?
right?
25
That is
seconds.
the thing, right? In terms of these two heroes, who's going to get the money quicker for their own axe? It's going to be the Naga Siren if the game continues on for longer. There's mid lane, K1.
All three lanes are getting sieged.
And then what do you do if you're EG? You've got to do something. They're going to try. Nightfall, he's looking for a raw target, turns towards Chris.
Lotus is up.
Has to be careful as he holds back on it for now. RTZ's in with the bashes. They're bringing Chris down pretty quickly. That'll be him down the ones.
He doesn't even have a BKB yet on Chris.
Does get yours into the air. RTZ, he's focusing down the Naga Siren. K1's going to get forced for side. He's able to get the
Abed gets the kill. Let's see Smile. Artur. He's dead. See Smile does it. Pony, pony, pony.
Chris just killed them all.
And there's no buyback on RTZ. He's a hell of a lot short on the gold here. 1,500 gold. He does not have here to get back in on the action. They've got to try and hold with the three of them. And indeed, Chris is ready to chase it back up towards the fountain.
Disco Pony.
He's got plenty of mana to play with. The buyback comes out from Arbed. As EG, they scramble back towards the fountain. Got to try and hold and keep their cool here for 50 seconds now without RTZ.
Disco Pony.
Oh my god, dude, the damage that he did. They focus fired K1, but they ignored the Lesh for a bit. Look at this, 12,800 damage.
This is at least going to be the mega creeps here. And they really slow down Beast Coast for this 30 seconds. I don't know if they can.
I don't know if they can. 30 seconds seems like a big window. This Edict is about to come back up. It's got the 25 talent too.
The first tier 4 falls. The second shortly to come.
Ancient under siege. Disco Pony. Whoop whoop. Disco Pony. Whoop whoop. Disco Pony. And SA does it. SA eliminates NA.
And this is the end of the road for Evil Geniuses this year.
Oh my, South America has taken out EG. Back-to-back series, 2-0 both times. Oh my god.
Evil Geniuses this year.
Oh my, South America has taken out EG. Back-to-back series, 2-0 both times. Oh my god. Beast Coast, the team that got EG into TI, now they've taken it away. Oh my god.
I mean, they've got to be feeling fantastic. From the first game, no complete dominance from start to finish, and then the second one, a bit of a different approach, more sort of just focusing on and K1 becoming this incredible beast that couldn't be dealt with. He was just at the top of the farm and far ahead for the entire game. It just got too much at the end of the game. Now, EG able to pull together pretty much the better defense that we've seen out of both of these series, but it just still was not good enough. Yeah. Once again today, the South American teams coming out on top, and Beast Coast this is a team on LAN. It's so hard to prepare for them because they just hit another level when they get out there in front of the crowd.
They power up off each other. They play out for each other so well. You can see, as soon as the Naga Siren has a little trouble, Chris comes in and just slams things. I mean,
Very inspired EG to pick Thunderwaken as their victim in upper bracket. Now they will have nightmares with the SA teams. Indeed, indubitably.
Wow. Yeah, it was across the board. Every single player there from Beast Coast just falling perfectly in sync with one another, and then just right up until that last point, knowing when to just really just put the foot on the pedal and push it to the max, right? So Chris just running into the base, running down the mall, a point where RTZ doesn't have the buyback gold. It's just over from that moment. They couldn't kill the Lesh, they couldn't kill the Naga Siren. It was too much for Evil Geniuses today as Beast Coast knocked them out of the competition. Beast Coast, they'll be the ones to get to continue their lower bracket run here at the International.
Thank you very much, OD Pixel and Fogged. Yes, Beast Coast just dominating, another 2-0 here at the international. We've seen so many 2-0s. I'm really hoping we do get a best of 3 go all the way. But unfortunately, Evil Geniuses, that's the last North American team. I believe it's only, is it only Snaking that is left from America?
It's something along those lines.
Yes,
Yeah,
my knowledge,
they still
yes.
have only
The
snaking.
weight of America on Snaking.
Well, he can lift a lot. He's a buff
But-
boy.
He is buff.
South America.
America, yes.
Let's go,
focus there.
baby. And we're still alive and strong. I mean, obviously sad for EG, but Beast Coast played hype as per usual. And I didn't think this would be a good Naga game, but he made it work so well.
This was cool.
Like when they hit that heart timing, especially.
This was really cool.
Yeah, I think the main thing from Beast Coast is they, under the pressure of EG early on.
Now they can't blame Bulb. Why did they give Abed Ember again after that very shitty game 1 with Ember?
They got the Aegis onto the side of EG, then Beast Coast instantly swiped it away within a minute, if that, or like 30 seconds, and EG's kind of momentum completely shifted, and Beast Coast, they look back to their Naga side and like, come on mate, it's your turn to take over the game.
And I have to say, te quiero mucho, Arturito. You tried your best. He went for that Mjolnir. He fought them off valiantly on his lifestealer, itemized well against the Naga, but at the end, even though Naga was given a lot of space and he was the focal point, like he was what everyone was focusing on, it was C-Smile, it was Chris Luck that was just deleting everyone on the left track. Like he went for a very interesting item build as well with a Lotus Orb, which allowed him to just completely stay up front and soak in all the damage.
Yeah, so there we have it. And that last fight, as you saw, once the buyback came in and the amount of resources they spent on trying to take down.
Hey.
Unfortunately, C-Smile got into the back lines. But I need to just.
See, how many people had
from America? This is really.
Okay.
This is what we need at this show. We just.
I'm tied with Tony right now. Both have 3 points.
Well, that's it for the North America region.
And with Hyper Utam.
We brought 5 teams here, and they're all gone. It's the Americas, though, right? We're a joint. Right?
They totally like you.
They love us.
Yeah.
You love Thunder.
You're in the same region, actually.
We're the same region.
The way things are going with all the big teams going down to underdogs, Boomer's going to take the next series best. Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Am I getting
Get in on some of this. Get in on some of this.
British, but yeah, South America's out.
Colonization all the way. James, can I interest you in some?
Thank you, sir.
Go on, buddy.
Oh, no, wait, here. It tastes like desperation.
Oh, no.
I mean,
that's the wrong one.
I take only the top grade stuff, and oh man, and we got Boba.
You've got snaking.
No, we don't.
got snaking.
We got Blitz. We got Blitz. American coach.
There you go.
American coach.
Yeah.
Yes.
There we go. Owie, Canadian. I'll take it.
Got him.
I'll take it. Oh, America, let's go.
Not out yet.
God bless America.
Help is on his way.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah,
I already
we just had to
told you.
support him emotionally there. Like, we're not even American. We're British.
We're
all British
We're all
here.
very good friends.
Wait, what? Okay.
Yep.
We're all British.
We're all Brits here. This is the British panel.
Yes, I'm British.
To talk about Beast Coast a little bit more. So they're going to be moving on into the lower bracket.
I only got Tundra with the exact score.
Amazing. Is it,
I didn't expect a 2-0 from Beast Coast.
Because this is
That's
their
nuts.
second game now in the lower bracket.
Yeah.
Their first match wasn't, it was Hokori. That's still a good win. But here they seem to take it even up another level.
They are improved because they are more comfortable. You can tell that they're in their element of their play style and how they like to be. Like groups, there was just that they were lacking cohesion, right? They had a clash of ideas, they weren't on the same page, and now it really feels like they know exactly what they want to do with each other. And they said themselves, like, they're a different team from the DBC. Like against Hokori, they
I think EG is more of a disappointment than
Sonics,
Sonics, even if Sonics didn't make it
now.
out of the group
Yeah,
stage.
well,
Oh, 100%. Because EG did so fucking well in the group stage.
We're going to go over to Casey for an interview with Beast Coast.
We have quite the group to interview today. First of all, we have Avo, who's going to help us with the translation, C-Smile/Chris Luck, and then Valky, who is newly bald. I don't even know where to start, so I'll start with Felicidades. Congratulations. This has been quite the brotherhood between these two teams. I think it kind of encompasses what Dota is all about. You guys have helped each other over the last couple of years through getting to TI and in TI, and it all came to this. Talk about what that means to you to be able to play so well against a team that dominated group stage.
Había hermandad entre ambos equipos, ¿no? Durante los últimos pasados años habéis enseñado un poquito, tanto llegar al TI, ¿no? En el pasado, este año en las ciudades ustedes. ¿Cómo se siente llegar a este momento y jugar tan bien contra un equipo que ha dominado la fase de grupos?
En realidad nos sentíamos confiados porque sabíamos que podíamos ganarle y que...
They can't speak English, but a lot of them can.
Creo que estábamos
but not all. But they kind of like they have broken English and they don't understand everything perfectly, so they'd rather have it just translated than, you know, sound fucking derpy.
Okay. ¿Cómo se dice shave head en español?
Shaved head, pelado.
Pelado. ¿Por qué? Matu.
¿Por qué te has pelado, amigo? ¿Quieres explicarlo?
La cábala contra el jefe.
¿Qué?
La cábala contra el jefe.
La cábala
tenía que regresarlo.
He says because Arteezy shaved, it was necessary. You had to beat the curse.
So Arteezy shaved his head to counter, and then you tried to counter his counter. Yeah. So what's next? How do you top this?
¿Qué haces
moving
más?
forward for the next?
¿Cómo superas esto en la siguiente partida?
Voy a pelar a alguien del equipo.
He's gonna shave someone else. He's gonna shave him though.
Oh no! Okay. Congratulations! You guys have been playing so well and really exciting games. So congrats. Oh, thank you. Muchas gracias. We'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Casey. Yes, it worked. They countered.
Avon is fucking flashy pink suit.
South American teams and coaches don't send their whole squad for Brazilians, but if they need to, I'm all right with that.
It's for a TI win, mate.
It's for TI. Yeah, but we didn't predict that. But we, you know, EG didn't know about the counterplay. It was a genius move. But let's go into our next series here, and we're going to be meeting our first team. It's going to be Boom Esports.
Forev on Twitter. Looking for team player / coach. 10k MMR offlaner. Willing to go any region.
Page, FBZ, Tims, and Scheme. I want to say Skem. Thank you for
Let's go.
I know. I'm on it now. Next team up against them is going to be PSG.LGD.
I'm going to take a dump.
Last year's runner-ups.
That is what I'm going to do.
Say Faithian, Jinkyu, and why this team is a scary team, and it's scary to meet them and even to see them in the lower bracket if you're going up against them. So we'll see how Boom Esports will be able to adjust. Boom Esports, though, did actually beat the defending champions to get here. They took out Team Spirit, and they've developed a lot during the group stages and the tournaments sheet.
Yeah, I mean, they beat the winners of all TI. What's this, a second placer team?
These runner-ups.
It only gets easier from here, right?
100%. I mean, this team have come a very long way throughout the year. Their drafting has expanded like amazingly. Arlington Major even, I think they had one of the newest and freshest drafts I'd seen from them as a team when they played against LGD in that upper bracket. So I've just really enjoyed how they've really been pushing their comfort zone to get to here.
Yeah. Having followed the SCA region for a really long time, this is probably the ultimate stack they could have formed out of all the new stars that were coming in in the last couple of years. Obviously getting Yopajin, FBZ being with the team, being in Boom since like, what, 2018 or something? And then getting Scam as well to bring all those good ideas that he usually does bring to any single team.
But it's also the fact that, don't forget how they got to this position, right? They were nearly going to be eliminated from the group stage. They had to beat EG, who was first in the group. They 2-0'd them. Then they went to a tiebreaker. They beat Sonics, they beat BetBoom quite swiftly. And then they beat Team Spirit. Like, they've gone probably the hardest journey possible to get to the lower bracket. And now they're like beating the previous TI champion, going to second place. Like, if they beat PSG, that's the type of momentum that you have as a team, like beating first place, the runner-up. Now you have to maybe look at them with a different eye, because
Do you agree that Giants are falling in the lower bracket, like most of them, right? Like we've seen EG, we've seen Team Spirit.
I'm sure a lot of the teams watching these games are very happy from the upper bracket, because there's always a chance that you could have met Team Spirit. You could still meet PSG.LGD, and people were, I'm sure, afraid of EG. Their run through the group stages. It's like, okay, what's going on? What's this team doing? Yes, SEA today could come out just looking spectacular, already in the upper bracket, and then the previous match of Beast Coast, SA, and now also SEA as Boom Esports have their chance. So yeah, the Giants seem to be falling. You're right, Lizard.
And the Giants did look kind of wounded when it comes to PSG.LGD throughout the year. They're an amazing team, but they aren't the team from the last year in which whatever they pick, like VP back in the day, pick any hero in the game and win a tournament with all heroes drafted, right? PSG.LGD isn't necessarily the same. We've seen them falter at the Arlington Major. We've also seen them in the DPC seasons. Like in the DPC seasons, arguably they didn't take it as seriously as other teams, but it's not like they were beating every single match. They struggled.
What do you think of PSG.LGD here, Sheeps?
I am concerned by them. I think they said that they don't know how to win on this patch, because obviously the last time we really saw them properly was at Arlington, and there's been a patch since then, and a lot has changed. And even there, they were kind of forcing weird drafts with their double Naga pick in grand finals. They've had a little bit of cracks and stuff, and it must feel bad as well. They said that they're going to try their best, but you're coming into this with Faith Beyond, who intends on retiring. I think Ame also said that he is looking to retire soon and bow out at his peak. So how do you really maintain that strength of mind when you have two players that want to retire?
I feel like you need to harness that in a way. It's like, this is the final run. We will eventually kind of go, this can be it. But it is a little bit difficult to say. I think the success that they've found so far in the tournament, it's only been on 2 or 3 heroes opening styles, unlike other teams where they've opened a much more variety. So yeah, a little bit of a weaker PSG this time around.
All right, well, it seems like the players are ready to start picking and banning some heroes. So we're going to be going into match 1 here. It's going to be a good one.
Boom Esports versus PSG.LGD. Game 1.
All right, and we get to be a little bit nerdy now as we go into the picks and jazz. I can see she nodding at this. Yes, we are. But just to kind of, before we go too much into the kind of heroes, but in terms of the players, because it does take them a little while to get, a few moments to get started, who are we really focusing on if I'm watching from home from each team?
Right. If I'm looking at PSG.LGD, I'm looking at Fate Beyond. Like, this man is retiring, but he's not retired yet. He needs to be enabled. Like, you can't give him heroes that are countered by 1 or 2 on the opposite side. Like the Enigma that was drafted for him in recent games, right? Like versus Secret, he's countered by the Global plus another laner. If you enable Fate Beyond, like he was enabled in the DP game, he can be that third carry.
Yeah, and on the flip side for Boom, I think FBZ, we don't really mention him too many times, but in that previous series...
It's offlaners again. This is the...
Coincidentally, but it's just the fact that in that series, he was a Beastmaster, he had the lowest net worth out of anyone, but he found ways to play his hero without dying. He ended the game 2-1-13. He was instrumental in punishing Team Spirit's lifestealer when he overextended Braw into death. So I think FBZ is kind of like an unsung hero, at least for the broadcast that I've seen, where he consistently just finds his way to enter the game as the offlaner.
What do you think, who enables the offlaners better, ZinQ or Tims? Or are they kind of similar?
I am a huge Tims fan. I think it's hard for me to say, because I'll be real, I don't particularly look at the pos fours of these teams too much. Like, for Boom, I just want to add on to what T said. Yeah, you can look at FBZ, but like, this team is evolving. It used to be that everyone would just pile everything onto Yopaj to give them the best game, and that's what I said the last time we paneled for Boom. But then you watch how they played against Spirit, and actually they completely turned their playstyle around to be very Jackie focused. Yopaj was playing that utility Mars from mid, buying Refresher and trusting his carry to win the game for them. So I like that they are now a much more versatile team in the strats that they can bring out.
All right, and I'm still noticing this trend of off lane. You go FBZ, you hyped up Whisper. What do you play?
I play.
Let's fucking go.
Could it maybe be?
Well, if you look at my Doa buff, it's +5. But if you look at the extensive history of my Doa buff, it's a
Bald strat winning TI. That's the only way you can do it, bro.
As well, they are focusing the offlaners early on, right? You see the Enigmas being banned out. Primal Beast a little bit more versatile, but he gets booted most of the time as well. We'll see if Clock, perhaps Silencer will get out. Perhaps Silencer not, as Enigma is already banned, right?
Yeah, there was. I remember a time where C teams against Boom and DPC were just banning FBZ, Mars, and Pango first 2 bans because he was just so obscenely good at these heroes, and he would just use everything. Like he would push the heroes to the absolute limit of what they could do. Like his Pango, he would play to the last sliver of health just to try and get that extra shield crash or swashbuckle, or just that extra little kill off.
10 seconds remaining. Esports.
Is it pretty predictable bans here? I can see you with all you're cheating. You get paid to be here, T-Governor. Why have you got all the answers in front of you?
Because the answers are cool. If I got them, you want to see them too? No, you're cheating.
I wouldn't be able to understand. But is it a pretty standard opener for both these teams?
Yeah, I was just quickly double checking what Boom's openings have been, and it's Tiny, Marcy, Enigma, and then like the Marsh Shadow thing. They're kind of like the 4 or 5, like 5 or 6 heroes, sorry, that are kind of floating around in the first phase.
But the heroes that are banned against them usually are Undying and Enigma.
Yeah.
So it's kind of well prepared by PSG.LGD, obviously, as expected. But Chen in the first phase, instantly picked by PSG.LGD. Are they bringing in the tempo? Something they liked from the last game, perhaps, as well?
They've only first picked Chen once so far in TI. They have picked it before a couple of other times, but the first time they picked it, it was against Sonics, which they actually lost. But very much was a in-your-face style of draft. It was Chen, Leshrac, Mars, TA, the quick Roshan with the TA, the aggression, the heal of the Chen.
Ooh, Tusk is fun because that can go mid. We've seen Nine playing it. I think Yopaj has played it in the past as well. It's a hero that initially was really cool to see come out because people weren't familiar with the mid matchups. So we saw like Puck versus Tusk in Arlington, and the Tusk would win the lane because they just didn't know. Yeah, and you don't go this tag team. You can go the other two nukes. You're able to farm and do loads of damage at the same time. So Tusk, very fun hero to come out in the early phase because of that flex.
Especially because Tusk enables the 5 positions to, once they win lane, to rotate. And yeah, perfect hit. They pick the Crystal Maiden. It's like against Chen, this will lock down one lane, but you don't really rotate as quickly as a double support duo potentially. So now CM Tusk, if they win their side lane and now they're running onto mid, Chen, sure, if you bring the correct creeps, might be able to help out, but the pace that Boom support duo can bring is already going to be a little bit quicker than what a Chen +1 can provide.
And the Crystal Maiden is still decent against the Chen. If not on her own, then she provides the mana to everyone else on the team to actually spam out all the nasty creeps that he brings to the table.
Oh, it feels so weird. Of course, Boom are second pick, so they will get to react later down the line, but seeing a second pick where they just pick 2 supports, sure, there's a little bit of flexibility with Tusk, but not often do you just see, here's my 2 supports, let's now play some Dota.
It does open you up for, it's a little bit harder later on in the game to counter certain cores, right? Like if you don't have that
Yopaj is my idol. I'm with you, bro.
Is he everyone's idol since the Singapore Major, right?
Yes.
Like that one Windrunner game literally turned everyone into his fan.
We're all a big fan of Yopaj. He is so humble, so talented.
And we're all ex-Nova as well.
Yeah.
I mean, don't forget that this is a CTI and this is the final full C team left, right? Like if they get eliminated, then now you're picking for individual players on teams, so very much is we might hear some bias in the crowd for this Boom team at least.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to take my bias out of the panel because I'm going.
Nah, please. There you go.
Nope. Now when you're PSG.LGD, you've picked up your Monkey King very early on. It's Uncrowned King, Ame special, right? Like he enjoys playing the Monkey King. Is there some flex possibility? Of course there is. They could still play it on Xingqiu, but I do believe it will be your position 1, especially now after the being banned out.
I think it's a very good carry to pick on 8 here, just because when you see CM Tusk, like the Tusk specifically in lane, you want to get close, you're going to give Monkey King those Jingu opportunities to build up, and also in the later portions of the game, as soon as you throw down that Wukongs, the CM can't stand still and probably going to die. The Tusk can't snowball in and be aggressive, you're going to be out of position. It allows just PSG to play around something in an area now.
And that's probably one small problem, right, Sheep, when you open up with 2 supports. Now you have to think about how do you counter the monkey? What do you pick against him on the core positions, which puts you in an awkward position?
I guess also, unfortunately, the Tusk buys Ags, you just blink in, kick monkey out of his Wukongs. That entire construct now gets broken down, but...
Yeah, but how many times do you see that, right?
Like I mean, we'd see it in this game, maybe.
Yeah, we might, especially if it goes mid and gets farmed.
Yeah, not a lot, though, not a lot.
No. But right now, I look at LGD's heroes, and they're really utilizing vision between the creeps that they can send out on the map with Chen to the vision of Monkey when he's on the trees. That's something that potentially they want to look at using more. You can usually see a disruptor paired with these types of heroes because you get the glimpses off from long range. That control of area with kinetic field as well would be good to combo with the Monkey King ult. Other times you see other heroes that keep people in place like Mars, like Puck. These types of heroes are just really nice. And for Boom's side, they don't have hard lockdown yet.
Yeah, I feel like for PSG, they're leaning maybe towards, like, if they can, a second phase Rubik. Just casually stealing any Tusk CM spell will feel really good. The Chen Rubik is a TI combo that goes back so many years, and then it just makes sure
every single TI.
Every TI, you see it at least once or 100 times. And then your offlaner now just needs to be that tankier initiator to enable it. But yeah, Boom are the ones that need to try and evade playing into the overly tanky heroes right now.
Esports turn to ban.
How do you feel about some good old classic Tiny as well here for PSG.LGD? You're still left in the pool, can be rotated between mid and the position 4 with the Chen. It's an option for them, right?
For sure.
They have drafted it before as well, obviously, as every single team has. TI 10, 11.
They'll get to see one more hero before they pick, so I guess that will be the indicator, right? Because with a CM Tusk, they'll maybe see an offlane pairing. That offlane, if it's a ranged hero, will indicate Tusk being the 4 potentially, which will give more leverage.
I saw your ass crack. Oh, did you enjoy it? I know, it is fucking beautiful.
Strength and the flex opening from them, or do you just like the two supports?
I proper like seeing CM Tusk. Like, okay. When it's a Mars. So Boom's now trying to keep it a bit more. Yeah.
They're still super flexible because whilst this Tusk could also go mid or forward, this Mars similarly, we literally watched Yopash play this against Spirit. FBZ is the god of Mars. Like every single game he would play this hero during DPC. He is so good at it.
Could you not, like, if you're PSG here, this could be like a Kunkka Rubik situation. Now, your Kunkka, it's a damage mitigation against the aggression. CM Tusk can't really gank this hero that effectively, especially when Kunkka gets bow. The Rubik, like we mentioned before, it is a banging Rubik game. Any hero that he looks at, you steal a spell, you're going to just be better than them.
Not so good.
No more eggs. We don't really do anything anymore with eggs. It's because I don't regularly stream.
You've been asking for Kunkka a couple of times today.
I think right now with the skirmishing meta that we have, having a solid mid lane that you don't need to always help out that much, and it kind of gives you some comfort throughout the mid game, it just feels really good. Especially like they get looking at
oh my god!
Oh, they go Snapfire though. I was still good.
One out of two.
Close.
It's good enough. Good enough.
Don't worry, they'll get the true sight when PSG win TI, and then you could be like, I want Rubik and Zhao. It's like, no, you didn't wash your face. You're playing Snapfire. It's like, okay, I'm sorry. But yeah, that's cool. This is nice. I like PSG's second phase picks.
Do you like the snap in a way that now you get some damage mitigation from the Kunkka, plus you get...
They have a lot of problems dealing with the Mars and Tusk. Like, they both have big blocking spells.
She provides not only magic damage, but armor reduction, so this monkey's going to be dealing a lot more damage too. I'm a fan of it, and it makes the offlane stronger as well.
Yep. Boom, they're a very decent response to the Kunkka, of course. The Kunkka doesn't do anything to Lifestealer now, so PSG, their final pick in the draft is going to need to cover the Lifestealer a little bit. They don't really have BKB piercing stones, they have no way to prevent this Lifestealer just freely
maybe
clicking.
mid Tusk or mid Mars.
If PSG wants to fight this, they stand still.
Yeah, but it could also be offlane Mars. It's probably Yopaj mid Mars, I would assume.
Like these BKB piercing heroes that are really good versus Lifestealer?
Yeah, potentially.
Razor in the pool, potentially.
Razor as well, yeah.
He plays the fuck out of it.
If they went for Razor, I would feel like they're in the same position in which Collapse was yesterday with the OD, when it comes to overall draft and how it makes sense.
Yeah, and Boom Esports, ended up...
It's kind of funny that NA has been completely eliminated and there are still 2 SA teams in TI.
I'm sorry to talk so much about them, but like they're the team I know the most. For Boom, this is a draft that they have actually run quite a lot. Like in terms of comfort and familiarity, this is something they have played a lot. Jackie's lifestealer throughout DBC Tour 3, he played this very often, and I talked about the playing with Yopaj type strat. This is what they would do. They would have 4 heroes that run around,
FBC,
making
Mars,
space for Jackie,
4
who sits in the
Tusk,
safe
and
lane
mid
for
to
as
be
long as he
picked.
can, just farming
Most
that
of the
Midas
time when
into
they
whatever he
pick
needs.
Mars on Boom,
Good
it's
that you
mid
mentioned it,
Mars
because
though
I'm so
for
happy that Jackie
Yopaj.
evolved,
He's
because
played it like
a few
4
years
times
back
this
in
TI
T1,
already.
He would be always that, not necessarily lifestealer, illusion-based hero, right? Like he's always just AFK farming until 30-minute mark, then he joins. But if you're playing a
Then
lifestealer,
FBC tends to go for like
the fight
Beastmaster,
has to
but
come
in
to
this
you
case they
sooner than
banned it
later.
themselves.
Like you actually have to be a bit more active.
He was like that in DBC Tour 1 as well.
Yeah,
he was
look,
on
they're
Motivate
expecting
Trust
it to
playing
be a
Wraith King
mid
Medusa
Mars
every
as
game.
well with the
So yeah, he's really like bloomed on Boom. I'm very happy for
with
him.
the Veno and Panda
Having a
ban.
say or two,
Yeah.
a word or two to tell him, yeah.
I'm trying to think for like PSG, their final pick now, I mentioned the BK piercing. They have the Slaughter route, but I think that could be a little bit of an issue in terms of CM in the lane. It's
Yeah.
nice that speed.
Yeah,
The other option is like maybe like a Legion.
Okay.
Where you have the Legion, lifesteal steps up, you instantly jaw him. You don't really have a lot of burst damage, but with the Dispel, the fact that you can take some of the earlier fights just through Boom wanting to run at you, you just defensively reposition, you wait, you bide your time, you see an opportunity, then you jump.
What about instead of that, instead of caring about locking down lifesteal really hard, you just focus on balling up? Because this Monkey King, he's going to be able to put down like his Wukongs, and they're just going to fight in it as a ball with the boat buff, and running with these Chen auras and creeps and pushing towers together. Maybe they can just like buff the strengths that they already have in there.
Why the
instead
fuck
of
is
trying to, like,
do
patch
some of the
holes.
players have a mask on the
What they are thinking,
stage?
like even the Morphling ban, like they're going way out. They're thinking perhaps even the.
That's
Kunkka
so weird.
Morphling or
Like
something
on
like that,
stage, behind the
Monkey
PC.
being position 1.
I get putting on the mask and putting it off when you get there, but having it off on during the game.
Yeah, it's like
I know there's
even
a
though I
surge.
completely understand why you're.
But
worried
the mask
about
is to
CM
make other
and
people
the
not
line that
sick,
might
not
be
for you
problematic
to
for
not
the
get sick.
Slardar. It is Slardar snap.
It's just, yeah.
Like no matter what you bring there, I believe they should be able to beat Lifestealer +1.
And you're going to go into the mid game now where one good fight outside the Roshan pit, you get that Aegis. Boom Esports, their entire lineup, it feels like if we don't get the kill with that big spear, that big initiation.
You anti-mask?
sure
No,
they
no.
can
I
take
think
cheaper fights. That's
I
where
think
Boom's
masks
final
are
pick
great.
needs to
I wore
be
my
able to
mask
take
every single
prolonged
time
fights,
it was
multiple
needed.
fights. If he's a big cooldown hero, then
It's
Will you get the
just
Spirit then for you?
I would not be in my room sitting there with a mask on, for instance. Anti-vaccine streamer, no, that's Christian.
And,
So
wait, or is
Tusk
it-
or Mars?
Oh no,
right?
it could be Tusk. Yeah, yeah.
I think Mars on the offlane, so you can spear the Monkey King away.
it's an off-lane
Actually, Mars safe.
Phoenix.
Off-lane Phoenix, my man, FBZ.
All right.
It's new.
Okay,
I mean,
so
minus attack speed.
Call it.
Is always gonna
Yo,
be good.
Budge mid
It's
Mars.
not only the minus attack speed, you always keep vision on the Monkey King. You can dive over the trees, you can bring him down. It's one of my actually favorite matchups to play on the offlane, even though it's not really popular right now.
It's a
really
closed
strong plus
arena.
with the
It's not
aggro
even
you
an
can dive from the
arena.
trees.
But then on the flip side, PSG, they've got Jinkyu on one of his specialty heroes, the Snapfire, the little shredder. You get into position with a blink dagger, you kill that egg.
But the reason that you wear the mask is not to make other people sick. If you're not sick, because these players get tested like every day, if you're not sick, then the mask really does nothing.
Unless they did something like this in the
Go
draft.
crazy.
It's really
That's
crazy.
more
I'm leaning
the
quite heavily
my
towards
point.
PSG.LGD. Snap
No,
versus
no,
Phoenix,
they
Slardar
actually
versus Nyx.
had
It
multiple
just looks
studies
simple to
where it
execute.
shows that
Yeah,
it
it's
does
also
not
what
work
Kunkka's
both
gonna go
ways.
for
It
this
only
AC
works the
hex build,
outward
I
way
wanna
and
say.
not
I
the
mean, I
inward
don't know if he
way.
has a different idea, but this, like with a halberd maybe in there too. it
Mainly
all
to
seems
not
like
let you
Kunkka's
touch your
iron build
face
helps counter
with bare
Boom's a
hands.
lot.
Bare gloves.
You worried?
I believe in the boys. Boom are very good at skirmishing and fighting early. They can easily like outplay LGD just through fighting.
And T, what do you make of this?
No, I think I agree with what Lizard mentioned about this draft. I think there's a lot of pressure on this last pick Phoenix, and I just like the simplicities of PSG and this Kunkka in the second.
I mean,
pick,
if
just
you
kind
get
of
like an
unlocks
itch in your eye, you
PSG
still
to have a
go like
comfortable
in your eye,
Yeah,
even
and
with a
of course,
mask.
You know, game one, I admire Boom to bring out something new.
And I would not be like,
adapt
oh
on
yeah,
the
I'm gonna
draft.
put my hand in my
If
mouth
this
at
something is planned,
any other moments.
We might be able to find out actually because we're going to have a poster draft interview with Boom Esports. It's the coach, Mushi.
Thank you so much, guys. Yes, Mushi, we are here. Thank you for taking time out. Very aggressive draft, very interesting draft. Phoenix on the Monkey King. Pretty exciting stuff here. The crowd is going absolutely ballistic, so please.
You've not
Were
seen
you
seeing Q dig his nose in true sight. Whatever he does with his nose is his thing.
Not really. I think we read them quite well. Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. Are you going to have the momentum to win this game? That's a very aggressive draft. Are you confident?
Yeah, we got what we want and we have nothing to lose though. Let's do it.
Hence the mask. But then he just, you know, if he wants to dig in his nose, the mask won't stop him. It's literally...
Oh, thank you so much, Slacks. We do get into it. Game number 1 here between PSG.LGD and Boom Esports. John, you hear this crowd? It is absolutely...
Oh no, I don't give a damn if you wear a mask. It's just weird seeing it on stage.
We're gonna have a good game regardless. We've got a few surprises from Boom. You know,
When, you know, communication is also very fucking vital.
We'll see if they are truly ready for that plan. We've got a lot of fans.
I've seen football players wear masks. That one really still weirds me out. Fucking half choking on the field. I gotta admit, reading the Reddit drama about TI is much more entertaining than watching TI. Oh yeah, crap, I need to go into the game.
It's not a best of 1 this time around. We've got a best of 3 series, but so much on the line, and it feels like this is a series that just shouldn't be happening. We're in round 2 of the lower bracket.
Oh yeah.
Boom Esports had 1.4%.
International tournament, it's always kind of fallen flat, but this is a,
Crap.
you know, this could be their opportunity to prove everyone wrong as well.
No, I was too late.
A lot of hopes hanging on that last Southeast Asian team here.
Absolutely, we'll see how it does go. Of course, we'll start with the mid lane. Nothing to say going to be there against the Ado Yopaj. The Mars vs Kunka. What are you thinking about this one? Who has the advantage? Who should win out this lane?
I mean, it feels a lot easier for the Kunka, right? You've always got Tidebringer coming out. The Mars has some play though. By level 2, level 3, you can threaten, you can get some good spear backs, but it's just a lot more consistent for the Kunka to kind of work that lane as long as he kind of dodges out from Yopaj's aggression when he does dip in.
What about that bottom lane, John? I mean, you've got Jackie and Scam, of course, against Faith Beyond there on that slaughter. I mean, it seems like a bit of a tough lane for Jackie as it does go on, right? When you get the levels up on Faith Beyond it, with that added bash, it's always hard for the lifestealer. Do you think maybe the Crystal Maiden can kind of relieve that pressure as the game goes on?
I mean, somewhat. It's really aggressive lane. We heard what the panel was saying about that bot lane. It's just Slardar plus Snapfire, all the stuns in the world. You can just easily eat through the lifestealer if he's not careful, especially in those early levels.
Is DK bald because of COVID or is it natural? It is not natural. I have a horrible diet. And it consists of sugar times sugar.
But when it comes to commitment, I don't see LGD really being shoved away just from Skem's presence.
Yeah, I mean, you've got that deadly combination as well, right? With the cookie into the crush. It's just so hard to escape, and I'll see how they do try to abuse it. Of course, we did have a look at that top lane as well as Yopaj. He does end up missing that spear. But top lane, FBZ and Tim's going to be against Arme, and of course, why? So it's like a bit of another rough lane for both sides here, at least for Boom Esports. The Phoenix off lane coming out as well against the Snapfire kind of surprised us, John. But what are you thinking about this top lane?
I mean, it makes sense in some ways. You know, attack speed slow onto the Monkey King does make that lane really annoying. At the same time, Ame can just kind of dance
Football players spit in each other's mouth. Are you actually defending football players wearing a, like actual top level athletes wearing a mask on the field? Because some random football player has spit in another random football player's mouth before.
You do see the shards coming out from Tim's here as well. It does feel like for Boom, this is maybe a level 3, heck, even level 4 or 5, where you can really start to get aggressive. And that might be more than enough room for Ame to just farm up and get what he can.
Yeah, I mean, you saw why. He went for that early Divine Favor.
I didn't even see the screen was up.
I'm still thinking about yesterday's game, but, you know, just wanting to play a passive lane, I think, here for Ame is, of course,
sorry.
Why. He's going to do his best to make sure he does remain alive. You do see the
I was looking up other stuff. LGD are at the very least owning the laning stage so far. Pretty fucking heavily. Okay, I need to change this if we can.
John should have a very good time and is having a very good time. 17-3 on the Kunkka. But we've seen this man play the Kunkka many, many times. He's an expert at this hero, and obviously
oh, by the way, for Darksteel and well, I think Darksteel is currently probably going home for more. Maybe he's still working. This weekend, it's Chelsea versus Manchester United.
Fight up at top lane, just trying to make sure these pulls don't get away. Bot lane, in a bit of activity, Faith Beyond and SingQ have been getting rather low on the Snapfire and the Slaughter, but they will regen up.
No Ronaldo, no party. We'll see about that.
Cancel there from Skem. It's against that Crystal Maiden.
Holy shit.
FBZ top lane, he got rather close to dying, but he's going to be just fine.
This is easy free lane for the monkey.
He's going to need a little bit more to fly out. Does have the courier coming
I'm
in
here, but
with
connection
at least
is
the tangos
shitty.
and the
Rip.
ring of regen, so a little bit more to play with. That's just a lot of space coming out from Ami. He's had a little bit of a slower lane, not too far behind from anyone else, but it's not like a free lane so far. I mean, the big difference is really just nothing to Say's lane. A lot is coming out from this Kunkka. A faster level 6 lines up with so much aggression that you can get out with these early timings that a lot of your heroes do have. Like, heck, even a good Chen rotation at some point towards mid.
Are you watching at
Might ruin that tempo for
160p
Yopaj, which
resolution?
he really wants
No,
in
no,
this
you
lineup.
should
It
do
feels like
voice
Mars
only.
is gonna be setting it for Boom.
Very close in the balance strike there for Arme, just barely off and connecting with FBZ. Still bullying out the Phoenix very, very effectively, and FBZ just going to go back to the fountain for a reset. Because going back to the mid lane, you saw Skem and Tim's rotate. They secure both water runes, they secure both bounty runes, so just really enabling Yopaj, not allowing nothing to say that kind of bottle refill he may be looking for, or just the regen in general. Just no runes available whatsoever.
I refuse to watch Pro for ADP.
That's one good way of just slowing down the mid lane.
I would rather die.
Yeah, it can kind of cause nothing to say to play a bit safer, but he's always got the XTP back for a top-up if he really does feel the pressure, and they're not quite committing on Boom to apply that pressure. Still focusing on the side lanes. You see Tim's here just being chased away, but creep army of Y. He's got the most annoying creeps, Chain Lightning creep and the Purge creep up. So you really can't do much about that if you're the Tusk right now.
To the task.
Okay, first blood.
From Arme, from a mile away, and Y able to secure first blood here for PSG.LGD. That was right on the edge there with Arme. My goodness.
And it's just when you have access to that small camp and you get lucky with some of these creeps, it just gets really hard. There's just not much the Tusk can do. And again, Ame's just getting a lot of space out. 23 to 13 and the CS slightly above Jackie. But the Monkey King can kind of just get active a little bit faster, it does feel like.
Have a rotation up towards the north, maybe just scouting out that dire triangle.
YouTube stream much smooth.
Very soon. We'll see if
Are you watching on
wanna
YouTube
try and
now?
secure
Then?
both sides as well here is
Or Facebook? I also have that. Trovo. Actually, I think I turned off my Trovo.
him doing that. I believe he was within the fog at the time.
Nothing to say?
Well, nothing to say. Mid lane, he's going to get sharded up here, and they are just trying to contest power runes right now. As you will see, Y and SingQ also join the fray. It's going to be skimmed down at the bot side of the rune that does actually pick up the double damage, so he just gets away with it, just completely denying it off from nothing to say, and just a great way of slowing down the Kunkka.
Yo, Budge. Nice Arena. Keeps them out. Oh! He's still dead.
He'll still land the cookie through the arena. Just on the outer edge, they just hold him down, but now nothing to say. He could be in danger. Tims and Skem getting to work. The double damage, actually doing a hell of a lot of work, but SingQ, he shows up again. They find another. Is Tims? Can he run now? SingQ really chasing far.
SingQ with the triple kill. Baller.
It's that aggression we talked about. Having such a great foundation out from such a strong start from Nextse, and with how good your supports are at going towards mid, it's just really easy to bully out. Boom started that with a really good spear
FBZ is
opportunity, but
12
not really
last
able
hits.
to commit with Tim's around. He's under-leveled on the Tusk, still level 2, about to hit 3. There's not much he can really do to help Yopaj find these.
They are getting dumpstered
Very
in this
slow
game.
start here for Boom, but a great start for PSG.LGD. 3k ahead. Arme, I mean, you kind of talked about this already. He's been just free farming this whole time. 7 minutes in, he's not too far in, but you look at the net worth just snowballing out of control already. You could say the same about every core on the side of PSG.LGD, all the way at the top of the 3 cores from the dire end of things, and you couldn't have asked for a better start.
Yeah, it's just perfection. 0 to 4, 3k lead at 7.5 minutes in. And you're going to hit all your spikes really fast. Level 6 coming out for Faith Beyond. Going to make it a lot easier to start finding those kills. Already has the Morbid Mask ready as well. And the timings for Boom, it's so level dependent. You're waiting for the egg to kind of tie in with the arena. You want more levels up on your Tusk for a little bit more damage and a little bit more utility out from the snowball and the shards. And you kind of want Jackie
this
to
is
kind
FBZ
of
is
get their
just the same net
online
worth
and
as
really
Y on
get
the Chen.
FBZ online with the Phoenix, because that's their big combo. The arena egg, it's got to come into play at some point.
It certainly does, and you're always going to have to be worried about SingQ in the end of the day, right, with that little shredder. She hit that level 1 mark of the egg. GD, they'll slow the game down a little bit. No need to rush this one, though. As I say that, do have a rotation into the mid lane. Yopaj. Danger here is SingQ once again with a fantastic rotation, backing up, nothing to say, but do they have the damage this time around?
Yes, they do.
Gonna try to run, but they've got it. The Tidebringer was there, and now the cookie back out from SingQ. They won't care for the Tusk kill. No need to overextend for that. They've got the big one already.
Yeah, they're just tempoing themselves so well on LGD. They saw that movement down from the sports down bot. They knew they had enough space to go for Yopaj. They scouted out with a Chen creep at bot lane.
And in the meantime, Ame is just free farming top.
The moment he gets X'd up, you do have enough magical damage on LGD. And Boom are just trying
FPC
to get
going for Midas, yeah, that's ouch.
Find those pickoffs, but LGD just punish.
Absolutely. Very, very tough start. I mean, you've just got to try and slow the pace down now if you are Boom. In the meantime, more stacks being made.
It definitely shows that
not managed to de-ward that sentry that was there by Skim. In fact, he's got them both.
Boom is not at the same level as Fnatic. As a not Fnatic, but as Secret. Because they're getting absolutely fucking destroyed. Actually, no. He raged too soon. Rage too soon. It's level 1 rage.
He's just doing too much work.
He's all over the map, and Jackie popping that rage a bit early. The moment he saw the cookie come out, while the X was on, he had to rage. And he couldn't outlast that X mark, so he just gets punished. There was a smoke rotation out from Boom, trying to head up top, but they're still not finding anything for their trouble. They dragged Yopaj around for that. It's LGD really working this map out really well, just using the vision they have from the Chen creeps, starting to get activity.
Yopaj fucked. Oh, nice snowball dodge.
He'll buy them a bit of time, allow them to get away from those kisses, but it's still a lot of damage. Now the egg will be dropped down. Arme, he might be in trouble, but no Tims. He's the one in danger as he does go down to Y. PSG.LGD, they'll just keep running.
They have another X mark torrent ready.
As it seems like Boom have brought Jackie over.
And Faith Beyond's just chilling. Mask Command is done, going for the BKB.
LGD still 0-7 in their
If they somehow come back here, that will be fucking. Don't think that that's possible at this stage.
They start to use that Monkey King, get a little bit more vision out, get some good jumps in to follow up, and Boom expend the arena and the egg. The combination was there, but they didn't lock anyone in. LGD, they're just sidestepping everything.
They are. Not even giving Boom any leeway, like not a crack has been opened yet. Still 0 kills on the board. As Faith Beyond, they'll take care
Just
of the
go full meme and run the CM mid.
Gonna make very, very quick work of it.
Just believe, get the BKB, Aghanim Scepter, Shard, Wombo combo. And then you still get bashed by Slardar.
If they can capitalize on it later on. For now, I mean, with the 6k net worth lead, they can basically do whatever the hell they want, LGD.
Yeah, they've got free reign of the map. They've got some pretty good wards by the ramp sides on the river. So they're always going to be able to check if Boom is trying to sneak around without a smoke. Boom, for their part, just constrained on their side of the map. They're not able to cross that river. They're not able to really scout out, use that deep ward they have on the top jungle to stop any of this farm game.
Hope to catch them all in a freezing field with no BKBs. If only.
Now as well. They're going back to farming with Ame, just getting that build up into the Desolator coming out here.
Tims is level 3.
They've even got the early.
He has Tome coming in, right? Yeah.
So much more sustained in the middle of these fights.
He's level 3 at 11 minutes.
With Kunkka in the boat buff. Even if Boom somehow managed to get that initiation, it doesn't feel like they have enough damage to eat through that.
Absolutely not. And we're talking about damage. LGD, they've got all the damage. Like, you're pointing out the Deso on Arme.
I mean, turning your supports into a core work for Entity, didn't it? Yeah, unfortunately, it's a different core. Tusk could do it, but Tusk is so severely underfarmed that it's going to be rather tough.
In there goes Jackie. They find Y. They do have the help around, though. Nothing to say. Trying to save the day of the Chen, but the Y is still going to drop. That's one. Just a +5 kill hit for Boom, but it is the first kill of the game for them to pick up.
They got a kill.
That's a start.
How does that work? How did the EG games go? EG got fucking dumpster duo. Actually, game 1 they got. No, they actually got pretty convincingly owned 2 games in a row. Game 1 they got destroyed. Game 2 was a little bit closer, but in the end they still got destroyed. They've actually just been fucked.
And it doesn't take too long to push with just how much damage is coming out. Not even a full Deso out from Ame yet. Just with the numbers they have, with a little Shredder to provide some minus armor, it just melts. And Boom, again, they just keep coming in one by one. They find that 1 kill in the Chen. And then they just don't manage to get anything else. They don't manage to play with their combinations, and LGD just recognize that. When they're split up, when the egg's not a threat, they've got a huge open.
Here we go. Getting caught out, but the cookie is going to be there. Y will be just fine. Snowball, they're going to follow up. They really want something for their trouble. The hand of God was there.
Is it weird that I think trading 2 for Chen is still sort of worth for Boom here? Yeah, it's kind of weird.
Heavy commitment from Boom, but considering the
Ame's almost got Deso. That opens Roche. I mean, they already have Roche with the Slardar, obviously.
That much net worth. You have to commit so many heroes in. It's a lot of
They've got
space
so
for
much
LGD.
armor
They're just
reduction.
able to go
Lil
out, they're
Shredder,
able to get that build
Deso,
that they want on Ame, on Nothing to Say,
Slardar, and then you also have the
on
creep
Fate
army
Beyond.
of the Chen that
There's
really
just
benefits
no
off
stopping
of
those
armor
cores.
reduction.
I mean, Boom are lagging behind by a pretty big margin, 14 minutes in, 8k net worth deficit. And the timings for LGD are just ramping up. You know, more damage coming out from Kunkka. BKBs will come out soon. On top of that, Deso timing coming out from Ame. And you have very little to deal with any of
FBZ,
that
Spirit
spell
Vessel. Okay, that's something.
Certainly don't have much. Zame just continuing with that farm. Third in net worth right now. Only third to both his two cores on LGD. Nothing to say. Still at the top.
What's the
somehow,
draft order
considering how
anyway?
much they
This
tried
is
to
dog
shut
shit
the man
Lifestealer
down,
game, but
and
Lifestealer also
Fate
isn't
Beyond right behind him.
an early
Versus
contested
BKB
pick.
up now. That's gonna be
Lifestealer
very
was
problematic. What
their
about anything here from
4th
Boom once you
pick
have that upper
on
part from
Boom,
Jackie,
and
but
then
he's just
in
nowhere
games
near the
came the
stage where he's ready
Slardar.
to fight.
He picked
Again,
the
they can just happily slow the game
Lifestealer
down,
after
understanding
Kunkka,
their own strategy, their own
Monkey,
draft, and
Snapfire, Chen was
wait
no.
till perhaps the mid game to get going once again. All they can do, I mean, this is the draft where they want to try and move in and start fighting early on, but they just can't make it happen right now. They've got to sit back and relax.
They need to wait for their own BKBs, maybe a blink coming out from Yopaj down the line to kind of help them set up with a better arena, catch some better heroes out, ensure the spear lands on target, and have that follow through from the egg. Because you are
Nice
playing
observe
against
for word
the snap,
placement
as
from
long as the
Xingqiu.
snap fires outside arena, you're pretty okay in protecting that egg. So your combinations can still kick off. It's just, it's a lot harder than what LGD have. And all they need to do is throw out an X, get a blink up on your Slardar down the line, maybe after the BKB, and you just have low commitment initiation. It's not going to cost you much from LGD to just keep that aggression, whereas Boom, they can't risk it. They just have to keep playing the slower game, take what space they can, and LGD are just thriving in that environment.
Well, they've got a scan out on Xingqiu.
A lot of experience difference as well.
Right now, as PSG.LGD, they'll be the ones to move in and try to
7 levels, 8 levels difference
vision, but
between
does
the two
manage to back
teams
out
in
of
total.
range. Paj, gonna stick around. Q and Arme, very confident with their own positioning, understanding it's going to be quite hard for Boom to actually pick them off.
Like Monk King versus Lifestealer is Monk King favored as a core-to-core matchup, right? You just sort of never get caught out and hit your spikes faster. Yes, but very late game Lifestealer does all of a sudden turn it around onto Monkey King. Like this is the Lifestealer is the strongest for this game. However, that Slardar last pick from LGD makes it a little bit scarier.
Right now. From Boom
And
to
also
kind of
the fact
protect
that they're
themselves. Only
stupidly
one defensive
underfarmed.
ward down bot, very far away from Jackie. They do go for a smoke play here on Boom's end though. Might find something juicy, although Y's there to break.
Yeah, both supports are around. Good positioning from Y, but they are going to chase down Xingqiu because he's the one with the streak up right now. So Xingqiu, he'll get stunned up. Yopaj with a very nice spear. Xingqiu really has no way out of this, so they do secure a nice pick up. Tims will be the one to take it.
Yeah, that's a much bigger kill than the Chen. With that streak coming off, Tim's going to get a nice injection of gold to work towards potentially down the line his blink, which is going to be key to save out. However, LGD, I mean, they're still farming a lot better. You've got the BKB up on Fate Beyond, so the Slardar really has nothing to worry about. They're already making their way into Roshan with that Desolator up and running on Ame. And this is them taking it without the Corrosive Haze. Once Fate Beyond's there, this is not going to take too long. And again, Boom, they don't have the best wards here to spot that.
It's going to be a very, very fast
Tims is going to scout it though.
their way over, maybe trying to force a fight as the shards are out, and they really don't want
But
to
yeah,
go down,
Wukong's
but how do you
easy.
initiate a team fight here? Wukong's being committed by Arme. There's just no chance in hell, so LGD they'll
But even
take the
Snapfire is
first
pretty
Roshan of the
annoying
game.
because she helps him
Defend that mid
fight the
tier one
Lifestealer,
tower. It
and the
might be just
Chen
time to group up and
Rat
smoke up.
is a pain to deal
They've
with.
got all the tools they need here.
Oh yeah, no,
Huge
100%.
spikes out.
It's,
Again, with that fresh
but I
BKB
still
and
think
Fate
it's a,
Beyond,
except for the
fresh BKB on,
Slardar, it's a
nothing to
pretty
say.
good Lifestealer game.
These
I actually
team
don't
fights
mind
for
the
Boom,
Slardar,
it's
the
not gonna
Lifestealer
feel
pick.
great. They have
The
nothing to pierce through unless they somehow get a full channel on that egg, but you're not going to be able to protect as much with the arena with the BKBs up.
We are going to have a quick
It's just the
There's a
cores are
headset
very
issue
weak
right now,
on the
of course,
side
we
of
did see
Boom.
FBZ. He's got the Spirit Vessel up now, so they might be able to start moving.
The mid
Very,
and
very
off
quick pause,
laner.
in fact. Very unusual as we are going to get the unpause underway. LGD. Find anyone here for their trouble. Doesn't seem like it. The Yopaj is within vision, and Arme is going to try and slow him down. The Mars, how do you get out of this one? Arme, boundless, no, it's off the mark. A very nice sidestep from Yopaj, and he's out. Has his own BKB up now as well.
Yeah, that would have been massive if they managed to kill him off. He barely had the gold to buy out the recipe. So that would have stalled the BKB just a little bit longer, give them an opportunity for a bigger fight.
Scam. He's going to get caught. Nothing to say, should have no problems taking down the +5 CM and does not. Meanwhile, Jackie, he's a much bigger target, but a nice rage away, avoiding the boundless strike for now as Tims is going to TP out.
That's actually really well done.
That's a 5-star review right there for Tims. Perfect timing.
Oh yeah, perfect escape vehicle coming out there right in the nick of time for Jackie to just infest away. They are dodging out from these bigger kills for LGD to find, but you're still not gaining too much ground. You're at least getting that build-up you want onto Jackie here. I mean, he's working onto his own desert.
Nothing to say, walking in.
Nothing to say.
What the fuck was that spear?
Not going to land. Nothing to say. Going to try and go onto Jackie with the X-Pack, but it's not going to work out either. Shards won't be on the mark. LGD just trying to control.
If they had life stealing like a duo core with a Lina or something, it would be okay, but this basically for Protect 1. It is, and because the Slarda counts him, it's a little bit problematic. I still think it would be doable if they just did not get dumpstered so hard in the lanes. Because the team fight's still pretty A-okay.
Not allowing you to farm in any safe position. Very strong.
They have the Phoenix Burn against pretty tank heroes.
They're just trying to retake control down bot. You do have really good forward vision here from LGD with their observer warrants. They're going to be able to see who's farming in the bot jungle, and they're really still safe. I mean, Age is still up for 2 minutes 40. They just melt these objectives with the Chen army and all the minus army they have with a little Shredder and the Desolator up and running. It doesn't take long to just wipe this map out from Boom.
Yeah, absolutely not. So LGD, they'll even find the top tier 2 tower, no problem. Calm play from LGD. And towards the bot lane, Arme. Care of the defense of the T1. Again, Boom Esports currently just playing the avoiding game, not wanting to deal with LGD whatsoever, as they are still 11k behind. Just gotta stick as a group right now, but the problem is you are still kind of being choked out. You're not getting any farm, and you're letting Arme get all the farm in the world right now. That's going to be a huge problem.
It's going to be a massive issue, and one thing that Boom does have to play with now is a fresh blink up on Tim. So they've got some saving plays with a snowball. They can try to be a little bit more aggressive. I think you'd ideally just want Yopaj's blink at this point. Again, have that arena at the ready. Try to get some control out. Try to kill some of these key heroes. LGD just don't provide any openings. They're sticking loosely together in the same side of the map. Again, they've got better control, really good wards to watch that top lane and just control the jungle area. And once they commit to a push, and Boom just don't even bother trying to defend, so they might be able to get away with maybe all the tier 2s very soon.
It does seem that way. The bottom tier 2 tower just going to go down for absolutely nothing. Boom Esports just no interest in trying to defend. They will let it go down. LGD acting like they might go high ground here. I'm not quite sure about that one, but with the Deso up on Arme and still a minute and 15 to go on the Aegis, he might try for this. And he will. It's not going to be a long process. Not with Faith beyond an Arme, just hitting away at that tier 3 tower. FBZ and Tims, they'll hang around the tree line. In goes Tims with the Walrus Punch. Arme, he'll get 4-staffed away and he'll be just fine. They don't want to take the fight anyway. With the Aegis up, they'd rather force LGD back. It's a substantial amount of damage being dealt by LGD. I think Boom will just be satisfied with the fact that their base is still intact for now.
That's cost them at least one fortify and a lot of TPs out. Jackie is just hanging around trying to farm top. They will try to smoke off the back of that though. Might be able to snipe someone out while Nothing to Say did head up top, but LGD very synchronized retreat coming out. Maybe Boom just not going to be able to really maximize the smoke. They need the kills. They've got to find a pick off somehow.
Where do they go? Very hard position for Boom. They've got to try and find a way to get towards that Roshan pit, but it's just not that easy crossing that mid lane. There's nothing to say. He's going to show himself on that Kunkka. Has the X-Pack, so he knows he's safe. No way to lock him down. So once again, biding their time. Giving more time over to Jackie, who's not too far behind. He's about 2.3k behind Arme right now, but just considering the state of the map, it's just so hard to find that farm. It's not really only Arme you have to worry about, because again, Faith Beyond, he's pretty much transitioned to his own style of
There's
carrying
really
out,
not
going
much
into the blink dagger.
happening this game. They didn't even do a kill while I was
massive
busy.
initiation now on the Slaughter, it's just, for Jackie, it's just so hard to get away.
Yeah, it's an extremely difficult time for him, and you're so armored up now on the Kunkka. Again, with all the saves you also have on LGD, you don't really have the highest burst damage on Boom. Jackie's going to need to twack away at one fella for a very long time, and it just doesn't feel like he'll be able to sustain that. LGD going out for the smoke play now. Aegis is gone. but they don't have the safety of that, but it doesn't feel like they even need it.
It certainly does not. Try to be aggressive here.
I mean, if you're this far ahead, of course you don't need a safety
They seem
net.
to have an idea.
I mean, Jackie does still do a lot of right-click damage, though.
Control the triangle for now, LGD.
Has there been a Pugna yet? I don't know, I could check.
Is there from Boom. Know exactly where LGD are at the moment. Get 14k deficit. They don't want the fight right now, and it does seem like they're going to successfully be able to get away from LGD. Thing is, if you are LGD, you might just set up for the mid-tier 2 tower now. It's the only outer tower that's
AC
standing.
on Kunga.
Seems like Y is just going to get started. Is he doing a decent enough job with the support, with the fire spirits, just kind of pushing them back? As he does see nothing to say.
I think this meta just screams for Pugna, doesn't it?
GD.
No, Pugna was played. I think there was a mid Pugna.
For nothing to say. This could be prime opportunity
I think it lost. I can't remember who played it, but I definitely saw Pugna mid.
I don't mind LGD actually just playing
In the
this
group
safe. They've got
stages.
control of the triangle.
I think it was
They've got
Abed.
the superior precision to push
something.
into that tier 2, whereas Boom have to play on the low ground on the defense. Doesn't feel great. You've got the blink up on Yopaj. So at the least you've got a way to initiate, but again, it's so difficult to find a right target here to combine with FBZ's egg. They will go for a smoke play though.
Very awkward timing though with that rune available. Boom. A try for this. They've got a bit of vision in that mid lane.
Is
but
it
they don't
Deso
know
or
where
what's he
LGD
delivering?
are
He has,
right now. Maybe they've got a
sorry, not
pre-fight
Deso,
here, but the
Basher.
smoke is there, Faith Beyond. He's made a smoke broken Yopaj, not
Nice dodge
reacting
from
quick
Faith
enough to
Beyond.
catch him out. Now both teams understand exactly where each other are. Looks like they are going to try and bait them forward, but Boom, they're being very, very careful with their own position. They understand they've kind of missed their opportunity to surprise LGD. Now just going to back their way out once again. You really do need that perfect initiation in this kind of game.
And it's just so difficult to find it. Like, you have so many things to worry about. Can you really try to kill off Kunkka in the first burst salvo? Can you try to take care of the Monkey King? Maybe you have to take care of Fate Beyond, just in case Jackie gets focused on down the line. The threat of the Snapfire is always there for SinQ if he is inside the arena and the Egg's in the right or the same spot as he is. So it's very conditional for Boom. And for LGD, it's just such a clean game. 3-10, 15k lead, 25.5 minutes in.
Thank you, 4-staff shard, going Glimmer, Y. He's almost done with the full Wraith back after his mech.
Does have the rage available, so we'll try to run as now Faith Beyond is going to make his way over, but a nice Infest blink away, so they should be just fine though. Faith.
Them's going Ags. That could actually be pretty big.
Ended up getting Skim out of there as well, so he's fine. Seems like they are not going to be able to catch up once again. Boom doing a fantastic job of avoiding the side of LGD. LGD just kind of running across the
made me
map, trying
remember God like
desperately
mid
to
one
find a
who
pick
got
off, but
played
finding absolutely nothing. To a game
against
of hide and
Liquid.
seek this game one.
They're just poking, prodding, waiting for those items up on Boom and LGD. Again, they
Back when
would
mid
want to
one
get
was
some
good.
kills. They need a kill to kind of secure the tier 2 here. Boom might get aggressive.
You see the rune though, nothing to say. Ready, but they're still gonna jump in. Walrus punch is there. Arena down, but the speed
Nothing to say gets his BKB off.
Nothing to say now, gonna turn with the boat with the egg. It's still going. Can it last? It cannot. FBZ is down. Tims will try to TP away and barely makes it out, but they've left Yopaj all by himself, and he is gonna drop. 2 down for the side of Boom and LGD.
Big fat rip.
Very comfortably taking that team fight. It didn't seem like they were worried whatsoever.
And again, you just see how difficult it is to actually initiate. Tims manages to blink and instantly get the Walrus punch off, but one small delay with a spear and BKB's turn on.
Don't think he was
Arena
kicked
does
from
nothing.
secret.
And off the back
Right,
those
he
kills
left.
Into the Roche once more LGD go. They've got the security
Left.
now for a tier 2 into the high ground.
You see just the quick BKB up from nothing to say, just unable to get the spear off in time, and that's really just what turns it, right? Like you get the boat off, you're just you're so much stronger, and of course FBZ with the egg as well, just a bit out of position I would argue, way too far forward, making it way too easy for LGD to just take him out, and now they're onto the tier 3 tower. It's a clinic so far from LGD. The tier 3, not going to last too long with all this minus armor available from Armek. Very confident. Just
Chunky boy.
Is the Monkey King as the BKB has been forced out once again. Cookie will not land. They do find a tier 3 though, and LGD, they might not continue. BKB's down for Arme, they don't want to risk it. Even with the Aegis up, you may as well wait till the BKB's back up and available and just just go high ground again. In the meantime though, we do have a 5-man smoke up.
See if Boom can kind of try to find a little bit more.
We'll jump in. Arena is there. They'll find SinQ on that.
Hey, they get that 4th kill.
It's not the biggest kill, but it is something.
Yeah, it's something. You take what you can get now when you're this far behind. 19k lead still standing for LGD. Much needed kill coming out for Yopaj to find. And you know, you're not under too much pressure. You're gonna have Egg off cooldown in a few seconds. Arena not the longest in the world, so you can kind of just take your time here as LGD. They've got a lot of security on hand, right? Like Aegis still up and running for 3 minutes and a half. Scotty being built up by Ame, so durable on this Monkey King, and just taking away the healing that Jackie will want to do when he's right-clicking away. It's not getting any easier for the lifestyle. This is just not a game where it feels like Jackie can just simply farm and carry the team. Everyone's gonna have to work as a unit here up against LGD, and they're just looking way more coordinated. Their movement's just been perfect.
That they are down at bot lane. Faith beyond, gonna see Tim's, but the blink away is gonna be there. Still Faith. We'll get a corrosive haze off, but that's about it. LGD might be in a position now where they just push high ground again. BKB is back up on Ame. Very, very good timing here from LGD, just waiting that item out, and in they go to the bottom tier 3 tower. Boom. They will try to set up for this team fight. It's just so rough to see how you get the initiation off before the BKBs, but there it is. They've got the conquer. Nothing to say.
Oh, gets the BKB off and he's out. Jackie's done. And that's it.
Oh, it was such a great start, but they find nothing.
Oh, they call it.
They call it. Egg is down. They've had enough. Very rough game one here for Boom, and well, for LGD, it was just an absolute clinic.
Yeah, they just played it perfectly, start to finish, from the laning, all the choices they made. They read the draft really well. We heard how confident Boom was, right? Like Muchi was, this is within expectations. We've drafted to what we know we can handle.
Well, they just got completely destroyed. LGD, actually, that's pretty good for my at least daily predictions and my live bet predictions.
To what we know we can handle up against LGD, and LGD shows us their prep work was probably a bit better.
Yeah.
They just come out and talk.
I love the fact that they're screaming LGD in a fucking Southeast Asian country.
But you left the Chen alone. The healing was there, and they had a
They're playing in Singapore, and they're like, China, China, China.
Give Boom a call that we're going to need to shave some more heads here, Jonathan, because things are looking rather tough here for game one. We'll see how they change it up for game number 2, though, very, very soon as Boom. I'm sure they'll go for a reset, try to talk about what happened. What do you think actually went wrong here for Boom? Like, was it a drafting issue? I mean, you talked about the coordination already, but was there something else you'd like to see them change up in game 2 to maybe force us to a game 3?
Maybe it did go back a little bit to the draft. Like, we didn't see as much activity out from Skem and Tims. That's where it feels like it really fell flat. Like, towards the mid, you saw how much SynQ did with Y.
Yeah.
That's what Southeast Asian countries don't actually support each other.
See what they had to think about this game number 1.
My panel are laughing about, I think the Observer got a crimson. Congratulations, Baby Scriff, maybe Web has, and I know there's other observers there. Patrick, yes. So yeah, first crimson we've seen, but thank you MLP Dota and John X Fire. Welcome back to the panel, and this looks like the team PSG.LGD. They've been runner-up twice at TI, and people we said like, oh, a little bit shaky, but that wasn't a shaky game. That was just dominant, and a lot of teams.
That was very, 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 very one-sided dominant level
held it quite
top tier.
nicely, but they held it tight, right, Sheep?
Yeah, the way that they accelerated their lead was fantastic. They had these really nice, at first, defensive wards down, where they just had them on the cliff so they could farm and just keep farming safely while they were crushing their lanes. Like, coming out with these crush lanes is so good. And then on top of that, they get this Roche because Boom have to use like 3 to 4 heroes just to kill one single hero on bot, and they take that advantage to go to Roche, get that, and then use the Roche and Aegis to go deeper into the side of Boom's map, and then place like these deep lane wards down, like mid and top, and that way they're able to just keep hunting them.
And Lizard, you pretty much, from the draft, you said I would much, much rather be, PSG.LGD here.
Yeah, like if you look at the 2 drafts, one last pick made sense, the other didn't at all, in my opinion. Like on one side you have the Slardar, he's dominating the Lifestealer. It's a good pick. Like I want to be that guy, but Phoenix last pick, I don't get it. Like it's good with Yopaj as Mars. It gives you a lot. It gives you that teamfight potential, right? But on the offlane, the hero isn't nearly as good as he used to be. Plus, you're playing into a Snapfire. Like that Snapfire is always going to be a problem. Like literally at every single point in the game, your egg can just be destroyed by one single hero.
And we saw some highlights here. And FVZ, unfortunately, 0-2-2 and caught slightly out of position. But when you get in one of his last eggs, but of course when you get the BKBs as well on your cores, PSG.LGD, Mars Arena, you can still get to the egg, even though, it could have been maybe a little bit further back. So I wouldn't say, a rocky start for Boom Esports, but what I did like what they did, and this is going to sound a little bit rude, they GG'd early to keep some, I hope, kind of energy, because a lot of teams, fight to the death, but it's game one. It's like, look, this is not working out. We've had that opportunity. I won't say GG early, sorry, but some teams are like, okay, let's try and swing it around. Let's use our buybacks. They were like, okay, we failed on the Conquer. We're done. Let's just, reset and go into game two. But I think they've, still got something to show here on the main stage.
Some games are obvious, right? Like you just see from minute 15 that it's unsalvageable.
Yeah, pretty much. It's one of those games for PSG where the lanes went so well that they didn't really need to think about anything. Just perform well and your draft will play itself pretty much for PSG.
What would you like Boom to do coming into game two? Obviously, you can say not last pick the Phoenix, but we're not going to harp on that. But
we're not going to harp on that, but sometimes your draft is really difficult, right?
Yeah. No, I would say it's just about having the needed layers to play out a game. Because, for example, PSG, they had the tankiness of the Kunkka, but supported by the hills of the Chen. They had the aggression of the Slardar, the Monkey King. Like, everything just complements each other. Where Boom, it was we have to fight for position. If we throw our spells, we own an area. But then PSG, they had all these heroes that are very good at also playing those areas and then pushing you away. So they can shove you away from the egg and stuff. So I think for Boom, this was one of their clunkier drafts that they've done, and not to their true form of nature, at least at TI. Maybe in other DPC games they've tried doing this type of stuff before.
I'm sorry, Scriff or Weapus or PTP, they're really happy with their Crimson right now.
Is he going to open it?
We can see him trying to... He's hovering above the Crimson Witness.
We'll have more Crimson updates in a moment. But actually, let's check back in with Singapore with the commentators in Casey and Slacks.
Hello, my friends. Yes, that is right. We are here in Singapore. In fact, for the Southeast Asian TI. In fact, with the greatest Southeast Asian casters in the last game of the last team in Southeast Asia. Guys, I just want to come and talk to you. Honestly, these guys, MLP, John X Fire, the best in the world at Casting C in this game. It just felt ironic to me. So I just wanted to thank you and introduce you. Casey, please. Do
Casey,
my job.
Back to you. No, not back to you. Yeah, no, how exciting is it to be together in real life? Because he was telling me that you only met in person, like, recently after casting together for how many years?
5 years it was.
What?
Yeah, it was 5 years. It was a long-term relationship, a travel, what do you call it? A long-distance relationship.
That's right.
Yeah, it was a rough road, but we did make it together in Stockholm. Yeah.
And
They're
this is your
interviewing
very
the
first
casters?
TI. It's your very first time being able to be on the big stage in your region. Like, talk us through the feelings there.
It's amazing. I mean, the crowd, the fans have been amazing. Everyone's been coming up and talking to us and taking photos and complimenting us and everything. And the crowd has been electrifying as well. All the SEA teams have been going home, obviously. It's not the greatest feeling in the world, but it's still a great TI, and we're very happy to be here.
Were you guys nervous at all?
Nervous? No, but I kept expectations low. When we got the message, I couldn't believe it. Like, I was washing my dishes at like 2 a.m. and they just sat down on the floor. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know if it was real. So it's different. It's amazing.
Did you ever go back and wash the dishes?
Yeah, I did finish. I cleaned up.
Yes, absolutely. So Boom, last game won. I know you guys have a lot of pride. It's okay. This is my one moment. You guys have been doing a great job casting and not being biased as F, as I would have been. But now, in this moment, in a non-professional setting with an interview with Casey, can you say any words here for the last ride of the boys in the region?
I think the crowd got it right. Boom, tarat, tarat. That's all they need. Just keep chanting that and they're going to get good.
There's definitely going to be a game number 3. I mean, there's no doubt about it. We're going to game 3. LGD, they haven't washed their faces. We all know what happens after they don't do that, and we're going to a game 3.
All right, guys. What about you, audience? I know you guys can hear me. Game 3? Are we going there? Is Boom coming back? Hello?
I saw one thumbs up.
Okay, thank you so much. One guy. Very excited. Fantastic. All right, guys. Well, put your bias away now. Put it back. Become professional.
Yeah, the bias that you pulled out of them and forced them.
It was very forced.
Okay.
But anyway, we'll throw back to the panel for this wonderful, wonderful game 2.
Very nice.
Very nice.
Thank you very much, Casey and Slacks. But don't worry, you got some more thumbs up here. You got a double from Sheet, and yeah, MLP, Dodo, and John X Fire. It's a pleasure to have you here, and we've been enjoying all the commentary over from the studio here in Norway. So yes, Boom Esports, last SEA team. That's not something that we want to drive home, because it's really just about your opponent now. You don't always have to carry the weight of your whole region, but do they have it in them to take on PSG.LGD? Because PSG.LGD, out of the group stages, 4-4-1, Boom 1-3-5. PSG.LGD lost a secret to be here. Of course, Boom Esports did beat Team Spirit, but with that interview, it was a little bit heartbreaking with Mira, and in terms of the kind of state they felt their team was in, or at least their confidence. It does feel that PSG.LGD have a bigger ramp up. They had more of a run potentially through this tournament.
It really did. It's hard to judge from game one because it was a stomp. Like, you can't compare their strengths when they're at full strength because they're not being able to give their all. But I do think one of the biggest issues they had was picking this lifestealer the way they did. It allowed it to get countered. They left FBZ's hero for last. I think they shouldn't have, right? If they focus on just giving Jackie a really good game and let FBZ have that hero that might be a little bit worse, I think that's better.
Yeah, so opening up Jackie the carry just a little bit more. And what kind of heroes do you like on Jackie, if you can say?
I mean, I like a lot of heroes on Jackie. It's more like I just want a hero that's good for the game, because if you look at those two games, they early picked Monkey King, but at least it had a purpose. The way that Monkey King could get involved early was much more effective than a Lifestealer, because you have that Boundless Strike, the Vision, the Wukong's Command. Lifestealer doesn't give much.
Plus, it's flexible, right? Like Lifestealer, maybe there was a patch or two where he was 4-5, maybe offlane, going into that Ancient Creep, but that's a long time ago. Like Jackie, I think it's fine. On the Lifestealer or any other carry, he's improved a lot as a position 1 player. However, I have to harp back. Phoenix offlane, it just didn't allow them to play the game.
The thing as well with Lifestealer, it's one of those heroes that I think it's got a decent win rate so far at this TI, but when teams pick it, seeing like a Mars and seeing the stuff, it's like, okay, this is going to feel good, but then suddenly the enemy's draft changes a little bit, or there's a little bit of shift in momentum. The Lifestealer is a hero that it needs time to kind of build up into the game. It can't be kind of under pressure early on. And if you're under pressure early on, you're just basically a creep running around. You might infest and save someone and give them some heals, but it's a very morphling-esque hero that it needs some time.
And if we could call the Slardar...
I think the guys are ready to come out to game 2. There are it was this. We're keeping a track of Lizard, but yes. They are back. PSG.LGD. Apologise once again, Lizard. Arme, nothing to say. Faith Bian, JQ, and White really dominating on game 1. And yeah, the crowd cheering up Boom Esports there after, unfortunately, not really getting to play the Dota that they wanted to play in game 1. Jackie, Yopad, FBZ, Tims, and Skem. So hopefully they've reset. I mean, thank you. There's an extra thumbs up in the studio here. That one was for me, but we can pass it over to Boom Esports. But there's hopefully the reset's good. But also drafting against Zhao 8.
It's not easy. Like,
right? I mean, we all saw the miniseries of Zhao 8 drafting. True Sight.
Yeah. That's one.
That took me a while. It took me a while. But yeah, they were just so good at predicting each other. And do Boom have that kind of experience in the draft?
For sure. I mean, they have Mushi.
And Ohio. He came back
to Ohio as an analyst, yeah.
They have so much experience in regards to their draft. It's also, I think, even if you have the experience, sometimes when you get to a TI, your players, they have like a certain hero pool that you utilize, so you might not have the depth that other teams have, and I think that's where maybe PSG often has advantage at these international tournaments.
But that can also be a good thing, right? Like, look at Entity. Their hero pools aren't that wide, but they still make these heroes and adapt to their playstyle, and it works. I believe it's the same for Boom. They have a lot of young blood. Yopaj, give him his heroes. Like, he can contribute. He can contribute more than just this arena that's a setup for an offlane Phoenix. Like, he can dominate the games. And mid-Mars, I can see you, Sheepo. I can see you. You want to say something?
Good.
I know you want to say
it
is good. But in certain matchups, with a certain other offlane that you have, that can transition into a true core.
I was very
Phoenix
busy.
With the Yules and the Vessel, he doesn't contribute as much.
But like, counterpoint, I feel like the biggest problem was the Lifestealer pick. The Phoenix, I do not like the Phoenix at all. However, you have second pick, which means that your advantage is being able to counter in the draft and give yourselves winning lanes. But because they picked that lifestealer where they did, it meant that LGD just got to pick a Slardar and completely counter it and destroy their lane.
Yeah.
And on top of that, the ideas are a little bit, sus because you
Sus.
want to leave your offlane for last so you can shut
ideas
down
are
Ame,
sus.
right? That's probably the idea behind it. But Ame is someone who thrives even when he loses his lane. He is the best farmer in the world. So shutting him down, I don't think is the right idea. I just wanted to see Jackie have the best game possible and just work on that.
We'll have to find out what happens in game 2, as it looks like we're getting ready to go into the draft. And PSG primed to take this one, 1-0 up, and this could be the last game for SEA.
In an SEA TI. Sadness overload.
Boom! Esports versus PSG.
That means that SA is officially better than SEA, which obviously we kind of already knew.
Boom versus PSG.LGD game 2.
And they're also better than Eastern Europe.
PSG.LGD.
So then it would only
will
be
starting
China,
the draft, but of course, to continue any of the thoughts
Western
that you
Europe,
guys want to bring up just before
and
they start drafting.
South America left.
Who has first pick?
So
All right.
PSG has the first pick, and we'll be seeing that shortly, which will be the same as the last game.
You think it'll be the exact same draft? Do you think the bans will get shaken up?
The
Oh, look,
bands
Chen's
already
gone.
changed.
There you go.
Very good.
But that automatically means that Boom is now allowing the Marcy or the Primal Beast through. And that could be an option where Boom, they themselves love playing these heroes. So if you start banning out some of the PSG's other heroes and you flood the pool, it gets them through. But actually PSG, they respond by banning the Marcy themselves. So Boom, it's like, do we now have to ban the Primal Beast so PSG don't get it? Do we maybe ban a different hero? They take Primal Beast and we can then go for a Clockwork Strike instead. Many options.
There are so many options. There is Clockwork, there is Primal Beast that you mentioned, Undying as well. That's not really in the fondest memories of all PSG.LGD's fans when it comes to crucial games. But definitely for PSG.LGD they are.
Oh,
They still go for it. I hope I don't see Magnus now on Boom Esports side. Different era, different tournament. But
the speed in which they draft them, it's very fun. Because like PSG at this point, when you're first pick, the bans and the pick, that's the best thing that you can prepare. When you're a second pick team, your preparation only really goes as far as your bans until you see what they first pick. So you have you kind of guesstimate it kind of, but just PSG. See the bans, boom, Undying.
In SCA, I've seen it in different regions. I've seen the silencer on offlane. I've seen it work amazing against an Undying. Is that perhaps an option that they can go for as well?
I was going to bring up a completely different hero, but on the exact same thought. I was going to say, in C, I've seen a lot of Death Prophet offlane.
Okay.
We're thinking the same, like a ranged offlaner. Either of these heroes could potentially be good against this Undying because you can't pick these typical strength offlaners unless you have a 4 that's going to be able to buy boots and drag waves for you.
That's the problem, right? It's not only the strength offlaners, it's the most picked strength position 4s that struggle against them.
Yeah.
So you need to be able to either creep skip, like you said, or you can get something like a hoodwink as well, right? That profit, good call.
It's the Southeast Asia special. These guys, the entire year, all 3 tours of the DBC, this Death Prophet has been such a thing. Like Talon as well.
Yeah,
love
that's
it as well.
FBG's
KP.
comfort
It's just
hero,
like,
I would assume.
I don't know. I think in their minds,
I've
they just
seen
have
him
this
played
idea of
many a
he is a
times.
reliable laner that wins most of the time and is able to take objectives for them. It kind of just fills so many roles.
And if you guys remember the last year SCA, DP was played on safe lane, on off lane, on mid lane. It didn't matter. And who was picking it all the time? It was Scam. Like this guy, he won't be playing it here most likely. It's a 5, which was drafted long time ago, but not any longer. However, he understands the hero completely.
An interesting thing that PSG can do is by even though the Undying will be the 5, just move him into the Visage lane potentially, and then you can pick up a different hero like Jinku can then lane with Ame, and you can get around it that way because of course.
Ooh, Faith beyond Visage, or nothing to say Visage. This is also pretty good.
There, you don't care. You just
RPG for the scuff soundproofing. Oh yeah, no, that is really dumb.
Potentially PSG can approach this opening of Boom just from changing up the lanes and what players play in what lane.
We have seen some Undyings on the offlane as well as of late, so that's a possibility, even though Visage more likely, right? Yeah. Like for Fate Beyond to get that rate packed early on. What's also really nice about Visage in this matchup is you can follow Hoodwink through the trees. You always have vision on top of her. One nuke and the little squirrel just dies, so it's an enjoyable matchup.
Visage is very strong. but not at the very beginning of the game. In the lane, he has one of the worst bats in the game, like base attack time. It takes him a long time to wind up and shoot his projectile, which means that if you place him in a lane against carries like Juggernaut, for example, they can destroy him in the CS. And when you shut down a Visage and don't let him hit that 6, it's very easy to just free farm your carry and you take advantage of that weakness to an offlane.
A really good point. Do you think that they have these carries, Tigav, that they can abuse the Visage with?
I'm trying to think about it.
Because it can be the double-edged sword as well. Because even though he does not hit creeps very well, he doesn't have to go for
it being a host.
He just so assumptions you with a lot of mangoes.
The one that comes to mind is just the bristleback. Boom had a lot of success in their recent wins, at least, with multiple bristlebacks game after game. That is a classic counter to the Visage. As soon as those birds get away from you, the quills instantly kill them off. The Visage can never kill the bristle, and also bristle defends his tower long enough that the rest of the game isn't, Visage with the pacing.
What do you think about something like Jackie Morphling, just to get that?
I was literally thinking the exact thing.
Yeah, that's
Lizard
also very
Bristol's
strong.
biggest brain I've ever seen in my life.
Big minds.
Huge, yeah. I mean, Morph's another hero that just destroys you in CS, and like you can't really die to the Visage because of the morph on strength and the you just morph back down, heal back up with like a wand and so, and it's really hard. I think for Visage in that lane, and they're lacking in like proper stuns right now as well on LGD, so I think this Morphling call is really nice.
This will be the difference in the draft though from Boom, because they're 18 pick, 24 picks, their second. It's going to be, they've already locked in their offlane. They're not going to be doing some quirkiness, it's just, let's pick the best carry right now. Let's pick up most likely the best mid if they're not flexing DP there. Like, they're not going to fall into the trap where, let's go for a casual lifestealer. They've set themselves up a lot better this time.
I wouldn't mind something completely simple for Leopard, some Ember Spirit, some Kunkka, perhaps, okay, sure.
Instantly pick it up. To be fair though, this second phase Kunkka +1, it's very, very powerful.
Been,
and Boom, I guess, maybe a little bit scared of it and just taken away themselves quickly.
I think Leopard wants to play this Kunkka, although I believe FBZ has played it before in the past. So this DP could also, they could flex whoever they want to mid or offlane depending. Like, they'll wait to see the carry and then they'll put whoever they feel matches up best there, I think, is the play. And this Hoodwink as well can go 4 or 5.
So it's still very flexible.
Yeah.
For Boom. Yeah.
Like, you have a DP offlane, typically you want to pair it with a melee 4, right? So they could pick that next at the end of the phase if they want that to be their offlane. But if they want to go mid and you have a Kunkka offlane, then this Hoodwink is completely fine as a 4, and then you can pick a 5.
And I feel like for PSG.LGD, there is no flexibility any longer. Like, this is Earthshaker Visage offlane, Undying 5, because let's hypothetically say Undying is offlane. I don't see Undying Earthshaker as being the best lane.
A draw would be suicide for Boom.
Not that impactful. One wants to
against
mess
Shaker,
with the equilibrium,
and
the other
against
wants
Visage,
to dominate the lane. It's not really what you go for usually.
Yep. Holding Arme's pick for a little bit longer in the draft, they see a Kunkka.
They fissure block and lane and draws dead.
Even if it's offlane and DP's mid, Ember will probably do fine in both of those matchups. So, yeah, PSG
ever encounters draw alone, draws dead.
Information before they lock in their carry.
10 seconds
I like Morphling that we called earlier even more now.
Very good.
You get to turn into the Ember, you can mess up with the layers of Visage.
Take Tombstone if you really want.
You can take the Tombstone, obviously. The chains are good.
Ooh.
They're holding on to this flex as long as possible, huh?
Yep, they're keeping this flex just open. But like we mentioned, the strength of lanes, right? The DP against the Undying, that will negate that lane. You then have the ENG, which is super powerful in lane. Earthshaker is a hero that kind of plays on the fringe of the lane, grabbing creep waves and stuff. ENG, very good at bullying and following that if needed, or even just crushing the offlaner.
You basically got 2 supports on 4 and 5, Hoodwink and Enchantress, that do not care about Undying whatsoever. These are the ones that are in strength base, that can poke him from distance.
And the ban. PSG bans out the bristleback, as we mentioned earlier, so covering themselves a little bit there. Surely they've got to ban the Morphling as well. Like this draft from Boom, it's so evenly distributed in their ability to take towers, to take defensive fights, to smoke and find kills. That is the perfect recipe for a Morphling to just farm behind. So yeah, I feel like that is got to be a ban. And they're just going to pick it themselves potentially, and just try and get like a Skadi Morphling timing on PSG. They have the first pick before Boom, so maybe they just ban.
They have options.
Exactly.
Perhaps open themselves up for a PL, but there's Shaker, there's Ember Spirit.
Wouldn't mind a little bit more burst on LGD, just because this Enchantress is going to be the one breaking smokes throughout the game, and they don't have the spells, I think, right now to
vessel
get rid of her. Yeah, I mean, Ember could maybe buy it, but he wants Orb of Corrosion into Maelstrom usually. I'm just considering all the things like Earthshaker's ability to rotate on mid, they don't have any movement. Mid heroes like Clop or whatever, or Puck, so they can like trap them on mid, but Kunkka and DP are both so tanky, I'm not sure how effective that will be. I would still like to see him rotate to help secure runes for Ember and give him the ability to play on the map and gang.
One option as well for PSG is going for a weirder route, potentially like a Luna. Luna with the Undying is a very strong lane that would maybe offset the DP strength. Where's it banned? Oh,
Banned.
sorry, I didn't see it banned second phase.
But good idea.
It was a
They
good
just saw
idea.
it
I promised like
a second earlier.
Yeah, like a minute earlier. Pepper hands.
I've loved Luna. People have been abusing the night vision on her really hard. It's like so rough when you're in a jungle and they see you first just because of Luna. Especially when you're like breaking smokes on each other at night. But yeah.
Speaking of vision, I have a feeling that Boom might struggle in that department. You're playing versus Visage with Birds. You're playing versus Undying with Tombstone. Ember that can zip in and out of fights. It won't be that easy to just set up and take down the Tombstone on those cliffs.
Yeah, no one really hits it. Like Lina is usually the type of hero you look at for that. Maybe if they want to. I mean, you could always put the Kunkka on a carry, right, and throw some Lina mid, or even Lina carry. That was something that started being a trend at the beginning of TI.
PSG.LGD.
That's something that's plaguing they're the ones that ban it out because they're thinking.
Yeah. They're scared they're just going to block pick it, and now they're playing into a morphling, Skadi timing. And they go for a Drow.
Drow.
It's all about the lane. You've seen the rise of Drow.
Is PL too wild versus an Ember versus a Shaker?
Holy shit, Slack.
Holy face. But no, PL's always a weird hero because you just need a lot of time, but because Boom has built this like really well solid lineup, you can go for these greedy heroes. I guess the only caveat to that would be Visage would have a free lane, Ember should do well mid, those two cores playing well, plus Drow naturally farming as DP.
So there's a lot of things that could go wrong
exactly,
for PL, yeah.
Too many variables that are spooky.
I mean, a lot of people have just been going against this Drow with just more range. Sniper.
Play sniper, yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, I wrote that down.
He did. That's good.
I actually did.
He's got it
I'm
in
not
the
going to
notes.
say it, but
He did, yeah.
I can
There's
see that there's a potential sniper.
The only problem perhaps would be the Ember that can get on top of you
Yeah,
easily.
it's terrifying, yeah. And like Earthshaker as well, being able to block you off early before you get your shard. They have a lot of ways to collapse on him really quickly. I mean, there's...
One thing that Boom is really lacking is stuns. Like, look at them. If you're hoping that Bushwhack is going to be the best thing that you've got.
What do you think about Faceless Void then? If we look at carries with stuns, usually it's like him and Wraith King.
My concern is just what damage are you providing? In the early game, some fissures will disconnect your ability to do damage. If you get Visage, he's going to be too tanky. There's Soul Rips.
I mean,
it's just a lack of damage, but it's an insurance policy. But okay,
so that's something.
They want to go for the fight. They go for the Bloodseeker. No, I see it. You rotate
no,
sniper.
No. I was going to say, why don't you actually change it around and actually run at them instead?
Oh, sorry, there's invisible ink.
Yeah. There's more ink here. Interesting. This is, definitely, I feel quite stressful, I will say, for Boom Esports, what they, I think, have to do against the draft. At least, what are your guys, the experts, what's your opinion?
It's definitely a complete comfort zone for SCA teams. Getting this Bloodseeker as last pick, it's good versus Drow. You have that rupture to prevent her from running around. You can't get on top of her if she can't move, right? But overall, I feel that PSG.LGD's draft, once again, is just much simpler to execute.
Gotta agree again with Blizzard. I think just the fact that Drow now deals with the Death Prophet lane, you've got Visage who should just have a decent time top, and I think the main thing in this game, we spoke about off lanes in game one, it's now the mid lanes. Kunkka v Ember. Can Ember get the runes to get those rotations to unlock the pace of the game? Is Kunkka in position to counterplay? Yeah. A lot of pressure.
Well, thank you for bringing us the draft here at the panel. And yes, this could be the last match for Boom Esports. PSG looking primed to go through. And let's have a post-draft interview with Slacks, who's going to be talking to Zhao 8.
Thank you so much. Hi, Genus, and of course Helen to translate here. Okay. Drow Visage. Even I am smart enough to know that's a good combo. Nothing crazier than that? I thought you were a Dota 2 genius. You're just going back to basics?
你报道作为 DOTA 的最强大脑之一，死灵龙和小黑这个绝配，连他都能想到，你觉得很厉害了吗？
我就是在后台听说他聊到就想到。
Esports
первая карта была достаточно однобокой и прогнозируемой, как по мне, а вот на второй, ну, откровенно говоря,
Okay, And the other question, are you ready for the terrifying boom?
你做准备了对战Boom的绝活之一，他们的血魔了吗？他们很厉害。
Интересный формат. Я к тому, что как минимум по пикам Сикера того же, который появился напоследок, фанатская зона точно приободрилась, потому что все начали сканировать я развернулся, откровенно говоря, и еще фанатские поредели очень жестко относительно того, что было на первой карте. Ну ладно, посмотрим. Ничего страшного. Возможно, это будет тот случай, когда Бум, вопреки всему, все-таки, да.
To deal with Nothing to Say's Kunkka, but he's a Kunkka specialist himself. And now Nothing to Say is going to have to try to deal with that on his Ember. And that matchup's going to be a little bit more back and forth. So I think Boom does have a little bit more play, but just considering how easy it is to execute LGD's draft, I mean, it's Drow Visage. If they manage to get a running start, I wouldn't be surprised if they just dominate this game once more, if things go the same way as game one.
Yeah, it's certainly a very scary draft here from LGD to try and go up against them. It's like you mentioned, John, like the tempo that you can apply here from LGD, the pace you can get going is too much to keep up with if Boom fall behind in this laning stage in this game number 2. We'll see if they can keep up, at least in the second game. Of course, everyone wants a third game to happen, John. We'll see if they can make it happen. It's LGD. We'll start with the mid lane, of course. You're going to have Nothing to Say there against Yopaj. On the Kunkka vs Ember, you kind of talked about the fact that these heroes are both specialties of the enemy hero on the mid lane, but who should have the inherent advantage between these two?
This does feel a little bit better for the Kunkka. I mean, you always have the Tidebringer to play with. You're not really mana constrained, whereas the Ember is going to have to juggle around with the bottle down the line, try to secure the water runes to keep that harassment up. Yopaj can just kind of dance back, toss around with the Tidebringer, get some good rotations out this time with the supports they have on hand, especially if Skem gets room to kind of swing out with a really nice creep here.
You should block their top lane. Faith Beyond trying to get that creep equilibrium going his way. Off the back of Sin-Q. Well, Skem and Jackie going to be right against them, and should be a decent enough lane here for Jackie, but levels do get up. You'd have to be a little bit worried about the amount of damage Faith Beyond can pump out, especially once he does have that Soul Assumption up. If he does go for it in the end, as you can see Skem harassing him quite a bit here on the Ench as well, and they just end up going for the Gravekeeper's cloak instead, just to remain safe against all this harassment. We'll see what he does end up doing.
Yeah, I like this little move out from Skem. He recognizes that there's no Soul Assumption. He can comp some damage without being traded back favorably from the side of LGD, and just try to give some space out to Jackie. This lane is still pretty annoying for the Bloodseeker. I'm just getting slowed up, losing a lot of attack speed on the Bloodseeker does make it a little bit more manageable for Faith Beyond to kind of just work that lane.
What about that bot lane? Tim's and FBZ going to be against Arme and Y once again. This seems like a very potent lane here from PSG.LGD. Especially once you have a couple levels up in the Frost Arrows in conjunction with the Tombstone from Y, it's just so much damage and so much slow that can be dealt out. Just like if you get caught out of position, there's just no escaping it.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for Boom to try to be aggressive here. If you can gap close onto Ame, Bushwhack, along with Spirit Siphon, you can kind of melt her down, but with Y blocking off the path on the Undying, you don't have too many access points to reach into that back line without copying a lot of decays, without maybe having the Tombstone come out if you overextend. So I think this is just, again, another safe lane coming out for Ame to just build up, and you shouldn't expect too much from FBZ. Maybe by the time he hits, I don't know, 5 threatening into 6, with the Exorcism ready, that's where action can pick up for Boom. Before that, unless Ame really missteps, it's going to be hard to punish that Drow.
Absolutely. No first blood being drawn quite yet. We are seeing a bit of shenanigans here from Skem and Faith Beyond. Bit of a pull here for Faith to be able to farm securely underneath, or rather behind that tier 1 tower. Though Skem going to be a little bit annoying just hanging around, but actually will pull his own creep wave away as we do see Sin-Q. Again, Fisher blocking here, just trying to set the creep equilibrium in the favor of LGD. Just wanting to give Faith
oh my god, my microphone was not turned on. Okay.
Chased down a little bit, but they have nothing to really
well, what I said was I was cleaning my room.
Eventually, this creep wave will push into the tier 1 tower.
I've literally just been cleaning my room for the last hour.
A bit patient, but eventually the creep wave is going to be his way. Sin-Q does actually find the courier of Jackie.
Yeah, nice little snipe. Jackie knew it was coming. He tried to micro it back, but didn't manage to get far away enough. Sin-Q managed to just snipe it away.
Not looking at chat for 20 minutes. Yeah, mainly because I was just cleaning.
Not the worst thing in the world. trying to top up in this lane.
If I did not mute my microphone, you guys would have heard fucking lots of just
really not too much Scam can do. He doesn't have
sounds and me hitting my microphone 17 times.
Really slow down SinQ and Faith Beyond just again being allowed
Game
to
2
get that
prediction,
lead. Still
LGD, but it's not even worth putting up a prediction.
Right? He does want
Because
his
the
own
odds are
experience flowing
garbage.
in as well. Scam can't really stop
1.31 odds, fuck that.
Certainly cannot. Going to that Radiant Triangle, just take some creeps
You had
away.
3 different streams running, Russian, Chinese, English, all
over.
over. I don't know how the fuck that happened.
Up here by Yopaj, but no torrent to come out. Nice vision from SinQ, not going to allow the water rune to go back the way of Yopaj.
That is what we call magic.
Eventually, well, Thames, he will secure the bottom water rune at the very least. Nothing to say, he is going to try and show up for that, but Thames will snipe it away from him. So neither mid laner able to find a rune here. It seems like LGD did adjust, because this is one thing that Boom Esports were doing very effectively in the early stage of last game, is just securing all the runes and making sure Nothing to Say couldn't get one.
Jackie is having a very good lane though.
At least Yopaj can't find his own.
Yeah, and speaking of that mid lane matchup, we talked about how the Kunkka Ember shapes
up,
up. Nothing to Say is actually working lane a lot.
Your brain?
25-7 now on
Yeah,
CS,
you know, your brain's is mine anyway, so.
Good lead here coming out from Nothing to Say. He's managing to
You're
even
all
sneak away
mine.
with a bounty rune there. There's a little bit of action across the map.
Also
They
need to
tried
do a
jump
new
it,
shave
They don't
today.
really have stuns on Boom's end unless they manage to get a good
I need to
enchantment
build a
from
PC,
Scam
do a shave,
and punish Faith Beyond.
clean
And so
my
far, this
room,
kind of
clean
stat
the
game, it
guest
does feel
room as
favorable
well.
for LGD. I mean, once they build the levels up, you get the marks
And work
ship
on
up, you
uni
get the
stuff.
familiars up, and you have this Ember
Pretty
dancing
busy day.
around you. It's very easy for them to jump in and take these fights and go for objectives if Boom isn't careful.
Absolutely. Bot lane, a bit of aggression happening towards wide.
I don't think I'll be building PC on stream because my PC parts arrive at 5 PM.
He has not skilled up Tombstone or Soul Rip yet. He's waiting with that skill point. The right moment to see exactly what he needs. But for now, he's being very, very patient. Doesn't seem like Boom's been too aggressive down at the bot lane either. So it seems like both sides just very satisfied farming up on this laning stage. We are yet to see a kill to come out. Not really many rotations.
I'm sorry,
happening either,
Felix.
though. Mid lane, Nothing to Say. Gonna get X
Maybe
back
I'll
into the
record
torrent.
it.
Real damage to follow up though. Yopaj gonna force the reset out of Nothing to Say. He can
What's
always
that
just
glyph
run
for?
back into the mid lane anyway. Bot lane
I didn't pay attention, but normally it's to deny range creep dying,
to
for
go back
instance.
the way of Boom. Quick reset for himself. Always just TP right back to the lane. The 6-minute power runes now. The spawn up is going to be down bottom as Yopaj able to take with the DD. However,
That was a nice catch from Tim's.
that's a nice bushwhack out. Nothing to Say, dropping rather low. Will Remnant back the other way. However, you've got the enchant there from Scam.
Oh, Scam.
Controlling up Nothing to Say. They might have the damage, but SinQ is going to show up with the Fisher. Make sure they can't keep chasing, so instead they've got to go after the Shaker. But it might be first one to go the way of Yopaj.
In comes the Tombstone, and that's just easy money. 125, Yopaj still alive.
Get chained up by Nothing to Say, but there's not going to be much out of this. Just not enough damage. Boom, it seems like they're happy with what they've got.
They're forcing attention onto Yopaj.
No fun, can't roast you if you make a mistake. Yeah, that's kind of why I'm a little bit terrified. I feel like Remnant speed thing on late game Ember kind of needs a nerf, just because it's a clusterfuck to watch.
Control on Nothing to Say before he zipped away.
I think Ember's perfectly
You find
balanced.
that first blood, you're buying space out for Jackie, who has had a very free top lane now. So your Bloodseeker is going to meet that initial item timings you're looking for. The Maelstrom coming out, BKB down the line, the Shard once the time is ready. And it's going to be pretty tough to shove Jackie
Yeah,
away.
Boom's doing pretty good this game.
Ami, though. He's not too shabby.
Faith
down
Beyond
bottom
is struggling
either,
a lot
and
more
FBZ's
than I
not
would
able
have
to
expected.
Do as much, but the power spikes are lining up for both sides. Familiar's going to be up for Faith Beyond soon enough.
Bloodseeker
Can
is a
camp up
Jackie
lane at
hero.
top and keep it shoved out.
Like a really
And FBZ
Jackie
can
hero.
always threaten with the Exorcism once it's ready.
They're going to slow up Jackie, but not leading to much. Meanwhile, mid lane, however, they've got the Ember stunned up and Nothing to Say. Got the Remnant out in time. Can't really follow up.
It's balanced but annoying to look at.
Bushwhack, though, is going to land from Tim's. Yopaj going to show up once again.
Oh, jump to the side, but there's the Axe mark, no remnants. Oh.
They will find the Ember. Now that's a much bigger kill coming up from Boom.
That is big plays. Boom going for that SCA aggro.
We saw it in game 1. Tims and Scam were rotating in, but they weren't finding kills. This time around, they're able to play off the setup Yopaj has and dance around it. SinQ trying to block off this push. Not the fastest coming out from Boom. especially without FBZ around to kind of speed that up with the EXO.
Top net worth, Jackie.
Responses here.
Still a fair bit of damage thanks to the enchant of Skim, as they are going to try and at least chase down the hoodwink.
Nice bushwhack.
The bushwhack back onto nothing to say as he does run towards the south. Might actually make it up, but no, he does.
And Scam is FBZ scares them off.
Rotate on the DP. Make sure they can't go for too much more. Seems like they are looking for the tombstone, but it may just be too late in the end. Just eventually expire. So 1-3 now, 2K advantage.
Well, Ame is second in net worth, and he's doing a good job at getting big.
A very nice start compared to the last game, though. At least
They don't really have the best jumpers for the Drow. They probably need to get a blink on TP.
Jackie's had all the space in the world to keep farming. Does have a rupture up, but he's being surrounded here.
Fish is there, Jackie. Can he find his way out of this one? They've got the familiars to back him up.
There's a rupture.
Doesn't seem like he's taking too much damage. In fact, now the rupture is there. Xinkyu gonna try and get his way out, but it's not gonna work. The torrent is there. Familiars, they will stun a little bit, but Xinkyu understands he can knock it away. So Yopaj, he'll take his third kill of the game on the Kunkka.
Just so much activity coming out.
EXO bottom.
Instantly an EXO.
They're forcing Ame out of the lane.
Trying to take that bot tier 1 tower. The push threat is online for Boom. And LGD, we haven't really seen them group
but how is Drow's farm doing? LGD is still okay with throwing bodies in these fights if it means Drow gets room to farm. Yes, but also you gotta be very careful in how aggro they can play on Boom's side.
Of Boom now top of the net worth board, and this is basically a mirror switch of what happened in game 1, at least for now.
Jackie's gonna have most farm.
Confident in their own timing with this Visage kind of draft. Might just take it easy.
Before you checked on the net worth.
Ah,
okay.
Avoid the side of Boom. Boom for now, they want to fight. You can see this Yopaj going for a bit of a chase onto nothing to say. Won't end up going for the X up yet. In fact, now he's the one on the run. There might be somebody to cut him off soon, but no, it's only one.
Oh, I already have 2 incorrect, and we're only 10 minutes in.
No way for him to really lock down the Kunkka. They'll just try and take these stacks away before they are forced to lead this dire jungle.
They take a creep off from Yopaj. Not the biggest loss in the world here for Boom. They did manage to find the tier 1 tower trade eventually from LGD's end, clearing out top. That does give them some good forward control.
Why takes a beating there?
From Boom. Check if anyone is sneaking around the top jungle. And they've switched Jackie around anyway into the triangle. The build-up is still there. Still a rather even game. 1-4, 3K lead for Boom. Slight advantage for them. On LGD, it feels like we haven't seen them play with their own strengths yet. You know, they're just taking their time, they're building up, they're not losing too much off the map. So things don't feel too bad for LGD at the moment, despite being a little bit behind.
Yeah, still plenty of map control.
Oh yeah, now Yopaj takes top net worth. Why wasn't it till 11 minutes? Then I would have won that prediction.
There's nothing to say. He had a bit of a slower start, working towards the Yule Scepter now, so a bit more of a defensive build for himself. Be able to purge off all these spells that are flying out from Burmers. You are going to have the fish around.
FBC, BKB, BKB. After the Milsom, also BKB. BKB.
Boom. The smoke up, but there's a counter smoke coming from LGD. Finds which first. Yopaj. Make his way down south. Why?
Making my way down south, walking fast.
Give the opening away.
He's going to try and place a ward, I guess.
Always getting caught out here by Yopaj.
Xinkyu has level 6, so Echo.
A much bigger target. They are going to land the X onto the Ember. This could be a fantastic start.
That was so bad from Boom. Holy shit. Silence misses and the Torrent misses. That was actually terrible.
Really great juke. Dodges out with a sleight of fist. The silence would have been on point, and that could have set up for the side of Boom to find that kill. I can say quick fingers though does bail out.
I mean, you should bait out the sleight of fist.
They do invade the bot jungle, and they're buying space out for Jackie to keep his farm game up. Maelstrom already on the way out. Same could be said for LGD. Full Vlad's already up in Fate Beyond. Not too far away from the raid pack from this point. And once that's up, all that damage mitigation, all that durability of the Visage up front, it's going to make these fights feel pretty awkward for Boom if they're not careful. If they can't manage to maybe isolate the Visage or just take it out of the equation early on.
That's very rough against this
hero. And the attempt was pointless because Remnant was out anyway, so they couldn't burst Ember in one stun. Well, no, but you could, if you hit him with the X Mark Torrent and Silence, and you could get the Ghost Ship off, maybe you had enough. Probably not. Probably gonna need to have the Hoodwink there with the Bushwhack as well.
Nothing to say, just kind of poking and prodding at the ENG. Scam gonna be just fine to stick around though. Has his own way of healing himself. The Seeds of Serenity, I believe it is. And just fine to stick around. Let's say still trying to poke and prod, but it seems like the ENG just going to keep kind of sticking around that top lane. Both sides just very comfortable with farming at the moment. Nobody's rushing for a fight. They're both trying to hit their own timings throughout this mid game. We'll just sit back, relax.
Them rushing the... He's almost done with the mech. What the fuck is... Look at it, Scam's net worth compared to Faith Beyond. How is he this farmed? Full mech done. They gotta waste a boat or exo for that, and LGD probably sends Visage to Rata Tower for your trouble. I mean, the Rata Tower is not really possible, considering you're playing... Like, you could try and go and rat mid, but that's very hard against this dire lineup. They can easily TP across the map. And top tier 2 tower is way too tanky to take down at this stage.
They're going to have their own BKBs. They're going to have their own level spikes. Maybe even down the line, the blink out from Sin Q starts to pop up.
He's actually going Yule Scepter first on Ember.
Really hard to lock in, nothing to say. You're going to have to clump up for it. And once you're clumped up, Sin Q and Fate Beyond are going to get to town.
See another smoke out. They'll head down towards the south, through the mid lane. Who are they going to find? Faith Beyond on that Visage showing up.
This is a game for the ENG Ags. Make Hills rain. You mean the Sproing? It's always a game for Sproing. But he doesn't even have impetus yet.
The Familiars may not be so lucky either, as they would at least find one of them. And now they are in the tier 1 tower with the exorcism. Not going to be too hard for them to take them down. In fact, they found Sin Q now on the Earthshaker. They'll find a second.
Boom, going ham.
Tim's just sniping from a mile away with that sharpshooter, slowing him down, and well, that'll be the mid tier 1 tower gone.
Yeah, that's the timing we were talking about. Not quite the
Are both these games just going to be 2 pop stomps against each other? Ooh, a lot of damage coming in, but Scam can heal everything with the Nate's attendance. FBZ still had a TP, but the Familiars...
will be there just in the nick of time. They will find at least something for their trouble.
Yeah, they get the big target out from LGD's end. It comes at heavy cost. And those kills, the tower take from Boom still feel a lot
Tier 1 mid down is pretty nutty. Roche is going to be not the easiest objective though for the dire side.
Still getting some decent build up here on Ame. He's allowed to just play in that triangle. No contention coming out from Boom in that area outside of that one.
What the fuck's he going for?
And they're
just praying
and hoping that eventually the Drow and the Ember
I guess against Ags. Lincoln's later.
Again, the BKBs are still on their way.
He just wants to have this for now for the mana regen, but later on Lincoln's is very crucial for the Drow to have.
If he does manage to use that item in time, Boom might have to spend more time trying to find that kill and give enough leeway for LGD to respond.
Sin Q. He gets spotted out here. Scam will move in. Yopaj, he'll be there with the backup. X into the torrent will connect, and seems like Sin Q just has no way out of this one. They will lock him down with the bushwhack and take him out once again.
Yopaj, BKB is pretty much done. FBZ, BKB is pretty much done.
They top lane, they might have a look at nothing to say. They land the silence though with the bushwhack. It seems like they will be able to find the bushwhack as FBZ.
But he has a Yules.
He's going to be up at the Ember. Has the Yule Scepter. Will go for the remnant towards the left side, and looks like he's going to be just fine. He does have the stick charges.
Treads, Lance, Shard, and Raw Manta or Pub Some Diffusal.
He needed a +1 to try to find that kill. Valiant effort.
I think he needs a Lincoln's against Xmark, Rupture, even the fucking Enchant Slow.
Still getting his own build up, his own BKB is almost done, so it possibly could be just a triple BKB timing for Boom, where LGD, they're not going to have that same level of protection. Outside of the Yules coming out here on nothing to say, they're going to be very vulnerable.
Oh, nice 2-man route. This is problematic. Double silence as well. Big heals though. They're just Gucci.
They just want to at least take this tombstone down to get this team fight started. It will get denied off. Multi-shot there from Ame. It's a lot of damage for Yopaj. He'll keep forward, keep moving forward at least to Sin Q. Does go for a vision, but he's
Sin Q's stuck. He's dead. What the fuck? How? That looks so terrible for Boom.
He's going to be able to back his way out.
We're now seeing a reverse stomp. LG having a taste of their own meta. They're getting absolutely fucking crushed so far. But no BKB, and that's Yopaj dead.
He's got so much damage, and they will be able to.
And Faith Beyond also has the Wraith back.
He wants a little bit more. He'll move in, but the silence is up from FBZ.
And this is big time.
FBZs, they should have the slows as well, but FBZ, he'll BKB up, he'll be just fine to back his own way away. They cannot lock him down through the BKB. You find a decent kill in the Kunkka, but that's going to be about it for LGD.
I think you're pretty happy for LGD though. If you force out those initial BKB uses, you only really lose your support, and you're starting to get some activity out from Ame. He's more than willing to join into these fights. So Boom have to be really cautious about going in like that. You can't afford to just fully commit onto supports. You need bigger targets to kill off. Once those BKBs fade, LGD can just kind of dance around, and once they shrink in duration, these fights become a lot harder for Boom to kind of find their openings for.
The shot is there. FBZ does get locked down. Looks like LGD are ready to try and push forward here against Boom, but unable to really find the lockdown they're looking for. LGD treat for a better moment for themselves. Paj hanging around, but he might be a bit too much of a tanky target to try and go on. LGD still hanging around on the low ground, but doesn't seem like they're going to try and make their way up to the high ground.
Okay, Hoodwink 4 staff. Shiva's gonna be Shiva's blink shard is gonna be pretty big, because of course Drow's marksmanship gets rid of base armor but not of added armor, so having the extra plate mill on you is just gigantic.
So he'll just kind of ignore him and go for the creep wave. Letting Jackie farm like this, always a scary affair.
Yeah, he just knows how to work the map really well. Very efficient as a carry. Has been for a long time.
Yeah, Bloodseeker's going blink, which most Bloodseekers tend to do these days.
I believe his former teammates here, Mr. Fearless, all the way from Thailand. Lots of people watching.
And that's why FBZ is also going for a blink. You're gonna have 2 blinkers. AC also being built up on the Kunkka, so they are really countering the Drow with a lot of armor items.
He'll lose a familiar.
Yes,
nothing to say, but he's going to remnant out a little bit too early, so the X-Back is there. It won't matter though. The follow-up is not going to be out from Boom. Be a smoke out.
Mr. Silly Veil glide near Bloodseekers. Ew.
Wrap around through that dire jungle.
I despise Veil. I think the cost is so fucking much. 1,500 for 4 attributes and a bit of mana regen.
LGD might be waiting. He's a huge
stats-wise, it's such a garbage item.
They have a way to drag it back, but the torrent's not going to land in time.
Yo, Pudge, don't fuck up.
Why? He moved in to try and defend.
Jackie?
So meanwhile, Jackie gets caught out. He does pop his BKB in the stick charges. He'll barely survive. Meanwhile, FBZ in the middle of nowhere is forced to pop his own BKB and make his own retreat.
Q doesn't have blink yet. Oh, he has the shard though. Nice silence. And they're next to the Roche pits, coincidentally. And that's the gem from Scan. This is huge. And that's the turnaround play they need, because now they got a free gem.
2 down for the side of Boom Esports. LGD really finding a great way of pushing back here against the Dire.
It boiled down to just small mistakes, not being able to kill off Ame. He did have the force.
And they pick up Roche. They get a gem, a couple of big kills. Roshan. Well, if there's a nice throw starting, I can see where it started.
A gem, a free gem coming out for LGD. They just melt the Roshan. You're starting to see that power.
I mean, Jackie got caught off somewhere away from his team and almost died. He's even lucky he didn't get smacked.
Be a little bit more careful. They miss out in the torrent as we see in the replay, and it just kind of falls apart from there.
And that blink dagger from Zinq is not even that far away anymore. I mean, it's still a decent amount, but they're giving him farm. And that's when the Echo comes into play, and that's when shit gets scary.
LGD doing a fantastic job of just kiting this team fight out perfectly, and of course the reinitiation there from Zinq. Exactly what kind of allowed them to punish Yopaj, who had no choice but to try and go for the deny with the Roshan, but ended up working out in his favor. Just unable to get the attack animation off with the slows from Faith Beyond.
I don't think necessarily Drow is that strong. I just think against the Drow, just like with the sniper, you need heroes that dive.
A little bit difficult. LGD, with the Aegis up, can take a little bit more risk.
And they are going for the Blink Dagger as 4th, and Blink Dagger as 3rd item.
Nice juicy one to start to force into the Boom's jungle and just shrink the map even more. Like, they are just still getting built up everywhere else. Like, Yopaj with the plate mail gonna feel a lot more durable up front, but again, it just boils back to burst damage.
Blink on Hoodwink, not Shard.
With a raid packed up, He is such a huge nuisance that you do have to notice. You can't just ignore the Visage in these fights. They also can't handle him. And they have to execute here on Boom. It just feels like, again, we're seeing that difference in execution here, Mike, where LGD, it's a very well-oiled machine. And Boom, sometimes every now and again, there's a little bit of jankiness in that movement out.
Certainly is. LGD grouped up top lane, maybe going for a bit of a push in that tier 2 tower. They've hit a very nice timing now. With the security of the Aegis for Arme, who are very safe moving into this tower, but there is going to be a smoke up from Boom. They want to try and defend this. Through the mid-river, there'll be a double damage available on Yopaj.
So they're going all the way around.
See if they can find Xingqiu on the back first. Because Faithbeyond going to be there as well, but they're all in the tree line. Xingqiu.
Oh no. Echo, FBZ.
He will get the BKB off in
Gotta focus on the tombstone.
But is this the one they really wanted? The boat is out.
Ah, they're TPing out.
He can't find the target he really needed to go after. And now FBZ, another nice fisher, lock them down, take him out. Scam, he'll get Yulesed up. He's not making it out either.
Boom is getting fucked.
They had just the superior vision, stayed in the tree line, and just surprise them and just don't show anyone.
Yeah, Xingqiu just in the perfect spot to break that smoke.
Oh no, I think Drow's a really good hero, but most of the time it's a really good like counter pick hero if the enemy has a heavy agility core, like TB or something.
Throughout all these fights, just finding the perfect angles to cut off Boom.
TB, Morph, like the heroes that are pretty heavily picked this batch.
As you saw, he
Arc
tried to
Warden,
find Arme this
another
whole
one.
time, but just unable to get him. It's the ward placement here from LGD, just fully prepped for that fight. Actually, at least Scam will be the second pick up here. GD really looking quite strong now. Still a 2k net worth lead available for Boom, but it's really nothing to write home about. We're
No
25
TP
minutes into the
interrupts
game.
yet.
It's a very even one between
Oh,
these two
by
teams.
stun. Yeah,
So
they
it
do
could
have
go either
roots
way,
as
but
well.
It's all about these team
Oh,
fights.
one
It's all
root.
about the next Roshan's. Speaking of Roshan's, Aegis is
Okay,
still
3
available for
wrong.
Arme.
So it's all about either
Never
Jackie or
really
Ame
had
top
those
net
using
with
this
at
whole
the end
time.
of the game.
You kind of wonder
Pretty
what
much who
do
wins
do now. Like, do you want to
is
slow
what
down
it's
the
about.
game? Do you keep trying to find LGD? Like, what's the idea?
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
You need to at least.
You also
maintain
need the shard on
equilibrium here, don't lose
Bloodseeker.
ground up
It's
against
so
LGD.
fucking
They've
good.
lost their gold lead entirely. You've got some protection coming out now for Ame. Lincoln Sphere up, so you can't just try to X her back. That just makes things so much more difficult. Feels like this game is starting to boil down to Tim's getting good bushwhack off. Easier said than done when the Drow is sitting so far away. They could try to mount defense for the tier 1, but I think it's pretty late in the game to kind of keep that alive.
Change their route. That's a big target.
Another
Yopaj once
BKB
again forced the BKB
on
early just to
cooldown.
run his way up, but they'll still lose the mid tier 1 tower. A double damage rune also being spotted out. The Scam might be able to deny it off and does. He'll get away with it, not allowing nothing to say to pick that one up for himself.
Yeah, the Bloodseeker taunt is pretty nice.
At LGD, they'll take over that dire triangle.
So he's
Very strong
going
position to deny more
Skadi.
farm away from Jackie.
Okay, though does need to be careful. Nothing
Just try
to
and
say
get
is
over to the
here.
other side of the map. It just doesn't feel like they're ready to actually fight yet.
They've got so much to play with now on LGD. It just feels like when you've got these heroes that can
I regret I didn't buy Battle
slowly
Pass.
poke and prod.
Do you even still play?
You've got the mobility coming out now on Xingqiu. He's got the full blink up with a slam ready to go, and he's been a menace without that blink. With that blink up, it's just going to be, again, so much more difficult for Boom to get anything done. But LGD in a really good spot right now. 7 to 10, slightly behind in kills.
Sanch
Not
after his
fully back
Maelstrom.
in that fourth, but they've evened that
And now
deficit
we've
out.
got the big
And they're the
Xingqiu
ones
Echo
when you missed
Slamma
it. They're the
Jamma
ones
Spamma.
working the map well. They're the ones forcing these issues onto Boom. And Jackie.
Spotted why he'll move in with the Glimmer Cape. Jackie seems to know they're
Jackie's
right
dead.
behind him. A nice fisher out from Xingqiu, and Jackie's been locked down. Oh, that's a massive kill out by LGD. Tims also being chased down. They won't mind losing the Hoodwink. They got the POS 1 Bloodseeker.
Massive win for LGD. Jackie just trying to farm where he can. LGD understanding that where they have to be. They have got good wards watching that top jungle. They just came from the triangle. So they knew the only spot Jackie would have to be in is in that triangle on the Radiant side. And the punishment is severe. LGD, and the damage output coming out from Ame just with a Hurricane Pike and the Lincoln Sphere, it's more than enough. No one's there to gap close. And that marksmanship aura is always going to be active.
Yeah, Ame is
Very tough. We just haven't
is
seen
gonna
any
smack
kind
him
of risk of
completely.
Ame at all. He's always just been in the perfect position every single time. Just unable to catch him out. Continues that farm now, top the net worth board on the Drow. Nothing to slow him down. GD, that well-oiled machine you talked about. Well and truly
Boom need a very,
they're the ones that need to try and
like
find
a
an answer
quick
for this
first
game number
pick
2.
off on.
Yeah, you kind of wonder what they do.
Who the
here.
fuck do
They'll
you
be
even
sitting
pick
back
off
for now.
at
They're
this
just playing
stage?
A little bit defensively, but it's just
I guess
something they've lost
Visage
all the
before he
leads
gets
they had,
his
and
Wraith back down. Nah, Shaker's the best to kill, but
they can just take their time with
Shaker
this one. There's just
before
no
he
rush
gets
for
his
game
stuns
2.
off, obviously.
Just build up, keep.
But he's
getting
really
that
hard to
farm
catch,
you want
especially now that he's
onto
building
your
the
Drow. I
Euls.
think the one thing Boom could try to do, a little bit cheeky, go for the shard on Yopaj ASAP. Get the tidal wave, pull back the Drow. That could be one way for you to get Ame out of position. Easier said than done, but it feels like you need that disruptiveness in these fights. The Ag shard, maybe even the Ags down the line, because you're not seeing any big BKBs here.
Thank you. He's going to jump in. He has found Tim's on the hoodwink. More staff away. May not be enough, but no.
Tombstone drop though.
Tim's looking just fine as the zombie
At least
will
one
chase him
cooldown
down, but
used.
won't be enough. Won't pursue any further. LGD is still very careful themselves. I mean, they're not overextending. They're not giving any openings over to Boom. Want to find nearby that tier 2 tower in the mid lane.
Yopaj does have his AC, but still a long way
He
to.
has a blink dagger up as well. Yopaj, he'll try to rotate to defend the bot lane. It does do so, but can't find the familiars. 8 to 10, still a 2k advantage. The way of LGD.
Faith Beyond also almost has his
Still a very close
AC
match,
to
but
counter the enemy's AC. Yeah.
like Boom are the ones that need to find an answer.
Like, let's see what the chart shows. Look at that. It's just like, oh, they went massively out of control, and then okay, never mind.
The only thing they really see right now are the familiars. Because FBZ, he'll just try to secure those instead, and well, he gets one of them. Might find a second. They are going to be spawned back up by Faith Beyond.
The awkward position.
So they're soon gonna have 3 blinks on the dire side, which is 6k that they spend in non-stat items. They will find Zinq at the very least.
They might find the Shaker, and they will. It's something. Nothing to say.
Ghost ship use though.
Shows the mid lane will creep skip.
He actually puts money points into attributes instead of impetus. What?
Still a couple minutes away though.
Is he actually just trying to tank up?
Their jungle once again.
Not even a point in impetus?
FBZ who'll look for the outpost. GD, they are
That's weird.
ready to go whenever. Seems like they are not going to make the jump in. Not yet at least. Again, Roshan still a bit away though. Gonna move on to FBZ.
Your admiral is on board.
Just fine though. Just a bit of chip damage coming up from nothing to say.
Yeah, they're working to this point where
Having those pure impetus arrows hitting like Ember or something still does damage.
to line up those hits with a bushwhack, get that much needed control in the middle of these fights. Again, it does feel like a lot of it starts to boil down onto Tim's trying to surprise him. The X is just a little bit too telegraphed. You've got the BKB up and running as well for Ame, so much easier for him to dodge out if need be.
Come get healed.
Engagements as well.
Chains around onto the ENG. Skim just fine to back his way out. No problems here.
Both sides. Wait, this is their second gem that Scam bought, isn't it? Yep. Scam bought 2 gems this game. Oh, the pain on his net worth is still really good, even with those 2 gem purchases. Dude, that's like 17 million BKBs all of a sudden.
Both sides not really sure if they want the fight. Scam, he's gonna get jumped on. They found Yopaj, but the boat is out of time. 4 staff away. They need to save the Conquer. Scam, he's the one in trouble, but no, they
Yopaj dead.
They should have him. Faith Beyond
FBZ dead.
they'll find the death prop and they'll just burst him down.
Jackie, no damage.
Damage coming up from Faith Beyond.
Just nothing.
Name just standing right behind him. It's like, how do you actually get to this Drow or the Visage?
They all pop their BKB.
It just boils down to the fact that they don't have a high mobility initiator that can dance in, something like the Ember, of nothing to say, to try to catch the backline, to try to stop Ame from dishing 1 million damage in one engage. And off the back of that, with a double damage rune, of course, for Ame, Roche doesn't last too long here. Boom. They have a great start. It just gets harder from here, it feels like. Even with all the durability in Yopaj with the AC.
Only solution is Blade Mail. Yeah, that's a very bad solution. I guess for the ENG it's like okay, because he does tank a lot of damage. I think actually Blade Mill for the ENG, you're right, would be pretty okay.
They just retreat immediately after seeing those BKBs. Just no
because he is actually just going for stats, +2 all attributes instead of impetus.
and then just get right to work. Like you could try to
He's
run,
actually
but there's
skipping
so much
impetus.
slow
What?
available here as they are even going for tier 3 towers now. LGD,
This isn't
they
shit.
understand the lead they have. Boom, again, they just haven't found the opening throughout this game.
Drow can build Lifestyle, you have Soul Repealing. Yeah, but you also are building a Skadi and you also have Shivas.
Shot there from Arme, just scouting out Yopaj, will hold down.
So healing is very lackluster.
They find nothing to say, but he's got the Yule Scepter.
Oh?
Thorin is gonna connect with the
And he survives.
but it's not gonna be it. The sharpshooter, he jukes it out. Oh, what a juke from nothing to say. Fisher is there, Sync locking
Echo. That's it. That looks like game.
Down for the side of Boom. This is looking real bad now. LGD, they will go for the tier 4 towers. How do you stop them?
They still have ages on Drow. He outranges the fucking tower.
Trying to make that play, but man, it's so much easier to do what LGD is doing. Just keep pushing in, play with the damage you have on hand. Fortify Forest out. Tier 4 about to fall, 16 HP left. LGD so confident, they still have Aegis, there's nothing to be scared of.
Absolutely not. The tier 4 towers once again, Skim trying to set up. He did buy back, but it's just waiting for a few more respawns. Tier 4 they're dropping so down.
Sync's keeping them at bay.
Still waiting for the respawns, but they're not coming.
Yules.
They've got to try and rush for this, but the Ancient is
They don't have BKBs, they can't get out. Zincu blocks him and that's it.
Was prediction correct? It is just too late, LGD. I can't sugarcoat it, John. They made this series look easy. 2-0 the way of LGD, and what can I say? Boom Esports, they tried their best, but just weren't the better team today.
Dude, what the fuck was up with this today just being this stupidly short?
Esports, they tried their best, but just weren't the better team today.
It was such the journey out from Boom, of course, a 1.4% chance to even come in to that lower bracket that they beat Team Spirit in, and now having to face LGD a lot. The big favorite for a lot of people to win TI itself, or at least make it to the grand finals. They put up a fight, LGD, they come back so strong.
4-2 zeros
that might have been a little bit
in a
more
row.
up and down in groups that might not have shown in the early days of the playoffs.
Yeah.
LGD, they look to be back in fine form.
Just such a calm team, just such a coordinated team. Is very composed, no emotions here from LGD. It's just another day for them, another 2-0 victory, and just look towards the next day is, of course, for Boom. A pretty tough loss, John. A lot of these players on Boom, first TI for them, and they do have to leave through the lower bracket round of 2, but it happens.
It happens, and again, just their journey to TI was a bit of a rocky
Burning
one.
says, Aster has reported the soundproof problem to PGL. However, there has been no feedback so far. At worst, Aster players try to learn some keywords like smoke or Roshan.
Thank you very much, MLP Dota and John X-Fire, and congratulations to PSG.LGD. They really got some wind in their sails in the series and will continue their run in the lower bracket.
Okay.
But of course, that means that Boom Esports, the last SEA team, are out. And another 0-2. What do you guys make of the match?
It was clinical, I would say. Right, like the way PSG.LGD, I believe MLP said it the best as well. Cool, collected, calm the whole game. The way they played against Boom was just on point, just showing their class. Literally every single part of the game, even though they were losing a little bit at the beginning, it never felt like it's out of their hands, out of their control. The way they fight is they force you to fight where they want to, and they have an undying with the tombstone. They force you next to a cliff, they pop that tombstone on the cliff, they win every single fight off of that.
Yeah, Sheep, you mentioned the way that LGD fight is, something else. Could you really kind of sum it up and how they kind of forced Boom Esports? Yeah, I love the execution of their fights as a team because they are a ball. They want to be a ball. They have a team that when they get
Boom
split apart,
6-7k net worth lead, now LGD 2-0. Yeah, they got fucked after getting that 7k net worth lead.
Happen because they have really non-committal ways of engaging them. This long-range Fisher from Earthshaker, this slight interchange by Ember. They don't ever have to have someone blink ahead. And that way they're all able to just keep together on top of this Drow, keep her sustained with the Undying heals, these auras from Visage. It basically everything just was very synergized.
And T, it really seemed that Boom Esports, yeah, they needed their BKBs, but they almost had to be like perfectly timed, because as soon as they were out, yeah, the Fissure Suns came in and all that control, and then the Drow was just super safe. So sometimes they even felt like they kind of, were just, a little bit, not nervous, but a little bit, trigger happy on the BKBs.
A little bit. It's because they had like a 6-7k gold lead, and they're going to fill that in the game. It's like, guys, we beat PSG in the lanes. We have the advantage. One fight's going to be Roshan. That's going to be everything. The game should be
Love
in our
Die
favor.
Radiant High Ground.
They never found that moment because they had these just, I think Jinkyu on his Earthshaker, incredibly disciplined with his ability to find the fissures, to find this way to disconnect the
There's
team.
only 3 regions left at TI.
You can't run through the fissure. And the amount of times that his
it's Western EU, China, and South America.
Like, free game, just going to shoot him from a distance.
It's also the problem of biting a little bit more than they can chew. Like, they win 3 fights in a row, but they go for that 4th fight when they're like 50% mana, 70% HP. They go uphill, they go to the high ground, into the triangle. Like, the way, I really wish we see a highlight of Drow sitting behind the cliff on the triangle and Undying in front. And he's just waiting. It's only 2 of them alive. Like 3 respawning, 2 versus 5, they still win the fight because of the respawn timers and allies coming in.
Yeah, and Boom, they did get to pick Jackie Serra's last. It was the Bloodseeker, but within 1 BKB, are the supports even an option if you're just tanking damage from Drow? I mean, what would you have to do on Bloodseeker? Is it just you needed to be much more ahead as a team after the laning phase?
Yeah, I think the main thing for Boom at least was PSG turned the game into a stalemate, because we were joking about it when we were watching the game. It's like you had Ember, nothing to say on Ember, just farming top against ENG. It was like 3-4 minutes where you're just sliding the wave, just chilling. And because Drow then AFK'd in the triangle, it doesn't matter if you have this aggressive timing. You've never gone into the triangle, you've never shut down the jungle, you haven't really closed out the map. And the fact that your lineup, when you have a 7k lead, doesn't evolve into an Aegis, it hinders you, right?
Yeah. You love micro heroes, right? Like Visage, what was he doing with the birds as well? On the other side of the map, like...
Yeah, it was a bit weird. I mean, I think they did try to go in the triangle, but I think what LGD understood and did very well was that they didn't force trying to open the map. Like the mid tower, that did not go down for a really long time because they were like, okay, as long as Drow is in the triangle farming and we create a wall in front of her and make sure we repel them from our triangle, that's our #1. And by doing that, yeah, they managed to get the Drow to a place where they could then take those fights.
Dodging the fights, right?
Yeah.
Just dodge, play clinically, get that first Roshan. Yeah, PSG just understood what they needed to do.
Well, thanks very much for summing that up. And yeah, I was just, I'm quite excited because I was waiting if we do get a winner's interview, and it seems like we will. So over to the winner's interview. And again, congratulations, PSG.LGD.
Hello, I'm here with Y from PSG.LGD. Congratulations on the convincing win. So there's a very big crowd here with a lot of LGD fans, and I wanted to know, how are you feeling playing in front of a crowd after a very long time? 就想问一下，因为很久都没有在现场有观众的情况下打比赛了，就这次感觉如何呢？
感觉非常好吧，因为就是每次结束完，无论是团战什么的，都能就是能听到很欢呼声的，就是很大的 LGD 的欢呼声，我们都比较很激动。
I'm feeling great because after team fights, we can hear loud LGD chants, and it encourages us a lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that interview. Yeah, we definitely heard that here as well as we were watching. But they are, a real favourites. 2 times runners-up. Of course, we had them in the True Sight, and Faith Bian's potentially last the international. But it's a great day for them because they were one of the Titans that didn't fall, and we did have some falling Titans. So you can see the brackets and kind of recap a little bit the day. It was Tundra beating out OG, and they'd be moving on. Asta beat out Team Liquid in the upper bracket, and in the lower bracket, EG lost out to Beast Coast, and that was the NA team to leave the tournament. And then now we just saw PSG.LGD move.
What's the
on,
schedule for
beating
tomorrow?
out
Actually, I'm not
Boom.
even
They will
casting
be,
tomorrow.
Of course, playing then Beast Coast that beat out Evil Geniuses. But the Evil Geniuses leaving, I think, was probably one of the biggest storylines today, guys.
Yeah, I think EG leaving, but on the flip side, when there's a loser, there's a winner. And right now we have SA winning pretty much everywhere. In the upper bracket, in the lower bracket, it is potentially could be a TI for SA. Don't get carried away,
Still a lot of EU teams in there, mister. I know you're British and you're not technically...
We're so used to having the EU teams, the Chinese team, like the NA, all these regions doing well, right? But it's nice to see SA, the first time they have a team in the upper bracket going far enough. We've got potentially Thunder Awakening looking good. Beast Coast beating EG, who topped their group. So I'm excited to see how far they can get. I'm not going to get too excited that maybe they can go further, but they've done well so far.
No, certainly, and but I think watching PSG.LGD play there would be pretty scary. But I'm sure Beast Coast, they should have a lot of confidence.
This is
going
to be a really fun matchup, yeah. Because if LGD take that win, now maybe they hit their stride and they feel more confident in their ideas. And I know they felt shaky on this patch, so maybe this series was what they need now to go forward. But Beast Coast on a roll. Maybe they're feeling themselves.
Yeah, they're on a roll and had a great day today because they did beat out Evil Geniuses to move forward. And speaking of Evil Geniuses, we do have an interview with Crit and Casey.
Oof.
Crit was nice enough to stop by and be willing to talk with us a little bit. I know that was a really tough loss, and I know that it's very stereotypical to say, how do you feel right now? But you guys are such a strong team. You came out of group stage. Everybody expected you to go super, super far, and it just wasn't your day or your week, I should say. What do you think the change was?
Yeah, I think probably the biggest problem was the group stage for us, because it kind of gave us a little bit of a false hope, because this year has been pretty bad for us, I think. Coming into this tournament, we weren't really expecting much, and then I don't know what happened in the group stage, but somehow we won a lot of games, and I think that just makes it
what the fuck? Last place at TI this year is 42K.
I don't think it's really, we weren't expecting too much for ourselves like before going in, so yeah.
Talk about your teammates. You guys have been playing together for a bit. Some have left and come back, for example, but I know that you guys have a huge amount of respect for each other. What do you want to say to them?
If you made it through the group stages, you already went from 42,000 to 250,000.
That was very good for us, and I think
at the very least.
Stage what we can do. Obviously, we fell a little bit short, but everyone put in there.
An increase of 6 times.
That's all you can really do. So yeah.
How do you guys regroup after something like this?
Time to go home. Just it's going to be a couple months before anything's going to happen, really. So we get some time to reset, and then we'll see what happens.
What do you want to say to the fans of EG? You have so many from all over the world. You heard them here in the crowd chanting for you too.
Yeah, just massive support. We really appreciate it. Obviously, it's sad for us that we can't deliver when there is so much support. So we appreciate it always, guys. And yeah, thank you.
Great, thank you so much.
So
really appreciate
tomorrow
it.
it's OG versus Gaming Gladiators and Liquid versus Entity.
Yeah, great. A couple months off reset. They have been together for such a long time, and I'm
in
sure
lower bracket, by the way, lower bracket.
It was great for them, and I think that yielded great results in the group stage, but unfortunately not able to keep that momentum. But that really sums it up for most of today. So let's get talking about tomorrow. First matches will be in the lower bracket tomorrow rather than the upper bracket, and it will be OG versus Gaming Gladiators. Then we'll be moving on to LGD to see, Team Liquid to see, you know how old I am, I do need glasses. I actually have it written down below me. It's going to be Team Liquid versus Entity, but it is at least lower bracket. I got that part right. And then in the second half of the day, we'll be going into the upper bracket semis. It will be Thunder Awakens versus Team Secret and Tundra Esports versus Aster. Which matches, okay, that's not fair. Which matches are you excited for? All of them. Which are you most excited for?
Secret and then Thunder Awaken, because this is the final test for me, because Secret, the last chance qualifier team, now suddenly in this top 6 position, and then you got SA Dota doing this incredible run in the upper bracket. So that is the must watch, because whoever wins that, it's top 3 at TI. It's either Secret, Puppy, maybe, and then SA Dota in top 3. Yeah.
I want it so badly.
It's mental.
Dude, I love South American Dota. It's so fun. I'm so happy for how well they've done this TI. Just all of them, everyone here.
At the same time, the other upper bracket, Tundra versus Aster, it's a true test for Aster to finally prove a point and make a claim on the international scene, because they've been lacking. This is the storyline, right? Aster goes to international, they don't really do well. If they beat Tundra, I think their name will be cleared.
All right, well, you've got all that to enjoy tomorrow, so make sure you return and join us here on the panel. But please stay tuned, because we will have late game with Piri and Flax. But otherwise, thank you very much for tuning in. This has been The International, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Wait a second, that's not right.
The teddy bears.
Why does mine look different? Nice block in there with a charge. It goes out of an arrow. That's going to land on the Taiga. They're going to leave their supports behind. OG full bail.
Yeah, that was it. That was it, ladies and gents. That was a very freaking quick day. I'm just gonna be busy pretty much the entire day. I'm gonna clean up. I also want to take a shower, shave, other stuff. So I'm just gonna dip out. I will not be here for, I think, any more matches. I think. Because Sunday, my GF is here. And next weekend, I am also at my GF's place. I'm just not gonna be. I'm not there for the rest of TI. Oh, actually, before I go, I'm gonna do the calculations. We're gonna do them together. Well, I have my GF with me this weekend, and next weekend I'm going out for dinner with the GF. So, yep. Okay, let's see. Calculations at DK Truman has, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points. At Evil SM has 1, 2, 4 points. At Finican has 0, 0, 0, 1 point. Willsy has 0, 2, 0, 4. At Spider-Man as 1, 2, 3. At Aniable as 1, 3. At Lucidor as 2, 3. At this guy has such a fucking annoying name because he has spaces in his fucking name. Cat Uwu has 2 points, 3 points, 3 points. Mike Rams has 1 point. At Hyper has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points. Okay, he's tied with me. At Tony has 1, 2, 3, 4. Sucker. I don't know what the fuck his name is. As let's see, 1 point. He actually thought Boom was gonna beat LGD. Huh. Wild. Let's see, OG lost. Aster 1. EG lost. Xal has 1 point, and at Felix has 1, 2, 3, 4. So that means Hyper and me are tied, and because we're tied, that's wrong. Near me points. Near me, how many does he have? 1. Oh yeah, you're right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, near me has 4 points. Still not enough. Southeast Asian dotes, Eastern European dotes, NA dotes. It's all dead, Darksteel. It's all dead and buried. You didn't count Vortex points? What? Oh, okay. Where's Vortex? Oh, he had 1 point, I think. One. Yeah. Oh, that's why I had near me wrong. Yeah. That was my mistake. The weird looking name, the fuck BC Vortex stuff.
I signed the DARE program in school.
No, don't eat the lime rind. You're supposed to only eat the edible part of the lime.
It hurts,
Le duele. Le duele.
Se nota en los ojos.
He says he
Go ahead. ¿Tengo que hacerlo?
Sí.
Okay.
Salud, amigo.
Salud. Me van a gritar en casa.
His wife is gonna shout at him.
It's bad tequila.
Wait, are you like,
tequila.
how old are you?
¿Cuántos años tienes?
22.
22.
Oh, thank God. That was a close call.
Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't even think to ask. Hello, young man.
Yo, we should have asked.
Dude, they're like,
answer to 18 now.
Oh God.
yeah, they're like, oh yeah, how old is he? Is he even 21 years old? Are you fucking kidding me, guys?
Camp in Kuala Lumpur. Is that right?
The only country in the fucking world where you need to be 21 to drink alcohol is actually the United States of Dirt.
Yeah, that was my bad.
Sorry, so go ahead, tell us
Tu
about the
bootcamp en
bootcamp.
Johor, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estuvo?
Bastante larga, o sea.
Very long?
Yeah.
Bastante, o sea, no sé cómo describirlo porque fue muy extensa. Habían días donde
I don't know how to describe it because it was very long. It was
Yeah.
very extended.
habían días donde hacíamos mucho y había días donde no hacíamos nada, así que
There were days where we did a lot, and there were days where we were very lazy.
Well, that's fair enough. Does he feel like it gave him? I'll just ask him questions as if I'm talking to him. Is that okay? So
Yeah,
I would
that's
say,
okay.
does he?
Don't disregard me as a human
Okay,
being.
I'll disregard you, Ahmed.
I'll just sit here.
Do you feel like having that long a boot camp? Do you think it's a good thing, or do you think sometimes you get a bit sick of each other?
¿Es bueno o os cansaste de vos?
Siempre estoy cansado de mi equipo.
He always
pero ya
hates his
estoy
team. He's always
acostumbrado.
tired of his team. Sorry.
Always sick of his team. Fair enough.
Always sick
Okay.
of his team.
Pero ya estoy acostumbrado a eso y pienso que la bootcamp fue muy buena porque
He's used to it, so that's why the bootcamp was good.
Oh, okay. Oh, fair enough. So it was just more of the same, basically.
sí,
Okay,
simplemente
well, that
lo que
was it.
hacemos en Perú.
I'm gonna end the stream here. Hopefully
Okay,
you
fair
enjoyed it. I
So,
will
was it
still be
partly
online
about,
on
like, getting a
Discord.
cli-
I don't know when I'll be back for another stream though. I'll probably stream during the week, but I think that is it for me for the rest of TI. Bye guys. I love you. I'll miss you.